Welcome to the Ada K Show. I'm your host, Ada K, and I am a criminal justice major. I am also a deaf courtroom commentator, breaking down the gripping courtroom drama while providing full ASL interpretation, making justice accessible to everyone. Grab a cup of Java and let's dive in. And don't forget, comment, like, and subscribe. And if you love this channel, please become a member. Good morning, everybody. How are you doing? Don't have the hot lights on yet. I wasn't ready for it this morning. I'm in my cozy. I went and bought me a cozy. I don't have a whole lot of winter clothes. Excuse me. I don't really need a whole lot of winter clothes in Texas, but I needed cozy clothes. So I got me something cozy. Hey, my lipstick matches pretty good. Well, are y'all ready for another day of trial? Got your coffee? You got your cozy on? It's getting cool in the mornings now. This is what I call fall. We are in fall. And I'm looking to see what our weather was this morning. What is the coldest we got? 54. Oh, that's not cold. High is supposed to be 82 today. The lows are in the high 60s. Highs are in the mid to high 80s until Sunday. And then we get another cold snap, high of 49, low of 49, highs of 60s. And then we go back up into the 70s. So this is the year of perfect weather. Perfect weather. Perfect weather. Yes. Well, let's do a recap while we are waiting for trial to start. And then I have an interview for y'all. So I'm going to put that on. No, I'm not going to put that on. Woo! That was loud in my hearing aids. By the way, there are 9 dead and 11 missing, 11 injured, 11 missing. 16 families, so maybe 16 missing. I don't know. But Louisville, Kentucky is really struggling over one of the worst plane crashes in UPS history. So my heart's prayers go out to all of them involved. Yes, this is Allergy Ada this morning. I want to welcome first in chat Miss June, Miss Sarah, Miss Angela, Aries. Aries, are you a look? I'm going to get this done today, and then I'll do the band. Hopefully, get all of it done. Honey is in the house. Welcome, Hungy Karate Cap Mom. Oh, you'll be back at 11. Okay, well, there we go. Sarah, and you are new, are you not? Natasha XO 7197. Welcome aboard. Thank you for hopping in today. Angela Legal Turtle. I want to put mom on it. I keep wanting to say Angela Legal Turtle Mom. That's my humble opinion. I don't have a whole lot of makeup on. Oh, not new. That's right. You're not. Forgive me. My bad. It's been a while though, hasn't it? I'm really bad at remembering names. I remember the thumbnails or whatever you call those far more than I do the names. And that's dyslexia for you. Excuse me. All right, let's get into the recap before we get into trial. We got to get into trial. What time is trial? Well, hopefully we're not early on that. I'm pulling it. Give me a minute. These trials, they keep changing their. Okay, we got court camera. We got camera. All right, I'm watching. All right, let's do an overview of the case. The defendant is Uriah Urick, age 18. Uri, sometimes is what I call him, because it's Uriah Urick. So Uri. I know it's not professional, but I can't quit yawning this morning. I need my coffee. Tara King is 17. She also is being charged, but this is the case that we are watching. The trial is for Uriah Urick or Uri. He is on trial for the capital red room of Tara's grandmother, Tammy King, in Bacliff, Texas. It happened on February 5th of 25. This went to trial pretty quick. Kind of surprised, actually. I'm getting that heating pad on, y'all. Getting the heat on, y'all. Have to confess, my toesies are cold. It happened near Laredo, Texas. Tammy King was found unalived in her home, covered with sheets, with signs of forced entry and theft. Prosecutors allege that the red room was fueled by drugs and domestic conflict, particularly over Tammy's refusal to allow Uriah to spend the night and have overnighters, which I wouldn't do either. Sorry, not sorry. So day one was opening statements. Timeline was painted the couple as a violent and drug-involved pair, claiming that Tara confessed to friends that she and Uriah unalived Tammy during a meth-fueled argument, highlighted by the surveillance footage and credit card use after the red room. The defense, Uriah's attorneys argued that there are no physical evidence tying him to the red room, suggesting that Tara may have acted alone or misled investigators. The timeline of evidence shows that Tammy was the last seen alive on February 5th. Her body was discovered on the 6th by her boyfriend, who called police to do a well check because he had not heard from her. He literally had to break into her home. Uriah and Tara fled, and were arrested, I think, on February the 9th. On the second day of trial, witnesses and digital evidence started to flow. First off, Tammy's boyfriend testified about raising tension in the home, said Tammy was worried about Tara's behavior and drug abuse. A neighbor testified, Harold, who heard loud arguing days before the red room. The digital The digital evidence shows cell phone data placed Tara and Uriah near the crime scene. Credit card transactions and surveillance footage shows them shopping after the Red Room. Day 3 was more forensic and emotional impact was, I would say, was there. Yeah, emotional impact was there because they showed the crime scene. Experts described the home as ransacked, although the home, some people are calling the home a hoarder's home. I don't think it was a hoarder's home. I think it was definitely a messy home. It was not nice and tidy, but nonetheless, they did ransack it. The gun safes were open, purses were emptied, body covered with a sheet. Blood splatter and ballistics suggested close-range shooting. Emotional testimony from the friends and family described Tar's erratic behavior and obsession with Uriah. The prosecutors emphasized that the couple's drug use and defiance of Tammy's rules fueled the Red Room. That is where we are, y'all. Good morning. Just busy? Yeah, I get it. It has been a while. I remember your picture. Yeah, you can't. That's a beautiful photo. Yeah, YouTube has changed some of y'all's names. Mine is still coming up right. I don't know why. Yes, the allergies right now in Texas are horrible. I've got runny, watery eyes, itchy eyes. My nose isn't happy, and my head isn't happy. Hence, comfy day. The lights are down for the moment. Woo. And I think I look okay the way I am now, but we're going to leave it like this for a little bit. Just got to leave it. Yeah, but the YouTube handle changes have us all messed up. Well, thank you. It's nothing that most of us in this area are dealing with. And I do have a filter today on because, y'all, look at these eyes without the filter. You can really see how good I feel now. Look at me without filter. Yeah, we're putting the filter on today, boo. I don't always enhance appearance, but I have to today because I know I look sick. I got my coffee, but it's too hot to drink. I'm waiting for it to cool just a wee bit. While we are waiting for court, let me get the feed up. All righty. This is today's court feed. I'll get us back over here. I do want to share a excuse me, this is the other trial that we are covering at this moment. I got too many windows open. Let me move this trial over here so I can see both. Okay, we have another trial that we are covering. It is a teacher who was attempted unaliving of a teacher by a 6-year-old. We're going to play this interview. Hopefully I don't get in trouble.
Out about it for the first time after a Virginia grand jury indicted and charged her with child neglect and failing to secure her son. Our Lindsay Davis spoke with that mom and her grandfather, who now has custody of the 6-year-old. She says she wants people to know she's a good mom.
While school shootings in the U.S. are no longer a rarity, what happened at this Virginia elementary school in January was shocking. The shooter was only 6 years old. The victim, his 25-year-old teacher, Abigail Werner. Despite being shot, she managed to get all of her students to safety.
Female victim, she's been shot in the abdomen as well as a through and through into the hand.
Amid the ongoing criminal and civil cases, the family of the first grader who shot his teacher has remained quiet until now.
Does he talk about the incident?
No. We talk, we play, we, do Uno, draw pictures, but nothing of the incident.
Deja Taylor says she was stunned on January 6th when she got a phone call that there had been a shooting at her child's school.
I wasn't even able to get dressed. I ran out in PJs to the school.
Has he processed the magnitude of what happened?
Well, in my opinion, he processes the events leading up to it. He talks a lot more about the day before or the 2 days before than he does about January 6th.
You released a statement shortly after the incident, and I just want to quote it. You said, "Our son suffers from an acute disability and was under a care plan at the school that included his mother or father attending school with him and accompanying him to class every day. The week of the shooting was the first week when we were not in class with him." What can you tell us specifically about your son's disability?
He has ADHD. Some are able to have it at a very mild rate, but he's off the wall, doesn't sit still, ever.
And why did the school decide that it was no longer necessary for the family to be in class?
Because we ended up working with another doctor. He had started medication, and he was meeting his goals academically.
Had your son ever spoken about hurting the teacher, or was there anything any angst that he had against her?
No, he actually really liked her. I will say that week he did come home and he was talking, a lot about how he felt like he was being ignored. So he would come home and, "Mom, I don't think that she was listening to me. I didn't like that." And then actually he ended up getting suspended the next day because he was in class. He was trying to tell her something. And she asked him to go sit back down. He threw his arms up, he said, "Fine." And when he threw his arms up, he knocked her phone out of her hand on accident. And he got suspended for that.
Werner did not respond to ABC News' request for comment, but in a lawsuit, she says the student slammed the cell phone on the ground so hard that it cracked and shattered. She's now filed a $40 million lawsuit against the Newport News School District and Rich Neck Elementary officials, claiming they ignored multiple warnings about the student's behavior.
Okay, I'm really struggling with the mom's interview here. I don't know what your humble opinion is, but I'm not believing the mom.
And concerns that he had a gun. According to the suit, the child had a history of random violence and that he attacked students and teachers alike, both in and out of school.
Is that description accurate?
Whether it is or it isn't, the school enrolled him in September knowing all of the past behaviors, and they also knew that he had not attended only about 2 months of kindergarten and about 2 months of pre-K.
And you say that to say that they then own the responsibility?
Absolutely. If they believed all these behaviors to be true, then they should not have allowed him to be into first grade.
The school district released a statement to ABC News saying it cannot release information.
By law, he has to be in school. By law. And if it's a public school, it's even harder for them to not admit him. Private school, they can do whatever they want. Public school, it is a much harder situation. Yeah, my daddy came home talking about, as a principal, vice principal, and a superintendent of a school system, he came home talking about the fact that there were students he didn't want, that he was concerned about, but because of federal law, that the child has to be in school, he had to take them. So I disagree with that. 100%.
Information about a student's educational record. And last month, the district filed to dismiss Werner's suit, arguing her injuries fall under workers' compensation. The gun used in the shooting was legally purchased by Taylor. She says it was kept locked away.
How did your son...
We now later know that is not the case, because she was brought up on charges for illegally. This is driving me crazy. Is that better? She was brought up on charges for illegally owning a weapon. Yep, that's a lie.
Access the gun.
Nobody knows.
No one knows.
You'd have to ask him.
Have you asked him?
No, not yet. That's certainly something that will be probably brought out during litigation.
Let me just ask this, and I'll direct it to you, Jimmy. Is it that no one has asked him how he got it, or you're just not ready to reveal how he got it?
We're not ready to discuss that at this
okay.
point.
Understood.
Yes, people have talked to him about that. I don't know that any adult knows exactly how he got the gun.
Was the gun locked somewhere? It was locked somewhere.
Mm-hmm. In April, Taylor was charged with a felony count of child neglect and a misdemeanor count of recklessly leaving a firearm as to endanger a child. Her trial is set for August.
What was your reaction to those charges?
I am not sure. It was shocking. It still is a little shocking.
Do you feel in any way responsible for the shooting?
Yes, of course. That is my son. So I am, as a parent, obviously willing to take responsibility for him because he can't take responsibility for himself.
The idea that you could face up to 6 years in prison, do you feel that that would be a fair penalty?
I mean, of course, I don't believe that that is fair, but anything for my baby.
Do you feel that there is some racial component to it?
Absolutely. I think that if the dynamics were different, if the teacher was maybe looking like me and the student was Caucasian or another nationality, it wouldn't be as pumped up as much.
Anything that either of you would like to say to Abigail?
No offense to anybody, but this is my channel and I'm going to say this. Why does it always have to go to the race card? Why? At this day and age, please. It isn't a race that's shocking everybody. It's the fact that it's a 6-year-old boy. Nobody has brought race into this trial. I have not heard 1 ounce of anything about the race. What I've heard about is his age, people. Ah, hell no is right. You got that right. If anything is about the color of skin, I am on that like white on rice. And I purposely said it because I'm white on rice. If I have zero tolerance for that, and I will call anybody to the mat if I truly believe it's about race. I don't believe that this is anywhere about race. So get off of that boat.
Werner.
First of all, I'd like to say that I'm glad you're doing better. I'm sorry that you got hurt. Just like I'm sorry that the kids in that classroom had to witness such a terrible incident. But on the same token, I'm really sorry my great-grandson had to go through this ordeal.
I just truly would like to apologize that,
Okay, he's the one raising this child.
Out of the incident, she did get hurt. We were actually kind of forming like a relationship with me having to be in the classroom. And she was a really bright person.
Hi, everyone. George Stephanopoulos here.
I'm shocked, but not shocked. Surprised, but not surprised that they would sit there and play that card. Not the first time that card has been played. Not the last time that that card's been played. But will people get off of the boat of it being about race? It's not about race. This case is definitely not about race. It's about the fact that a 6-year-old boy brought a lead shooter into a classroom, and not a little 22. Well, a 22 would have done the same damage. So I'm not going to play around with the calibers, but it's the size of the weapon. It's a 9mm. Lorson, that gun is my file. Okay, it is from butt to nose about the same width as my file. And then the handle is about right there. How do I know? I held one. I have a 9mm Glock. I have a 9mm Sig Sauer. My Glock's a 45. I have a 9mm Sig, and I have multiple. The size of gun that is actually matches my Sig Sauer. And so if I put this here, the trigger's right about, that trigger guard's right about here. So if I'm holding it, it would look about like this. This is about the way I always have my finger here. I don't ever have it on the trigger. That's pretty much the same size as my Sig. Okay, so this size weapon in a 6-year-old kid's pocket. Yeah, the jacket's a little oversized, but come on, y'all. Really? And the fact that that kid could get a shot off and not drop that, well, probably did drop it. That's a powerful weapon. That's got some kick for a little kid. There's no excuse for him to have real pew-pew, let alone a loaded one. Exactly. And I think that's why, y'all, I'm having this kind of hang off my bun, because back of my neck is cold. Yeah, I'm not used to this room. This is the first winter in this room. I've got a little heater going on over here. It's not winter, fall. We're not into winter yet. This is one of the colder rooms in the house, so we'll see. Anyway, there was no reason for that lead shooter to be anywhere in that house, let alone, let me take it back. It's not the fact that it was in the house. It's the fact that it was loaded and not locked behind a safe in a house with a 6-year-old child. No regard for safety. Just saying. Y'all, I want to thank all you guys for watching my shorts. I put a short out about this video yesterday, and we're almost at 1,000 views. Also, I just posted a short on the fire. Why do they catch you at the worst faces? The stop screen on my thing is, that's what it looks like. Go look. Not kidding. Go look. It's bad. It's bad. It's bad. It's bad. You know it. Sorry. I digress. Okay, guys, we are at 3,478 fabulous subscribers. Will y'all please subscribe if you haven't already? Please go back and check your subscription to make sure it is still there. Sometimes YouTube, they're glitches. I don't know what they are, but they end up what's the word I'm looking for? Dropping people, which to me is not fun, and I'm not happy about it, but there's nothing I can do. So please go and validate that you are still a subscriber to my channel. I would love you for it. Appreciate it. Thank you so very, 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 very much. Wow, people are brutal, y'all. I have 4 people who disliked my review of the first grade shooter case. Are you giving me a thumbs down because you don't like it? Or are you giving a thumbs down because it's such a horrible thing? Think about why you give a thumbs down. But I guess out of 1,000 people, 4 thumbs downs are not too much. Oh, well, can't please everybody. Good morning, Trace on the case. Good to see you this morning. We're waiting for trial to begin, and I'm talking about my shorts. Yeah, look at this. Look at the frame phrase on this. Look at this. Why do they do that? At the end of every video, I go, I don't mind some of them, but that one from this morning, it doesn't look very good. Breaking news in Louisville. A plane has crashed. Flames are everywhere, and 9 people are dead, 11 injured, and 16 missing when a UP. You can tell my hearing aids are not working. All right, listen to my voice versus now and then. Yes, plane crashes. Tuesday evening about 5:15 p.m., a UPS MD-11 cargo plane lifts off from Louisville, Muhammad Ali International Airport, bound for Honolulu, but something goes horribly wrong. Engines are on fire. So I won't play the whole thing, but when I don't have my hearing aids in, I tend to slur my words. I do, y'all. I know. It's horrible. I apologize. Hello, Miss Dawn. Hello, Miss Honey. How are you doing today, Miss Dawn? I appreciate you coming in today. I hope you're having a fabulous day. We're killing time till court starts. No, they haven't even gone. The teacher has closing arguments today. And we will break and pause and we will go to the. Should I do this today, y'all? Or should I just be hoodie today? I don't know what looks better. Full hood, half hood. Y'all can tell me. Full hood, half hood, or back hood. It's messing up my hair either way. We will be breaking in when they do the closing arguments, and then we'll come back to this case. But no, we do not have jury yet. Super duper. Da, 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 da. Oh, it's an music day. You like it like that? Kind of half? Yeah, me too. Just trying to keep the cool off of me. I got a window kind of right there, not behind me, but to just off camera. All right, I'll show you the hot mess. There's the window. There's the window. No lights. This is natural lighting at the moment. Oh, it is. I've never had one like this. I'm not a big hoodie fan. I was at Wally World and I saw that and I went, it's got pink and it's got hearts. And my sister, of course, I'm a cancer survivor, breast cancer as well, but my sister died of it. And she loved pink. Pink was her favorite color. This judge is so cute. She's got the little flippies. Reminds me of the 70s, early 80s hairstyle. All right, it looks like we're going to get the same dude back on the stand this morning. Let's get into court.
Yes, ma'am. Mr. Wyckoff is back there waiting for you. She's here. Tell her she's going to have to get a ride home. Okay, I can't wait until someone comes up showing she has a ride home. Yes, sir. Okay, thanks. Everyone ready? Yes, sir.
I am where I'm supposed to be.
All right for the jury?
All right.
Hi, please be seated. And we are going back on the record in the Uriah case, Urick, and the record will reflect that the defendant is present, working his attorney. The state is also present, and the jury has re-entered the court this morning. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning. All righty, let's go ahead and get started. We have a witness on the stand. Sir, you are still under oath. Okay, you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Detective.
Morning.
I believe where we left off yesterday,
I need a sound check from my mods.
was talking to Christian Atkins and going through his house. Is that correct?
Correct.
And while you were there, what all did you recover, or all did you observe?
There were several firearms. Some were in a like a soft gun case. There was a pile of clothes, like cut off hair, and several boxes of hair dye.
While you were there, did any of the items that you saw make you go look anywhere else for more evidence?
Yes, we went, Detective Martin and investigator, I'm sorry, from the crime scene unit, we went to the dumpster outside. I believe they recovered something out there. I wasn't there the entire time they were in the dumpster. I also went to another apartment to see if we could find cameras across the street and the other apartments.
And ultimately, did any of the other apartments have any videos that were helpful in this case?
No.
Was there anywhere else that you went and looked for or obtained video?
Yes.
Where was that?
The Walmart, I believe it's on 518.
Your Honor, the state moves to admit states 104 and 103, which is a Walmart surveillance video and the accompanying VRA.
No objection.
States 103 and 104 will be admitted.
And Your Honor, may I publish these?
Yes, please.
I don't think we have a bingo card this morning. When Jen pops in, I'll ask her. She had to take her puppers to the vet.
All right, Detective. What's up on the screen is states 103. How many videos did you obtain from Walmart?
I believe it was broken into smaller files, but total, I think there was 3 different views.
I'm going to start with the first video labeled checkout on states 103. I'm going to press pause at 5 seconds. Can you orient the jury a little bit, Detective? What are we looking at?
So this is the self-checkout at Walmart. It's like an overhead view of what people are ringing up.
And do we see either Tara or Uriah in this video?
This is Tara.
And just to be clear for the record, is Tara the individual on the left or the right?
The left.
Okay. Pressing play at 5 seconds on states 103 checkout video. Are you able to see what Tara is scanning?
Yes, they're red boxes that we had recovered from the house. It was a Revlon, I don't remember the exact color, but hair dye. I believe there was a white box of it too. I don't remember the brand.
But we do recall that the red boxes were hair dye that was recovered?
Yes, ma'am.
And are they paying with cash or card?
Cash.
I'll now move to the entrance photo, or entrance video. I apologize, on stage 103. Pressing pause at 7 seconds. Detective, are you able to identify who's in this video?
Yes, ma'am.
Who was this?
Tammy King is on the left, and that is Christian Atkins on the right.
Pressing play at 7 seconds. And pressing play on the parking lot video. At 4 seconds, Detective, is there anything pertinent in this still shot?
Yes, the white Jeep on the right side, I believe it's the third or fourth car from the front of the store, is Christian Atkins' Jeep.
Okay. Pressing play at 4 seconds. And is this also Tara and Christian?
Correct. That's them leaving the store.
And now we see them both kind of right there at the end. What side of the vehicle are they getting in on?
They're both getting into the driver's side.
And so you don't see either of them get to the passenger side of this vehicle?
Correct.
Okay. But we don't know whether or not someone was in that seat. We just know that Tara was getting in the driver's side, correct?
Correct.
So after you obtained this Walmart video, what was the next step in your portion of the investigation?
So after I left Christian's house is when we went to Lake Jackson, like I described before. We ended up ruling that vehicle out and the drivers of that vehicle.
Now, I want to talk about when you are interested in looking for a vehicle, what sort of police tools do you have to try and find a vehicle or look them up?
Well, there's several. We have a system called Accurate that will allow us to see what vehicle a person owns. It'll give us license plate and addresses that vehicle is registered to. We also use the flock camera system that will show when a specific vehicle crosses a camera.
And I know you said that you went to Lake Jackson to rule out this other car, correct?
Correct.
Did you utilize any of those systems to look up any other vehicle?
Yes.
Which vehicles did you look up?
We looked up it was a white, I can't remember if it was, I think it was a Chevy Malibu.
Did we also look up Christian Atkins' vehicle?
Yes.
And can you remind the jury what vehicle was Christian Atkins driving at that time?
It was a white Jeep. It had blue or green, I think it was blue, door handles. It was pretty unique, stood out.
And is that the Jeep we just saw at Walmart?
Yes.
Your Honor, may I approach this witness?
Yes.
Detective, I'm approaching you with what's been marked as tapes 106 and 107. Will you let me know if you recognize these documents?
Yes.
How do you recognize them?
Those are flock camera images.
And do they appear to have been altered in any way?
No, there's no way altered. That I know of. I'm not a computer guy.
Thank you. State moves to admit states 106 and 107.
Objection.
State 106 and 107 will be admitted. Yes, please.
All right, Detective, in general, can you explain to us what the flock system shows us? What are we looking at?
So anytime a vehicle passes a flock camera, it will take a picture of a license plate. It'll timestamp and date when the vehicle crossed that camera, and it'll also take a picture of the camera and where that camera is located.
Okay. And so can you tell us what date and time the first image is?
That is on February, hang on, The 6th at 3:02 p.m.
In February the 6th, that would be Thursday, is that correct?
Yes.
And where is it that we see Christian Atkins' vehicle at 3:02 p.m. on Thursday?
That's going to be the 4100 block of Dixie Farm Road. It's northbound from Main Street, which would be 518 in Pearland.
So that's in Pearland?
Mm-hmm.
And do you know anything related to Christian Atkins that would be in Pearland?
He worked at a place called Energy Metals, or EMI.
In Pearland?
Yes.
Okay. So it's not abnormal that that vehicle would be in Pearland as a detective. That seems normal?
Yes.
Okay. And is that ultimately the area we see his vehicle in on Thursday and the beginning of Friday?
Yes.
Okay. And what time are the Friday ones?
There is one at 6:57 a.m. and another one at 8:24 p.m.
And these are actually a little bit before States 106, I apologize. When is this first image from?
The first one is from the 5th, and that is at 8:09 p.m.
And so that is Wednesday, correct?
Yes.
And is it, I'll zoom in a little bit for you, was it 8:09 or 6:09?
6:09.
Okay. And so is it fair to say Christian keeps getting captured, kind of coming and going from this Pearland area?
Yes.
Okay. And does that corroborate the information and timeline given to you by Christian?
Yes, he said he worked in Pearland.
Okay. And when he told you kind of about his coming and going of work, does that all
Right.
match? Okay. So after you utilized the flock system on Christian's vehicle, what was the next thing that you did?
We used, I don't believe I did it, but there was another system that we use called Vigilant that will pick up vehicles on the highway. Has same type system. It's a license plate reader that will catch vehicles in areas that the flock cameras are not.
Okay. And what vehicle did y'all use Vigilant for?
That would be Travis Hodges' vehicle. It was I believe it was a Malibu.
Okay, so I want to back up a little. How did we start looking for a white Malibu?
Through the Instagram messages from the search warrant, they were speaking about a Travis Hodge and I guess him driving into Laredo, Texas.
Okay. And so did you utilize these police services to figure out what type of vehicle Travis Hodge drove?
Correct.
And then you said earlier that you ran that vehicle through SWAT, correct?
Correct.
And then you said y'all also utilized the Vigilant system, correct?
Yes.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Good morning.
Detective, I'm approaching you with what's been marked as states.
I want to say good morning to all of you guys who are joining us. Thank you so much. As the girl turns 56, hello, hello, hello. Hello to everybody. Thank you guys so much for joining us. See, the reason why I asked about which hat was yours because I don't want you to see it when I do it. I want you to be surprised.
108 through 115. If you would please take a look at these documents and let me know if you recognize all of them.
I can finish the rim today. And I have a band.
Yes, I did.
And how do you recognize them?
The top one is a Vigilant return and the rest are all flock hits.
And are they all of the same vehicle in which you're speaking of?
Correct.
Have they been changed or altered in any way?
No.
Your Honor, state moves to admit states 108 through 115, having tendered to opposing counsel.
Objection.
Those will be admitted?
Thank you, Your Honor. May I publish?
Yes.
Thank you. All right. So I'm going to start backwards. I'm going to start with states 115. Is this Chevy Malibu you were talking to us about?
Yes.
And who was this vehicle registered to?
Travis Hodge.
And so what is the first date and time that you located a flock hit for Travis Hodge?
This one is on February the 7th.
And do you recall, I know I don't have a calendar in front of you, if we said February 6th was Thursday, what day is February 7th?
That would be a Friday.
Okay. And you said this was in the morning?
Yes, ma'am, at 10:09 a.m.
And for those of us who may not be as Houston direction savvy, do you know about where in the city Memorial Drive and West Loop would be?
I'm going to assume on the west side of Houston, outside the loop.
Is it fair to say that Memorial Drive's in Houston?
Correct.
Okay. And throughout 10-7, we see, throughout 10-7, we see this vehicle kind of driving around this area. Is that fair?
Yes, ma'am, except for the last picture.
And what's the last picture?
That's Highway 146, southbound at Bell Road.
And do you know where about that would be?
No, I do not.
Okay.
I could look at the map.
No problem. Is 146 a road that extends all the way to Galveston County as well?
Correct.
Okay. And it states 114. Are these all continuing on the same day on that Friday?
Yes.
States 113. Is this all continuing on Friday?
Yes.
And are we getting later into the evening here?
Yes.
Okay. I want to bring your attention to the very last image. Do you have an idea where that location is?
Main Street at Hobbs Road. I believe that's going to be Dickinson area. So you believe that's in the Dickinson area? The Hobbs Road, I believe, is Dickinson. Main Street, I'm not sure if there's a Main Street in Dickinson.
Okay. Do you know if Hobbs Street goes from Dickinson into League City?
Yes.
Okay. On States 112, can you tell me the date and time of this first image?
The first one is going to be February 7th at 6:49 p.m.
And where is this location?
South Friendswood at West Ranch.
And is it fair to say that that's in Friendswood?
That'd be a good educated guess.
Okay, but you don't know for sure?
No.
Okay, no problem. And we see 2 images from the 7th, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. Then when is the next time that you see Mr. Hodge's car on 4th?
On the 8th
What time?
at 9:35 a.m.
So is that Saturday morning?
Correct.
Okay. So is it fair to say, since we don't see anything between...
I have a question for you, love, and it's an important one. Will the 3 of you be together at the same time wearing these hats? Because if that's a yes, I'm going to use the same pattern, just different colors. I don't know. I just want to know. Let me know.
7 p.m. on the 7th and then 9 p.m. on the 8th. Is that because Flock didn't return any data from in between those times?
It's not that they didn't return data, it's that maybe that car didn't pass one of the Flock cameras.
Okay, so there was no images of that vehicle during that time?
Correct.
Okay. And then it states 111 and 110. Is this just continuing to follow Travis over the next day?
Yes, to the 9th.
Okay. Now, you also stated that you utilized Vigilant, correct?
Correct.
And you tell us what that difference was between Vigilant and Flock again.
So Flock cameras aren't set up on major highways, they're normally set up inside towns. other cities. Vigilant has cameras on freeways, in between large stretches of road.
Okay, thank you. So is it essentially another license plate reader type system?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, just in different locations. Is that fair?
Yes.
Okay. I'm showing you part of what's been marked as States 108. Zoom in. Is this the same Chevy Malibu?
Yes.
Okay. Now, I want to start kind of from the bottom. What is this one that we can see? What date and time is that?
I'm sorry, I didn't see which one you want.
I apologize. This bottom, right?
It's a photo of the picture or of the vehicle in Galveston. Without seeing the exact return, I don't know exactly where it's at. I believe it's Alpine. But
Do you know what date and time it is?
that's on the 7th at 11:50.
So, Friday morning?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And then moving up to the next one, what date and time is that?
That is on the 7th as well at 12:15.
So also Friday now, early afternoon.
Yes, ma'am. PM stay time.
Okay. And then this next one, that I believe is the one highlighted and what we see on the right-hand side. Tell me what we're looking at in that part.
So that is a photo from the 8th at 7:26 in the morning. It's on US 59 in Inez, Texas.
And on the other half of States 108, is this a map essentially of Texas?
Correct, with the location of the vehicle, or the camera.
So is that's showing where Inez is, correct?
Correct.
Now, are you familiar with where on this map Bacliff would be? What direction?
It'd be northeast.
So towards the top right corner of States 108?
Correct.
And where would Laredo be?
That would be southwest from there.
So on the bottom left corner?
Yes.
So is it fair to say to get from Bacliff to Laredo, you pass through Inez?
Yes.
Is that one of the ways you could go?
Yes.
Once you utilized the flop system and Vigilant to see where Travis Hodge had moved, what was the next step that you had in the investigation?
Attempting to locate Travis Hodge.
And were you able to locate Travis Hodge?
Correct.
How was it, or where was it that you located him?
I located his vehicle in the 400 block of Louisiana Avenue in Bacliff.
Okay. And once you located him, what did you do?
I sat on the vehicle and conducted fixed surveillance.
And that would be my question. When you say you sat on a vehicle, what is it you're doing?
I parked my car on the far east end of Louisiana Avenue and watched the vehicle to see if it moved.
Okay. So what we think of is like old school surveillance, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And at some point, did that vehicle move?
Yes.
And what happened next?
I observed the vehicle back out of the driveway and head west on Louisiana Avenue. I forget the name of the street that ends into, but it's right behind an elementary school. There's a stop sign there, and I observed a traffic violation on the vehicle.
Okay. Once you observe that traffic violation, what occurs?
I relayed that information to Sergeant Fowler, who conducted a traffic stop on the vehicle.
And did you assist Sergeant Fowler with that traffic stop?
Yes.
When you arrived at that traffic stop, tell us what you saw.
So it took Travis a while to stop, and as I was getting out of my car, Sergeant Fowler was asking Travis to step out.
Okay, I'll say just make sure you don't tell me what anybody else says.
No, he was getting him out of the car.
Okay.
He got out of the car and kind of walked to the back of the vehicle, and he began speaking with Sergeant Fowler. I stayed up at the front driver door that was still open, looked down, and immediately, in plain view, observed a bag of methamphetamine.
Okay. And so when you say you see something in plain view, as law enforcement, what does that give you the right to do in a vehicle?
It is probable cause to search the vehicle.
Okay. And what happens next?
We conducted a probable cause search of the vehicle.
What else was located inside that vehicle?
There was a set of keys in a magnetic box. I gave those keys to Detective Hudson. There was also some more meth that was later found in the vehicle.
After you located the keys and some more methamphetamine, what's the next step that occurs for your part of the investigation?
I was advised to go to a storage facility off of 646, just outside of Bacliff.
So you said just outside of Bacliff?
Yeah, it's technically Texas City.
And that storage unit, was there a certain number that you were sent to?
Correct, unit 191.
And what were you to do when you got to that storage facility?
When I first got there, I spoke with the manager who was there. Speaking with her, I was able to obtain gate records of when Travis entered and exited that gate. Also got a rental contract from him and access in and out of the storage facility so that our other guys could come in.
Your Honor, may I approach? Actually, I apologize. I don't need to approach yet.
Okay.
State's going to move to admit states 102 and, no, not 102. I handed the wrong thing earlier. I'll fix that. States 104 and states 105A and B, which is the rental agreement and the accompanying business records affidavit.
No objection.
So that's 104 and 105 A and B?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
And may I finish?
Those will be admitted, hearing no objection. Yes.
And may I have a question?
Yes.
In states 104, detective, what is this?
That's what's called a BRA, or a business records affidavit.
And is this what you received from the manager at public storage?
Correct.
You stated you obtained a rental agreement and entrance exit data, correct?
Correct.
So in states 105, what is this?
That's the rental agreement in the storage facility.
Can you tell me what date the unit was rented?
That would be February the 9th.
And going off that calendar we've been working on, does that mean it was Sunday?
Yes.
And what unit was it that was rented?
Unit 191.
Is that the same one you were sent to look through?
Correct.
And then as far as customer information, who rented this unit?
Travis Hodge.
And we see here an address. Is that around the same area where you completed your fixed surveillance earlier?
Correct.
In states 105B, is this that entry and exit information that we talked about?
Yes, ma'am.
What is the first timestamp that Travis enters the storage unit?
February 9th at 4:31 p.m.
And does it also tell you how they entered?
Yes, with a keypad.
Okay. And is it fair to say that Travis comes and goes from this storage unit multiple times?
Yes.
And we see the date changes here at the bottom. When is it he comes back after that first day?
The 14th.
And does he come back a couple more days as time goes on?
Yes, the 18th, 19th, and 25th.
Now, do you recall what day it was that you stopped Travis?
I do not. I can refer to my notes to you.
If you would refresh your memory and then just look up at me once you feel refreshed.
Just was trying to clarify.
Sure, Judge.
Were there 3 exhibits in 105? Was there 105 and 105A and B? Or was there merely 105A and 105B?
Only 105A and 105B, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm ready.
All right, what date was it?
February the 26th.
And so we just looked at that entrance and exit data. Is it fair to say that Travis came and went from that storage unit up until the day before y'all stopped him on traffic?
Yes, ma'am.
Once you obtained the information from the manager, Miss Lundy, what was the next thing that you did at the storage unit, if anything?
I went to the storage unit where there was a consent search for the storage unit.
And I know it may sound self-explanatory, but what's the difference between a consent search or, say, a search warrant like you executed on 472315?
So consent search is when, say I want to search your car, I ask you, hey, can I search your car? You tell me yes. If you deny consent, I need to get in there to search whatever you have. I can apply for a search warrant as long as there's probable cause for that search warrant. I can obtain a search warrant, which is signed by a judge that authorizes me to go in there and search whatever I need to.
And so is the consent for Unit 191 similar to the consent that Christian Atkins gave you to search his apartment?
Yes.
When you searched Unit 191, what did you observe?
There were some firearms. I believe there were some magazines. There was a broken iPad. There wasn't a whole lot in there.
But do you recall that there was a broken iPad and some firearms?
Yes.
Okay. Now, was it you who documented or collected the items in that storage unit, or did you observe while that happened?
I just observed while that happened.
And is that similar to what the house and ID team comes in?
Yes.
Okay. Once you completed that search of Unit 191, what was the next thing that you did as your part in the investigation? I can ask a little differently.
I did draft some search warrants. I don't know if that was before or after.
Okay.
I drafted search warrants for Uriah's phone and Tara's phone.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Detective, I'm handing you what's been marked as States 100 and 101. If you would take a look at these documents and let me know if you recognize them.
Yes.
How do you recognize them?
Those are search warrants that are over the phone.
Have they been changed or altered in any way?
No, ma'am.
Your Honor, State moves to admit States 100 and 101, tendering to opposing counsel.
No objection.
States 100 and 101 will be on it.
And may I publish, Your Honor? Yes. So, Detective, in States 100, is this your search warrant for Uriah's phone?
Yes, ma'am.
And then in States 101, is this your search warrant for Tara's phone?
Yes, ma'am.
And when you execute a search warrant on a cell phone, how does that work? What happens?
So once the search warrant's obtained, the phone is then able to, the search warrant's executed by a forensic download through a system that we have.
And is it you that completes that forensic download?
No, ma'am.
Okay. And so as far as any of the contents of the phones, that would be better asked to the person who forensically downloaded it. Is that correct?
Correct, unless I went through the phone dump.
Okay. Did you go through either of these phone dumps?
No, I did not.
Okay. Besides doing these search warrants, was there anything else additional you did as part of the investigation into this case?
No, ma'am.
I'll pass this witness, Your Honor.
All rise for the jury.
It'll be very quick.
Oh, I did remember that one. Yeah. I had the limbo on.
Since recess for a quick bathroom break, I will leave.
You're on a bathroom break.
Very quick bathroom break.
So we're on a bathroom break. What do y'all think thus far? I'm tying off I got to tie off. Somebody asked, why am I using a lighter? It was asked, why do I use a lighter? And it was the other day, and I did not answer the question because we were in the middle of court and I forgot. And I don't know who asked it. I don't remember. But the thread that let me get the mic a little closer. The thread that I use is actually.
I have pods downstairs, so I really want them.
Okay. We got plenty of chocolate here. I don't care. You can use
What kind do you
it. I have a plethora of different.
Okay, it is a nylon thread, and the reason why I use a nylon or plastic thread is because they have a little more give and they don't break as easy. There's a little more room for pulling, a little more room for expansion, I guess, for lack of a better word. And the other reason why is I don't have to tie knots. I just heat it up. It forms its own knot naturally. And I don't have to worry about that. Anything I can do to save my hands in this process, I'm going to do. Because let me tell y'all, this is a lot of work hard work on your hands. Your hands really do struggle. A lot of pulling, a lot of pushing. I have to push this needle. I go through about 4 needles a hat, and the needles are not cheap because the needle's dull going through the straw. Here's the thread. You can't see it. I burn it, and it burns down, and it stops when it hits the bead, kind of melts into the bead, and that it is. I don't have to worry about it. It's nice. Let me put this aside and get the keyboard up for the next witness's name. I got to do that. I don't know who's going to be next. We'll see. Or if he's still on the stand. But a juror had to go to the Tay room. I got your message. I will do a different pattern per hat. I will do different patterns. No problem. Yep. Cellophane back in the day. Yep. I remember. I forgot. I have a little leeway. There we go. We're back. I have my hydrate and collagen boost drink over here. There's 2. There's a collagen and then there's a hydrate. I mix them together. Creates a raspberry strawberry lemonade flavor. I got my I love Jabba. I love tea. I love the Jabba job and it loves me. Coffee and tea and the jobbing in me. A cup, a cup, a cup, a cup, a cup. Oh, there we go. I got the Jabba. I wish I could play Christmas music and not get copyright hit. I really do. I 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 do. Yeah. I'm going to go ahead and post this bingo card. It's a reuse, but it should be good enough. Here's the bingo card for today, unless Miss June changes it. I will go through it right now and let you know what we can do. No, I don't want to pin that message. Uh-oh, I want that message pinned. Replace pin. There we go. I'm going to reset my card. Okay. So if you pull up the same card that you've used in the past, hit reset. Then what you're going to do is go back up to help. And you're going to come down here, receive a random new card from a pack of 30. So you don't get the same card. Okay. So free space. What do we have? May I approach? May I publish? You talked about secure and seen. Yes, no was answered. Galveston was said. Did they show photos? I was looking down. Yeah, they showed photos. Did they talk about the cell phones? Yes, they did. Uriah. Tiara was mentioned. Social media, Instagram was mentioned. They admitted into evidence. Did they show a video? Y'all need to let me know, yes or no. Say video, yes. Right and correct. Okay, that's what I have so far. Just play a Christmas story in the background. That's public domain. You know, yes, public domain, yes and no. But here's the thing. The arrangement. So you can have like the national anthem, copyright free, boo. Play the national anthem all you want. But whoever was singing it or whoever made tweak the arrangement for that particular artist claims copyright. Yeah. People don't understand it's just not the song. It's the arrangement and the artist who's also copyrighted. He's also copyrighted. I could go in and share, but it also can demonetize me. When my daughter was singing God Bless America in church that I played on YouTube, it copyrighted hers and is some kind of children's choir. And I had to fight it. I said, no, boo. That was my daughter singing all by herself. You cannot copyright claim my daughter. I will copyright claim your butt. But no, seriously, they copyright claimed my daughter. Okay, that is a bingo card. It is up and posted for you guys to play. Thank you so much for wanting to play. Again, thank you everybody for joining us. I'm Ada Kay. If you're new here, I am your deaf courtroom commentator. I am deaf without these big bad mamas. And when a deaf person hops in, I do go into sign language mode. So if you see me disappear and come back in with a black top and a black screen and I'm flailing hands, as somebody once put it, yes, I'm providing fair and equal access to everyone. There are some songs I might be able to do. I would love to interpret. There's some songs I can do, but I can't monetize. Or I can share revenue. CC Winan is really good. We can use her music, but we can't monetize. If we monetize, we share revenue. I love me some CC Winan. Love me some CC Winan. If you don't know who CC Winan is, she's one of the #1 gospel female artists of all times. She shares that honor with Sandy Patty. I have interpreted at both of their concerts, and it was fabulous. I love interpreting Christian, I love interpreting music, period, but I don't do rap. There are some people that are really good interpreting rap, but when I look at rap music that's being interpreted, I understand it as about as little as I understand listening to it. And I'm not being mean. I do understand what that means. I understand what some of the words are, but I have no connection. There's no context. It's just screaming words to me. So, I do need to get a hold of the chorale and see what they're doing this year. I don't know what Christmas groups are coming into our area for the Caloo. Oh, sorry, I had to itch. Itch, itch. Oh, Mandy Barnett sings Patsy Cline. She's really good. Symphony of the Hills, Time to Rejoice, the Handel's Messiah, the best Christmas pageant ever. Those are the plays that are coming into the Kerrville area. Audition and volunteer to be a fun of the Playhouse 2000. Let me see what is in their ticket bundle this year. February, we got Sweet The Hobbit. Oh, the youth are putting on The Hobbit. Fiddler on the Roof and Disney Frozen are coming to Kerrville. Midsummer Night's Dream are coming into Kerrville. Oh, the Red Heron, the Christmas Story Red. Okay, how much is the season pass? What is it to get a season pass? Full season pass is only $100. Y'all, not now, but December, I'm getting me a season pass so I can go see all of the fabulous. They got some really good stuff coming into Kerrpatch. Someone said, why do you call it Kerrpatch? Well, because in Kerrville, Texas, we country. We're not that country, but we're country. We're in the hill country. We's in Texas. So I call it Kerrpatch. Because compared to some of the bigger cities in this area, we little. We're only 25,000 ish people. Oh, Fireline is the thread that I use. It's getting harder to find though. I actually have found that there is. See how? You can't see it. It burns into a knot. There is a fishing wire that I use when I cannot get Fireline. Believe it or not, fishing wire is pretty much the same thing. And it comes on bigger spools and it's less expensive. But I'm out. And again, somebody else asked, why do you put those in your ear? Well, because I get a tickle. And usually that means that one of my little hairs, I've got these, we get these hairs. And even though I try to put them up before I put my hearing aid in, sometimes when I put my hearing aid in, a hair goes in with it and I don't feel it. And then all of a sudden it starts tickling. So I got to do that. I'm just doing all kinds of splaining up in the house. Okay, guys, favorite Christmas TV program, go. Favorite Christmas TV program. Actually, let's back that up. Favorite Thanksgiving program. A lot of people love the Peanuts. The stop motion Rudolph. What the heck is that? Never heard of that. All right. I got to do a comfort break. I shall return. I leave court on in case they come back before I do.
present. You may proceed, Ms. Wells.
Hi, possibly.
Okay, Mr. Atkins.
Officer, my name is Bill Ackman. I represent Mr. Urick, who's sitting here to my right. I've got a few questions for you. Originally, you responded to the house, correct?
Correct.
And it was in a pretty big state of disarray, right?
Meaning?
The house where the incident occurred.
The house is in disarray?
Yes.
I would say so, yeah.
Okay. And there were guns that were strewn over the house, is that correct?
They're particularly in the living room.
And there were drugs like pills and stuff like that, and bags of marijuana.
I remember some pill bottles like at the bottom of the guns.
And there were bullets and magazines and things like that that were there.
Yes.
There was money on the floor and credit cards and things like that as well, correct?
Yes, sir. It was like $30 on the floor.
Okay. Now, when you were tracking Travis Hodge, did y'all catch up with him?
So we weren't tracking Travis Hodge.
What are the flat cameras for? For his?
This was after the fact to see where he would. After everything was said and done, that's when we learned about Travis after Uriah's arrest, and we found out about Travis later, and then we used the flock cameras to see where he had been.
Okay.
So we weren't actively tracking him. No.
Tracking was maybe not the right word then, but I mean, when you were keeping tabs on Travis, that was based on information you'd gotten from the people in Laredo, correct? Or
No,
wrong?
we didn't get any information from Laredo that I know of.
How did Travis Hodge get involved in?
Through the Instagram return that the other detectives had gotten.
Okay, what did y'all know about him and his involvement at that point?
We believe that he had driven Tara and Uriah to Laredo, and also believe that he was selling them methamphetamine.
Okay. And the reason you believe he's selling methamphetamine is he's a known meth dealer, is that correct?
I wouldn't say that he's a known meth dealer, just from my experience in narcotics.
Okay.
I had never heard of him before.
Okay.
This case.
Well, one of the things that you indicated was that you're an ex-narcotics officer, correct?
Correct.
And Bacliff is an area that's got a lot of meth, right?
Yes, sir.
I mean, it's kind of, I don't want to say that's what it's known for, but there's a lot of meth transactions that occur in the Bacliff area.
It's fair.
And if you're looking for meth people, that's one of the areas you sort of look at, right?
I wouldn't just target them if I was looking for meth. I mean, it's all over the county. But yes, there is a fair amount of methamphetamine in the Bayshore.
And that's the area where all of this took place, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, and you may, this is, I've sort of talked to some other people about this. I mean, but when you look at the house where the incident occurred, I mean, do you think that it was just in disarray because of what had happened there, or do you think that that was just the normal condition of that house?
Sustained.
Does that mean answer or no?
You don't have to answer that.
Oh,
He's
okay.
going to rephrase his question.
Oh, okay.
When you've seen houses before, correct, where someone has come in with the sole intention of burglarizing it and has totally ransacked the house. Is that right?
Yes.
Did this house seem like that?
Yes.
Okay. So then, and given that, then what you're saying is you think that that was not the normal state of the house.
Correct.
Okay. Do you think the normal state of the house was clean?
No.
Okay. Do you think it was still messy?
I wouldn't say messy. It was cluttered. The kitchen was pretty messy, and Tara's room was certainly messy.
Okay. And those are not things that would have been ransacked on the day that everything happened, correct?
Those two didn't appear to be ransacked, no.
Okay. There's a lot of valuable stuff that was left behind in wide open when y'all got to the house, correct? Mainly the guns.
Correct.
Okay. And how many guns were there that were just sort of strewn about the house or the living room?
I couldn't give you a number.
Decent amount?
I would say more than 5, less than 15.
Okay. So until the Instagram post, you had no dealings of any kind or knowledge of any kind of Travis Hodge?
No, sir.
Okay. And you may or may not know the answer to this, but was Travis Hodge, was he just storing the items he had, or was he supposed to be selling the items he had?
I can't answer that.
Okay.
I never spoke with Travis.
And what about ammunition? How many bullets and magazines and stuff were around the house?
I couldn't give you an exact number. I know there was a loaded 22 magazine just outside Tara's bedroom. I believe there were some more magazines that were located over by the guns by the Christmas tree. If there was more magazines, I couldn't tell you. Other ammunition, I don't really recall seeing any.
Okay. I'll pass the witness, Judge.
Just wait for it.
Okay.
Detective, Mr. Agnew was asking you a little bit about the state of the house and if it appeared ransacked, correct?
Correct.
And I believe what your comment was that the Tara's room and the kitchen didn't appear to be ransacked.
Yes.
Were there places inside the home that did appear to be ransacked?
Yes.
What was that?
The living room and Tammy's bedroom.
What part of the living room made you think that it was ransacked?
When I came in, there were credit cards and papers, and there was a driver's license. I didn't flip that over. There was a wallet that was thrown back behind the couch, along with there was an AR-15 behind the couch. There was some marijuana back there, and an empty wallet, which I'm just assuming that the credit cards came out of.
And was there anywhere else in the home that appeared to be ransacked?
Tammy's bedroom.
What part of Tammy's bedroom led you to believe it had been ransacked?
Where the safe was in the back, the mattress up against the bathroom door. She had along in the north wall of her bedroom, there was clothes and various boxes and things. A lot of those were knocked down.
Is it fair to say that you could tell the difference between what was messy and what seemed ransacked? Was there a difference to you?
Yes.
Okay. And why did that stick out to you?
At that time, we believed that there was a burglary at the house. I actually wrote the first search warrant for burglary with intent to commit other felony.
I'll pass this witness, Your Honor.
No further questions.
Thank you. You may step down.
Thank you.
Call the next witness.
The state called Dr. Monica Patel.
I hate it when this happens, but my program has frozen. I'll be right back. I told you I'd be right back. I'm getting quick at this, y'all. Every once in a while, I can't scroll. I can't do anything inside my program. I can't move anything, so I have to.
You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, ma'am. Will you please state and spell your name for the record?
Hello, I am Dr. Monica Patel, Monica Patel.
And Dr. Patel, how are you employed?
I am a deputy medical examiner at the Galveston County Medical Examiner's Office.
And what does it mean to be a medical examiner?
So a medical examiner is a physician who performs examinations on a person after they've died in order to determine cause and manner of death.
What sort of training and education do you need to have in order to become a medical examiner?
You need to have a medical degree and then go into training through pathology and then do a fellowship in forensic pathology. I have a Bachelor of Science from the University of Miami, from Miami, Florida. Then I went on to do a 4-year medical degree from Kansas City University in Kansas City, Missouri. I trained 4 years in pathology residency from Washington University in St. Louis, Missouri. And then I continued on to do a 1-year forensic pathology fellowship here in Houston, Texas at the Harris County Institute of Forensic Sciences.
And you mentioned that pathology is one of the things that you had to study, correct?
Yes.
What is pathology?
So pathology is, in general, is defined as the study of diseases. Most people know it as people who get tissue biopsies and look at cancer cells under the microscope. And then under that, you have several subspecialties, of which forensic pathology is one of them.
And so going a little bit deeper into that, what is the difference in forensic pathology?
So forensic pathology is doing examinations, whether it be external examinations or autopsy examinations, in order to determine cause and manner of death in individuals. And specifically for a medical examiner, it's individuals who have died suddenly, unexpectedly, or not naturally.
And you've said these words, cause and manner of death. Will you explain what those are to the jury?
Sure. So cause is generally the underlying disease or injury that causes a person to die, and manner of death is how that came about in the individual.
And so when we talk about cause of death, how many causes of death are there in the world?
A lot.
So it's not a short list, is that fair?
Correct.
And just to help everyone to kind of understand, can you give us an example of a cause of death?
Sure. In an elderly person who's got heart disease, it could be hypertensive and atherosclerotic cardiovascular disease. Another example would be somebody who has died from a drug overdose. It might be toxic effects of cocaine. So there is a variety of causes of death.
And then we move to manner of death. How many manners of death are there?
So there are, I believe, 5. There's natural, there's accident, suicide, homicide, and then there's undetermined one we can't reasonably categorize into the other 4.
And could you briefly tell me, kind of let's walk through them. What does a natural death mean?
Yeah, so a natural death is essentially an underlying disease that the person has and that they may have died from. As a result, an accident, general examples would be a car accident or a drug overdose, or even like an electrocution. A suicide is when somebody takes their own life, and then a homicide is a death at the hands of another individual.
And then you said undetermined when you can't determine which of these it is, correct?
Correct.
And so specifically when we hear the word homicide, is that the medical examiner's office determining whether something was criminal or not, or is it simply the fact that it was caused by another?
Simply that it was caused by another person.
So there's the medical examiner's office doesn't make a determination as far as the criminality of a death, correct?
Correct.
So generally, when you approach an autopsy, can you tell the jury what does that look like? How do you perform an autopsy?
Sure. So we receive the body from an investigating agency. The body is ascribed a specific case number to that individual. We open the body bag and photograph the individual as we've received the body, so we don't touch anything or remove anything. Then we go on to remove any articles of clothing or property and clean the body, photograph the body as it's clean. And if they have any injuries, I generally photograph the injuries before it's been cleaned and then again after. I take note of any identifying features of the person, any scars, hair color, eye color, etc., that might help identify an individual. Then once that's done, we go on to do the standard Y incision in order to open the body. We remove the chest plate, and then we go on to remove the organs one by one and examine the organs for any injury or natural diseases.
And about how long typically does an autopsy take, or does it depend?
It really depends on the case.
And while you are performing an autopsy, besides the photographs, are you documenting it in any way?
Yes, we have a page of notes, and we take notes. We photograph things as we remove them if there's anything abnormal about them. And then we go on to make dictations, and then a report is generated, and then that is finished at another time once all the information comes back.
And so you said a report is generated. What type of information are you waiting on to come back?
So in our office, we have a dictation system, so we dictate and somebody else transcribe it, so we have to wait a few days to weeks until that comes back. We also may receive additional information from investigative reports depending on the type of case, toxicology results, if that's submitted in certain cases. So there's a number of things that we could wait for.
And once you have compiled that report, does it get reviewed or anything by you?
In certain cases, yes. In homicide cases, I like to have my other colleague review the case.
Okay. And then you said once that's done, you compile the whole report and submit it, correct?
Correct.
Your Honor, may I, Coach? Dr. Patel, I'm approaching you with what's been marked as States 426. Will you look at this and let me know if you recognize it?
Yes, it's a copy of my autopsy report and the toxicology report.
Has it been changed or altered in any way?
No.
Your Honor, the statement to admit States 426.
No objection.
426 will be admitted.
And Your Honor, may I publish this?
Yes.
Thank you. All right, Dr. Patel, I want to go through this kind of in sections so we can explain it to the jury, all right?
Sure.
This top section, a little pointer to make it easier. This top section here, how do you gain this information?
So that is generally written on the investigative report, but like I said, each individual gets a specific case number, and then the name of the deceased, the person or people who are investigating the case, the date of birth, etc., to give us the age, race, and gender, the date we perform the autopsy, and then me, the prosector, and then the requesting authority.
Okay. And so this isn't information that you had personal knowledge of. You got some of this information from the agency who brought you the deceased.
Correct.
Okay. And then we move to autopsy findings. What does this section talk about?
So that's what we have found at the autopsy that helps us in order to determine the cause and manner of death.
And so here, I'm going to come back to this top portion, but I'll start down here. What cause of death did you determine for Mrs. King?
A penetrating gunshot wound to the head.
When you say penetrating gunshot wound, can you tell me what that means?
So penetrating means that a bullet enters the decedent's body and doesn't leave the body. It's retained in the body. When you have something called a perforating gunshot wound, it means that the bullet or projectile went through the person's body and exited the person's body.
So in this situation, being penetrating, that means the projectile remained within Mrs. King. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And then what did you rule the manner of death?
Homicide.
And you explained earlier that that means it was caused by another, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So let's go back up to Roman numerals I and, or 1 and 2. Roman numeral 1, can you tell us what it is that you discuss in Roman numeral 1?
So I describe a penetrating gunshot wound to the head, the entrance, which is on the left preauricular skin, which is the skin in front of the ear. And then I discuss the path, and so it goes from the left skin in front of the ear, it enters into the oral cavity, into the soft tissues of the oropharynx. It goes through the trachea or the windpipe, through the right carotid artery, into the right chest cavity, through the upper lobe of the lung. The lung has 3 lobes, so it's in the upper portion of the right lung. And then it goes between the back side of the right 10th and 11th ribs, where the projectile is found in the muscles of the right back.
So with this path, it says it starts in that left area in front of the ear, and you state it ends in kind of the right back area. Is that correct?
Correct.
Now, moving down to number C, what is that, or letter C?
So those are injuries of other things that may not have been directly in the path of the projectile. So we have fractures of the 2nd through 7th cervical vertebrae, which is the vertebrae or spine in your neck. We also had right hemothorax, which is basically blood in the right chest cavity, at least 500 milliliters. We also have fractures of the superior thyroid horns and hyoid bones, which are bones in your neck. And then fractures of the right 10th through 11th right ribs, where the projectile goes through.
And then what is the letter D and E telling us?
So D tells us the direction of the projectile, which is left to right and then downward. And then recovery means where the projectile was recovered from, which is the muscles of the right back.
Now, I want to talk a little bit about path and direction. How do you determine left, right, up, down? How do you look at that?
It's based on the positioning of the body as it is in anatomic position. So essentially it's when the decedent is lying, standing straight up with their arms forward. It doesn't actually mean the direction of the way the projectile was fired or the positioning of the body at wherever the body was found.
And so
Okay, hold on, guys. Why did it not? Hold on, guys. Why did my thing disappear? Okay, what we're going to do is right now. Sorry, June, you weren't here. Right now, the jury instructions are going on in the teacher shooting trial and or civil lawsuit. And I'm not going to play all of the jury instructions. However, when we get to closing arguments, we're going to pause here and we're going to go into the jury, into the closing arguments. We got a new member. Oh my gosh. Thank you so very, very much. Yes. So I am watching it. When we go to closing arguments, we're going to hop on over to that court.
does that mean that you don't know when you do your autopsy how exactly the body was positioned at its time of death?
Correct, not always.
And so the way you report it is if the person was just standing straight, like side by side, correct?
With their palms facing forward. Correct.
Okay. So for Miss King, if she had been standing, it would have been coming from her left to her right and from up to down.
Correct.
Okay. Let's move to this next section, the identification. Where do we get this information?
So that's the name of the individual, who performs the autopsy, what date, and then who assisted with the examination. We have more techs that assist with our examinations. And then also if anybody from any investigative agency is present at the time of the autopsy.
And is that something that is pretty normal to occur?
I apologize, what is normal?
I asked that poorly. Is it pretty normal for an investigating agency to observe an autopsy?
I would say it's regular in certain types of cases, yes.
Is it pretty regular in a homicide case?
Yes.
Now we move to the external examination. Tell me how that works.
So that is the description that I have described before, where we look at the body and we describe the height and weight and the eye color and the hair color, etc. And we just look at the body from top to bottom. Additionally, I include if there are decompositional changes in an individual in this section.
And so, for those of us who may not know or understand how it works within the human body, what do you mean by decompositional changes?
So decompositional changes are breakdown of the body after an individual has been dead for a certain amount of time. The types of changes that occur usually are from bacterial microbes that break down certain tissues of the body. So you'll get, for example, your skin can start slipping. You get bloating from the gaseous particles from the bacteria that might be breaking down tissue. You can have maggots on the body. So there's various different things that can occur during decomposition. In terms of time intervals, it's really just dependent on like the environment that the individual has been found in. So that's not really something that we determine.
But are you able to determine whether or not somebody is in decomposition or not in decomposition?
Yes.
Okay. Now, for Ms. King's external examination, can you tell the jury a little bit about what you observed?
So she's roughly 5'4" inches, 250 pounds. Rigor mortis, which is contraction of a dead body, has passed due to decompositional changes. We could not assess lividity, which is basically pooling of and seepage of blood from vessels, and that can kind of tell you the positioning of a body when it was potentially found dead. So if a person's lying on a certain side, sometimes it comes out to be like a cherry pink almost type color on that side, and you might be able to tell like how they may have been facing. But we can't in this case because of the decomposition. The type of hair color, which was gray ash brown, her eyes were dark, the corneas were cloudy because of the decomposition. We look for any hemorrhages in the conjunctiva of the eyes. And then we just look at general descriptions of like the nose, ears, the mouth, the neck, and then just general body areas.
And then kind of that last portion, what are you talking about here?
That is the decompositional changes that I described earlier.
Okay. Now, I know we can't go through kind of timelines on decomposition, but if somebody is deceased and immediately an autopsy performed, do they have any of these decompositional changes?
It is unlikely unless it's in a wet environment such as water that accelerates decomposition, or a very hot environment and then the individual is a little bit larger. Sometimes that can happen. It really just depends.
Okay. So it depends on those factors you were talking about earlier. There's a lot of things that change it, correct?
Correct.
Now, were you able to tell from what you knew about Ms. King and when you performed your autopsy on Ms. King, had she passed away that day?
I cannot tell.
Okay. But she appeared to have decomposition, correct?
Correct.
And would you call it, like, could you tell if it was early decomposition or had been decomposing for a little bit?
I wouldn't say that she'd been decomposing for months. That's generally when they start becoming skeletonized and stuff like that. But I can't say definitively how many days to weeks, or probably not weeks, but days.
Okay. Our next section, we talk about evidence of medical intervention, but we have none. What would medical intervention be?
Yeah, so if somebody's found unresponsive and emergency medical services or EMS comes by, sometimes they'll put like electrodes on the person to see if their heart's beating, or a tube in their throat to see if they're to help them with breathing. So in this case, there was no medical intervention.
And then we move to evidence of injury. Is this that kind of same penetrating gunshot wound we spoke about on the first page?
Correct.
In this portion, do you give any more information about that wound?
Maybe a little bit more detail on the size and where exactly it may be located, but the above section is generally the condensed version.
Now, I want to bring our attention to the very last line of this, where you say it looks like no soot, stippling, or marginal, and I'll flip to the next page. Abrasion is identified. What is that? What are you talking about?
So soot is described as burned gunpowder that comes out of the barrel of the gun and can be deposited on the skin, particularly in cases where the barrel is closer to the individual. Then we have stippling, which is unburned gunpowder that strikes the surface of the skin and almost causes little scrapes on the outside of the skin. And then marginal abrasion is essentially when a bullet enters the decedent's body, and if it enters at a certain angle, it can scrape just like a certain portion of the wound, the edge of the wound, before it enters the body.
And you had no signs of any of those items on this team, correct?
Correct.
And then subsection B, it looks like we're talking about that pathogen. Is that the same that we talked about earlier?
Yes.
Now, earlier you mentioned that there was blood in the right chest cavity, and you said at least 500 milliliters. Can you tell the jury, kind of in layman's terms, how much blood is that?
So an average individual has about 5,000 milliliters of blood. So that's 1/10, I believe, of somebody's blood volume, but we can't account for any blood that may have leaked out in the transport of the body. So I always say at least this much, whatever we have found.
And typically, how much blood should be in your right chest cavity?
None.
So there being 500 milliliters is something notable, correct?
Correct.
Okay, guys, now we're going to hop on over into the first grader red rumor attempt trial, or should I say it's not a trial. It's a civil lawsuit. Closing argument. June, we already have. I'm sorry, June. Look at all that we got marked off. You need me? I got to go back and fix it. Dang, girl.
It didn't change where Dr. Parker went. It didn't change what she did. And those choices that she made to treat January 6, 2023, like any other day, even though a gun should change everything, is why we're here today. We're here today to ask you to do something that we can't do alone. And the thing that we cannot do alone is that we cannot achieve accountability by ourselves. That's what jurors are for. That's what you all are here to do if you find that accountability should be had. And you all may have different jobs when you walk outside of this courtroom. You may have different obligations in your personal life, but when you're in this courtroom and you walk back to that deliberation room, if you're one of the jurors that decides this case, your job is to deliberate together and return a unanimous verdict. And in doing that, one of the first things you all will do, if the judge hasn't already told you, is you're going to pick a foreperson. And that foreperson's responsibility is to make sure that everyone participates in the verdict, that everybody's voice is heard in that room, that everybody chimes in and shares their ideas and talks about the evidence. And the reason for that is that the 9 of you who are here and the 7 of you who will decide this case are here as representatives of this community to voice their conscience of what's right. Just like yesterday was election day and we all cast our ballots, you all are here individually, but as part of this community to decide what should have happened on January 6, 2023. And when you're in that room and you're deciding these issues, there may be times where you disagree. And the hard part of this is you've been here for a week and a half and you get to know each other, and sometimes we can hear you laughing as you come out, which is great. And you've made friends. But when you get back into that jury deliberation room and you're talking about the issues in this case, and you're talking about how to decide something, you're going to have to speak and share your thoughts. And we're asking you to fight. We're asking you, when you get back there, to fight for what you believe is the right outcome in this case. And when you're doing that, one of the instructions that I will point you to, and the judge talked about it and I talked about it earlier when we picked the jury, is the burden of proof. We talked in voir dire, if you remember, we said this isn't a criminal case where you decide things beyond a reasonable doubt. And I may have done this with my hands, depending on which group you're in. I say this is a case you decide on the preponderance of the evidence. And I show you this because when you get into that deliberation room and you're fighting about issues, or you're trying to decide something, and look, I hope you get back there and everybody takes a straw poll and says, you're with us. I hope it. And we've put on enough evidence, I think, that that may be true. But as you're deciding those issues, this is where you come to. This question of what's more likely true than not true. That's the burden of proof in this case. And so with that, I'm going to take a step back and I'm going to give you a roadmap for what we'll talk about. This is called summation. It's my chance to tell you all what I think the evidence was, but you all were paying attention. You all took copious notes. And candidly, if the judge lets you, I'm sure you could come up here and give closing arguments yourself and tell us what this case was about. I think you know it that well. So my goal here isn't just to tell you what you heard from that witness stand or what you saw on that TV. My job here is to try and talk ideas so that when you get into that room and you're having those to resolve this, what are tactics that we can think through and process, and how do we answer these questions? And some you may like, and some you may not, and that's okay. That's my job so that I can help you do your job in that room in however long it takes us to get there. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to move pretty quick. We've already talked about your job. I'm going to move quick through the second stop, which is what I'll call fault, and we're going to focus on what Dr. Parker's job was. Then I'm going to talk about the blame game. And then if you'll let me, I'm going to slow down and I'll talk about costs and consequences at the end. And the reason I slow down is that it sounds like we're going to go fast, and we're going to try and go fast for the first part, but I don't want to lose grasp of what we're really here for. And that's to talk about the effect that this has had on Ms. Warner. Sound good? All right, if we can go to the PowerPoint. So, your roadmap: fault, blame, and cause. Fault. Her
Oh my gosh. He actually put a PowerPoint together and did not use hand-drawn drawings.
job is safety. Dr. Parker's job is safety. We talked in opening statement about promises. Do you remember that when Ms. Toscano came up here and we talked about expressed and implied promises, the things we say and the things that are meant with what we say? And when we get out onto the road, I know a lot of us don't have keys with keys anymore, but there's still keys out there. I have a 4Runner. You put that key in the ignition, you turn, and as you go out onto the roadway, you're making a promise. You don't have to say it to people, but what you're saying is, by strapping your seatbelt and going out onto the highway, you're saying, I promise to look out for you. I promise to see the stop signs that are there to be seen. I promise to stop at those stop signs. I promise to turn my blinker on when I go to change lanes. I make these promises because you rely on me to make the promise, and I rely on you to make the promise, so each of us can go home at night and see our families. We make those promises even though we never say them out loud. And then there are promises that come with what we say or how we say them. There are promises when you answer the phone and agree to take action or to find something out. And then the question becomes, what happens when you put the phone receiver down on the table and you don't meet that promise? That is what the judge was talking about when he instructed you on what's called Instruction 16. And this is the law to govern you in this case. It says a person who undertakes gratuitously or for consideration, in other words, whether you're paid for it or not, to render services which she should recognize as necessary for the protection of the third person, is subject to liability, talking about fault, to the third person, in this case, we're talking about Ms. Warner, for the physical harm resulting from her, Dr. Parker, failure to exercise care to protect her undertaking. So what does that mean? And we'll get through some of this evidence in a moment. But whether it was on a phone or through a doorway, around noon on January 6, 2023, there was a communication. And that communication involved a gun and a backpack. And she answered the call. And the question that you have to decide now is, by answering that call, by making the promise that I'm going to find something out, explicitly or implicit, we can talk about other promises later, did her failure to exercise reasonable care, in this case, did her failure to act, to do something, increase the risk of harm to Ms. Warner? Or, it's an or question, not an and, did Ms. Warner suffer harm because she relied on the third person? That is, she relied on somebody to act. That's our framework, right? That's what we're talking about in this case. That's the law that governs your decision. And let's talk about facts as they come through them. You're going to hear, before I do that, I have to explain this thing of negligence that we talked about. We've heard this word negligence. We've heard the judge talk about gross negligence. We'll look at the instruction a little bit later. Best way I know how to explain it, okay? Hang with me. If I had a baseball and I turned around, sorry, Keith, Mr. Williamson, if I turned around and I thought, I'm going to try and hit that gavel off the top. Actually, I'm going to change my mind. I'm just going to point right at Mr. Williamson's forehead. And I threw that ball, meaning to hit his forehead. That's what we call an intentional harm, right? You get it? I meant to do it, and I did it if I threw the ball. Negligence is knowing I'm not as good a baseball player as probably the judge. If I looked up at that gavel and said, or maybe that apple, said, I can probably hit that. And I threw it and I hit Mr. Williamson. I didn't mean to do it. I didn't intend to hit him. But it was not the wisest choice. Opposing counsel said at one point in opening statement, it was inadequacy. You remember that line? It's not indifference, it's inadequacy. We'll come back to that. It's not quite what I should do. Gross negligence. If I turn around, sorry y'all, and I decide I'm going to try and throw the ball to Mr. Bright. And in between Mr. Bright are Miss Werner and Miss Toscano. The risk of danger has gone up, right? It's going to be harder for me to throw that ball. And the truth is, I ain't that good at baseball. And so there's just as good of a chance that I throw it at him or I hit one of these two. That means I'm kind of indifferent. I may get it done, I may not. That's what we call gross negligence. The risk of harm has increased, and I'm somewhat indifferent to the outcome. And then we talk about recklessness, which is in one of the instructions. Recklessness is saying, I'm going to try and hit that back wall through that crowd of people, and by golly, I hope I do it, knowing the likely outcome. So we have levels to this, if you want to think of it that way. And the question is, how great is the danger? How great is the harm, the risk of it? And when I act or fail to act, how likely is it that something's going to happen? So, we've seen a lot of faces. We've heard a lot of testimony. I told you I'm not going to go through everything, but let's go through this. I told you at noon or around noon that day, there was Miss Kovac was told that by two girls that there was a gun. What we know is that Miss Kovac shared that information with Dr. Parker. And what I'm going to come back to throughout this closing argument, throughout this summation, is that every minute matters. Every minute matters. Miss Kovac says, we think the gun's in the backpack. And according to our expert, Ms. Shufflebarger, as you remember, at that moment, a gun changes everything. A gun changes everything. You stop and you investigate. You get to the bottom of it.
Amen.
You get to the bottom of that backpack. You get to the bottom of his pockets. Whatever it is, you get to the bottom of it to know whether that gun is real and on campus so you can deal with it. But that's not what happened. So later a communication comes back. We think it's put in the pocket. And then the check of the backpack happens, and it's gun out of backpack. And this is where we have the line, there are little pockets. It's a line that we heard on the stand. It's a line that you just can't forget when you hear those words. And then you have search the person, and the response is check the bag. And I want to stop here. By this point in the day, Miss West has asked Mr. Sims to ask Dr. Parker, have you searched the person? And when that communication is read or brought to Dr. Parker, what do we know? We heard in the instructions that evidence can be proven by direct and circumstantial evidence. What does that mean? I don't need to see the rain coming down from the sky to know it's raining if I walk out in the morning and there are puddles on the floor, right? I don't need to see the rain. I know it rained. And when Dr. Parker says, in response to, did you search the person? We checked the bag. What that tells us is that that was a real threat. That it was accepted as true, so much so that we needed to check the bag. All this talk about we didn't think it was a real threat. It wasn't a credible threat. Why are you agreeing with Ms. Kovac to search the bag if you don't think it's real? And when they say, did you search the person, and the response is, we already checked the bag, guess what that tells us? We thought it was real, and we don't know where it is anymore. We don't know where it is anymore. And then the boy outside of Miss West's classroom crying, remember? Crying, not wanting to go back into Mrs. Z's classroom where he's supposed to be. Says bullets and shoot. The boy showed me bullets, JT showed me bullets, and he said if I told anybody, I would shoot. Bullets, shoot, gun. The only way you can shoot a bullet is if you have a gun. And to tell us that telling a boy that he will be shot is not a threat. Not a threat. Goes against the very language that 6-year-old used. And then he goes and has a conversation with her again. You heard from Miss West, who said he was crying scared. I talked about R a moment ago. He was crying scared. And I suspect what you're going to hear from the other side is, well, we didn't get good information. Remember that from Dr. Klinger? Well, we didn't get good information. We didn't know that he was crying and scared. Somebody should have told Dr. Parker that he was crying and scared. When we go out onto the road and there's a stop sign on the corner of the street, tuck it behind a little corner or right there for us to see, either way. It's our job as we're driving down the road to see the stop sign. It's our job to look out for the stop sign. It's our job to find the rules of the road and the signs of the road so that we can then govern our behavior. It was Dr. Parker's job to investigate. The manual that governed their relationships amongst each other told her that you must first assume it is credible unless analysis suggests differently. Cause the student making the threat, if known and on campus, to be immediately removed, pending further investigation. What does that mean? That means you can't stick your head in the sand. You cannot stick your head in the sand and then come into court and say, I didn't have the information, when it was your job to find it. When it was your job to look for it and to do the investigation and to talk to that little boy who saw the gun and to talk to those 2 little girls who talked about the gun. And to talk to all of these people, if it's your job to investigate, which their handbook tells them it was, you can't come into court and say, I'm going to close my ears, close my eyes, put my head on my desk, and then use that as a defense to my case. The law says you know it because it was there to be known, because the stop sign was on the corner of the street and it should have been seen. It's no excuse to walk into court on a traffic ticket and say, well, Judge, I didn't see the stop sign. The stop sign was there. The stop sign was there, feet, yards from her. And then, in my view, you turn up the dial. Because at this point in the afternoon, there is a accumulation of information. We saw a gun. It was supposed to be in a backpack. We don't know where it is. It might be in his pocket. It was shown to a boy at recess with bullets. We still don't know where it is. He's crying, won't go to class. And another request. Can we search the person? And I suspect they'll come up here and they'll say, well, Mr. Rawls told you that he didn't think it was credible. My response to that is let's look at actions, because our actions speak louder than our words. Did we hear any other evidence of Mr. Rawls coming and asking to search just kids at random when he didn't think there was a threat? We talked, and all of the evidence is that searching, and even Dr. Klinger told us, searching a child is something that you do delicately. You only do if it's necessary. That's what they're taught. And he came to her directly and said, have we searched the boy? Again. And he wasn't the only one in that moment. Because in that moment when she heard, West heard, that they had not searched the person, Mr. Sims goes and stands outside the door of Mr. Rawls and Dr. Parker and says, are we searching the person? That's 3 times somebody is asking her to do this. 3 times. Countless times where we're talking about the boy throughout the day and a gun and where it is, but 3 times to search the boy. That should be flashing at you to act. And the response? Let's hold off. Let's hold off. It's 1:40 in the afternoon. Mom's going to be here at 2:30 p.m. to pick him up. Let's hold off. I told you that I would talk more about promises, right? When Mr. Rawls walks down the hall, being told directly, let's hold off and wait for Mom to come and then we'll take the action. What does that tell us, like the rain that we did not see? It tells us that she still thinks there's a gun. If she doesn't think there's a gun, what are you holding off for? If you don't think there's a gun, you don't say, we'll wait for Mom to come and we'll do the search. You say, there's no gun. Let me go back to my testing. It's that creeping thought, that knowledge that there is still a gun on campus that leads to somebody saying, we probably still need to do something, but let's hold off. Every minute matters. Every minute matters. And they'll say, no, that's not what she thought. That's not what she knew, right? We had a time with Dr. Klinger, weapon, firearm. We'll talk about that in a second. The very first witness in this case, and it's sometimes hard to forget because it's a week ago, the very first witness in this case interviewed Dr. Parker within days, in January of 2023, of this incident. And Dr. Parker herself said the students reported a gun in a backpack. Don't take my word for it. Take hers. At 12:20. And that at 1:40, there were still concerns of a weapon on campus. Her words to the school system as part of the investigation. Not my words. That means for an hour and 20 minutes, hour and 20 minutes, and we still got another 20 before Miss Warner shot. There is a gun on campus. And they come up here with Dr. Klinger and say, well, she needs more information. What more do you need? You knew who, you knew what, you knew when, you knew where he was all day. You knew when he was in the classroom, you knew when he was on the playground, you knew when he was back in the classroom. What more do you need to act when a gun changes everything? And this is no time to play name games. This is no time for, well, maybe the child said bullets. Is bullets really a gun? Ladies and gentlemen, if you have an elementary school, 6-year-olds, if we looked at the classroom walls, we're still teaching them how to use punctuation correctly and what words to use and how to capitalize letters. And you're going to wait until a boy says, no, it was a gun, it was a real gun, it was black, it had bullets in the gun? No, ma'am. Gun, bullet, weapon, firearm, we don't need to talk about what all they mean. Each of them required a response. Each of them. But what we know for certain is that it was a gun from her herself. And they're going to come up here and tell you hindsight 2020. Remember that? Hindsight 2020. It's easy to see now that there was a shooting, that we look backwards and now that we know there was a shooting. It's easy to know that looking at our rear view mirror. You don't need to look in the rear view mirror. There were road signs in front of Dr. Parker for an hour and a half, screaming at her, flashing at her, telling her exactly what was going to happen if she did not act. You do not need to look in the rearview mirror to know what's coming ahead. And the only reason it's in her rearview mirror is that she blew past the signs. She blew past the signs. Do we need every letter to know what it means? Do we need every letter? They're going to tell you this wasn't foreseeable. Remember that discussion? Wasn't foreseeable that this would happen. And that's why we talked about this question of foreseeability. And I'll show you an instruction on this. This is instruction 17. The defendant is not required to have anticipated or foreseen the precise injury, but it is sufficient that a reasonably prudent person would have anticipated or foreseen that some injury or damages might probably result from the negligent act. What does that mean? What that means is, and what they're going to try and argue to you is, who could have seen that a 6-year-old would pull out a gun from his pocket, point it at a teacher, and shoot? That's not the question. The question is for every moment, every minute, every second that a gun is in the possession of a 6-year-old who, I agree, has totally unpredictable behavior. If anybody has dealt with 6-year-olds, it's totally unpredictable. All the more reason to find the gun. All the more reason. That gun could have been popping up and down in his jacket and gone off. Handed it to a friend and gone off. Showed it to a friend and a book hit it and gone off. Dropped on the floor and gone off. You do not have to foresee the precise injury that was caused. Only that some injury or damages might probably result. If we can go to the... And for 2.5 hours, this thing was beeping on her radar. beeping. I use this as a metaphor to talk about what we just talked about. Because the focus here is a gun in a 6-year-old's hand. But I want you to think for a moment. Imagine there was a gun sitting right here on the playground at an elementary school. And a student comes up and says, there's a gun on the playground. Isn't the danger apparent just with a gun near the proximity of any of these agreeably unpredictable children? Isn't that the danger? Because the gun is what changes everything. And you may hear, well, we don't know if it was a real gun. We don't know. I think we heard from Dr. Klinger. Maybe it's kids talk about squirt guns all the time. Really going to take that chance? Really going to take that chance? I have friends that like to play roulette. When they go up to the roulette table and they throw that ball and they put their chips on whatever color they want, you know what they've already decided? Win, lose, or draw, I'm indifferent. That money's gone. If I win, great, I'll have a great night. If I lose, I've already accepted the fact that I've lost. They are indifferent to the chips on the table. They are indifferent to the odds that are before them. And if you're willing to gamble on a real gun or a squirt gun at an elementary school, you are indifferent to what happens next. You're going to hear from the other side, and I'll point this out to you in an instruction. This question of gross negligence. It's instruction 13. The degree of negligence which shows indifference to others that constitutes an utter disregard of caution amounting to a complete neglect of safety of another person. Indifference. And the other thing that you'll find in your instructions, and I'll point this out to you to say, a gun changes everything. I've said it many times. I'll say it again. That first time, that first moment, not acting is indifference. Every minute is indifference. But even if it was just me trying to hit the apple instead of me trying to throw the ball at Jeffrey, even if it was not indifferent the first time, you follow? Even if the first time wasn't indifferent, what the law says is if I keep trying to throw the ball and hit Mr. Williamson, and every act of that attempt is its own negligence, those add up. And you start to wonder, what are you thinking? Why do you keep trying to throw the ball and you're not getting the outcome that you're trying to achieve? And so each minute, I said every minute matters, because each minute in which there's nothing done, in which the actions that she's supposed to take are not taken, in which she's not ensuring the safety of the people on that campus, each minute adds up. It adds up, even if each one of them on their own is an indifference. Go to the PowerPoint. Care is a verb. Care is a verb. What do I mean? It means that when you hear from the other side that she did something. She cared enough to acknowledge that there would be a search. She cared enough to say, well, we'll have a plan to search the boy when the mom gets here. That those acts of caring, those feelings of caring, are enough. The response is, care in the law is not a feeling. Care in the law is a verb. It's an action. And the question is, what actions did she take in an effort to meet her obligation? Part 2, blame game. We'll go quick. This is the defense. Mistakes were made, but none by me. All right? Let's point the finger at all of these other people and say that they did the wrong thing. And I told you guys in voir dire, if many of you might remember, I said, look, at the end of this case isn't about the parents. This case isn't about other people. The question's just going to be whether she was grossly negligent or not. And that doesn't deter them. They're pointing the finger at everyone that they can point the finger at to try and deflect responsibility and play the name game. And the issue with that is that each of those people that they're trying to point the finger at had a piece of the puzzle on January 6th. They all had an element of it, whether it was the backpack or whether it was the bullets or whether it was the shoot or whether it was the search. Each had a piece of the puzzle. But you know who had the entire puzzle? Dr. Parker. Dr. Parker. And what they're doing is that they're telling you that, well, these individuals should have investigated. Ms. Kovac should have investigated. Mrs. Warner should have pulled the kid out of class. Ms. West should have done something else at the parking lot. What the policies tell us in their agreements with each other in terms of how they're going to operate at the school is that those were all her job. And so what they're saying is Dr. Parker dropped the ball and they want somebody else to pick it up for her and do it. That's not right. And every time they come up here and say that XYZ person should have done something different, that Ms. Kovac or maybe Mr. Rawls should have searched, just tilt that rear view mirror and look at it yourself. Because every finger that's pointed at somebody else by the other side of this case should really be a finger pointed at themselves in the mirror. What their job was, these staff members, was to be watchmen and to sound the alarm, and it was the job of administration within each of these policies to answer the call and to come and to do something about it. And each of them sounded the alarm, and they waited on the cavalry, and no one came. I told you I'd tell you about that moment where he said, hold on. Remember the moment Mr. Rawls says to Abby, hang tight. Hang tight, we're coming. Every minute matters. And what Mrs. Warner should have seen coming through that door was the help that was promised to her. That we're coming. The cavalry is on the way. The first time Mrs. Warner saw a police officer on January 6th, 2023, should have been when they walked through that door, not when she was laying on her back in the administrator's office. Told you I'd pause. Pause. I don't want to rush through this. I'm going to try and be efficient, but I don't want to rush through this because it's so important. Costs and consequences. This is the part that we talked about in voir dire, and I said, how do we come to this number? How do we come to an amount of money? How is that done? And to some of you, I said, we'll go through it. I'll give you tools, or I'll give you ideas, and we'll talk about the law, and we'll get you there. We'll make sure you understand what your job is and how to do it. And so with your permission, I'll start with a statement that I hope, I suspect, everyone agrees to. Everyone in this courtroom. Everyone in this courtroom. There is no material item, possession, object on this earth that is worth more than a human life. Not a single one. You're not supposed to watch the news, according to the judge. You can still watch the news. And last night I was sitting and I was watching the news, and I saw the news of a plane that crashed outside of Louisville, Kentucky. A UPS plane. And you know the first question that the newscaster asked? How many lives were lost? He didn't ask, well, how much the plane cost? Or was it holding freight? Or what was the freight? Or what was in the plane? First question. And the first question that each of us thinks, whether it's in our gut, in our head, or out our mouth, is how many lives were lost. And that's because there isn't a single thing on this planet that is worth more than a human life. So we start there. And then the question is, how do we value, how do we count the value of a human life? Well, over time, we've come up with phrases that we use every day. We use phrases like time is money. Heard that one? Time is money. We hear phrases that started in the 1600s and the 1700s that say, can I have a penny for your thoughts? Or, is it worth my time? All of these questions tell us that we understand that there is a value, a dollar sign, as weird as it seems to think about it, that we equate to our human experience that we count in minutes, hours, days, weeks, months, years. And you heard it in this courtroom. We had experts take the stand. And they were asked, how much are you being paid for your time? Remember that? $500 an hour to be here. Now, Dr. Klinger took the stand for about 2.5 hours, more than $1,000, sitting in this courtroom, talking about life experiences that she lived. And nobody blinked an eye. We understand, whether we ever think about it or not, that there is an equation, that we can equate human life and our experiences to dollars and cents. And it's my job to try and talk to you about that, and it's ultimately your job to decide how much it's worth. So, the jury instructions will tell you what I call what buckets or elements of damages to think about. And when I say that, I mean these 4 things right here. And we'll take them in order, and I'll tell you that I'm going to merge some of them. So we're first going to talk about bodily injuries, disfigurement, and deformity. The law says that if she is entitled to recover, that is, if Ms. Warner has proven her case, that she's entitled to recover money for each of these elements. So, why did we put on the evidence? Why did we, if we can go back, put on the evidence of these 3 doctors and other doctors that came before you? It's to show you the injuries. To show you the injuries so that you could understand, based on the jury instruction, how bad, how severe, and duration, which is what the jury instruction says. How long will this be? And this is what we talked about. That a bullet pierced through her hand, into her rib, through her lung, and that it pooled. Remember that from Dr. Munn? That it pooled and it collapsed her lung, but that cavity is still in her body. And because that cavity is there and that bruising comes through, we talked about scar tissue. Like you pull a muscle and it never goes back to the way it's supposed to be. And it stays that way, and it affects the way that they can breathe. And it pierced through her hand. We had pictures of the fragments that were through the wrist. And we talked about the issues with the thumb and the index finger and the middle finger. And you heard Dr. Anderson tell you that this is the type of injury we see in war, that it's devastating. And that even though the bullet made its way through the hand and into her body, it still rests there today. And it still rests there today because it is 2 centimeters. 2 centimeters from her aorta. She was 2 centimeters from death. And that's never going to change. It's never going to change. It's there forever, and we talked about the surgeries that were done, and even to this day, she sits here with a piece of metal on her finger. Not because she did anything wrong, but because this bone still will not heal. And I will tell you, whether that bone heals or does not heal, we know for certain her wounds, all of them, will never go away. Don't we know that? Don't we know that even every moment she goes into the doctor's office and has concerns about what her medical condition might be, and she has to tell them, I've got a piece of metal 2 centimeters from my aorta, I can't have that test. I can't do that thing that I might need. And so when we talk about bodily injuries and their severity and their duration, what we're talking about is how bad is it in the way that it affects somebody's life every day. And if you can't open a chip bag, and somebody might say on the other side, it's just a hand. It's just a hand. Is it? Is it when you return home from surgery in the hospital and you're with your mother, and we're talking about disfigurement and deformity, and you can't move your hand, and you can't bathe yourself at 25 years old? You can't use the restroom by yourself. Are we just talking about a hand? Or are we talking about what it is to have dignity and be a human being? The element of instruction talks about mental anguish. It talks about physical pain and mental anguish. But I'll tell you right now, physical pain, she felt more than anyone could ever imagine. I promise you that. And we showed you videos to try and tell you and show you exactly what it was like. But even when the pain goes away or goes down, this doesn't. This keeps going. And we heard from Dr. Watson, and we spent time talking about re-experiencing. Do you remember that? And I had a roadmap stop with Dr. Watson that said brain and body. Remember that? Brain and body. Why did we talk about brain and body? Because you don't injure part of a human being. You don't just injure a hand or an arm. You injure all of them. You change all of them. And what we heard about and what we talked about is a young woman at 25 years old, who had chosen her way of life, who had decided who she wanted to be, where she wanted to go, and the purpose that she would achieve. You heard from her sister that said she had a purpose. She knew what she wanted, and she was chasing it at 25 years old. And some may say, do you want to be a teacher? Really? That's what she wanted. Maybe it's because her mother did it. Maybe it's because she wanted it for herself. But that was her choice. And they'll talk to you about cosmetology school. like she had considered this beforehand. Really? Really? She chose to be a teacher knowing full well from the experiences of her mother exactly what it meant. That it meant sitting with a printer next to you while you sat next to your sister and she watched movies. That it meant late nights. That it meant early mornings. That it meant difficult times with your students. That it meant being around them and shaping the future of our country. And I'm not saying that to you to tell you that being the teacher is the most valuable thing in the world. What I'm telling you is that it was her choice. It was her choice, and her choice to be what she wanted to be is changed and taken from her. What do we value that at? What do you value it at when you decide that this is who you're going to be in life? And through no fault of your own, against your will, and without your consent, that's taken from you. That dimming of a light of a young woman who used to pop at you with color. That numbing of life's experiences. Numbing of it. What is that? That's not every couple months. I told you I would repeat this. Every minute matters. Every minute matters. When you change a human being, when you change who they are, and you rob them from the control to decide who they will be in the future, you've changed them forever. You've transformed that person. And the Abigail Werner that sits here in front of us today, on this day, November 5th, 2025, is not the same Abigail Werner that walked into the classroom on January 6th, 2023. Does anybody have a doubt of that? It's not the same person. I'm not saying it's no one anymore. I'm not saying she's any less of who she was. What I'm telling you is that she's been changed and she didn't want to be changed. And what damages do you arrive at? What number do you arrive at for somebody who didn't want this and it's been inserted into her life like a bullet fragment against her spine? Every minute matters. I showed you the video of her laying. You know the video I'm talking about, right? Outside the office. I don't need to show you again, right? I don't need to show you again as she laid in the office and the color that her sister talked about in her face and the light that was in her life you could see was sucked out of her in that moment. And I asked her to step out of this room when we showed that video. And I asked her to step out of the room because she doesn't need to see the video to know what that was like. That was her life. She lived it. And just like it might be burned in your memories, do you think it's not burned in hers? And when you think about moments of compensation, what is fair? The question that I asked you to determine is if in that moment, and if in that moment someone came to Ms. Werner and said, Abby, this is what you're about to experience. This is what we're going to put you through. There's going to be a boy's face you'll never forget. It's going to come to you when you don't want it to. And you're going to be walking down a hall, and you're going to be thinking you're on your way to heaven. And then for a moment, you're going to think you're not going there. Until you're shocked back to life with the pain and pressure of a colleague trying to save your life. If I stopped this case right there, if we stopped it in that moment in time, at 1:59 in the afternoon on January 6th, do you think that Abigail Werner would trade any amount of money and say, yeah, I'll go ahead and experience that. That moment that I thought I was not going to heaven, that my faith had failed me, I'll trade that for $10 million. Do you think she would trade it? She wouldn't. She wouldn't for a moment, but your job is the difficult one, which is to say how much would be fair and full if she had to take a trade. If a trade was forced upon her, what would be the fair amount of money? Because that's what's happened. It was forced upon her, and you have to decide how much would be close. And not just for that moment, but for the next, and the next, and the next. And the moments where she wakes up in the middle of the night, thinking of that exact moment, reliving it again, like it's playing on the screen in front of you and she doesn't need to see it. What is that worth? There are some holes. I told Miss Toscano not to get too close to me, but it reminded me of something. We've all had that moment where you're getting a cold. You can feel it coming on, right? You can feel the tickle in your throat. And it's coming to you and you're thinking, tomorrow, probably not gonna feel too good. My nose is gonna start to run. Next day, I may have a cough. I'm gonna stay away from people. Next day, I'm gonna feel worse. My head's gonna hurt. But what we have when we have those colds is that we know that one day will come, whether it's tomorrow, the next, or next week, that we're going to throw our legs off of our bed. We're going to sit at the end of it. And you're going to go, it's gone. I don't have it anymore. It's not with me. She will never have that moment. As much as she wishes to escape in her dreams and escape in real life, every time she throws her legs off the bed, that will be with her forever. And every time she sees somebody reach their hands in their pockets, which I've tried to be conscious of, will be picking a scab at a wound that will never heal. It is for all these reasons, and for all of these moments, that when you sat here a week ago, I asked you that we would be asking you for a verdict for $40 million, and if the evidence supported it, could you return the verdict? It is because she will never be the same, and somebody might say, they might say, that's a lot of money. It is a lot of money. I agree. But do you think for a moment she would trade it for what she's endured? If we could tell Abby to walk out that door right now, and her sister could look in her eyes and talk to her again, do you think she would trade it? This is the final thing I'm going to talk to you about. When you get back into that deliberation room, I want you to remember our conversation in jury selection, and I asked you about rendering a verdict based upon sympathy or not. Remember that conversation? And I said to you, it's not supposed to be based on sympathy for her, but it's also not supposed to be based on sympathy for Dr. Parker. Because when you go through this calculation and you decide what all of these harms and these losses and what's been taken from her is worth, it's not up to you to decide where the money comes from. It's up to you to decide what it's worth. What it's worth. And if you get back into that deliberation room and there's a conversation and somebody says, well, what effect will that have on Dr. Parker? Or how will she ever be able to pay it? And if for those reasons you reduced your verdict, the number might be correct. whatever number it is that you decide in that moment might be correct, but it would be the right verdict for the wrong reasons. Because the only reason that you can reduce the amount of what it's worth to her is if you decide it's not worth as much as what we're asking. And that's a critical point, because at the end of the day, what we want is a right verdict, but we want it for the right reasons. Because if it's full justice. Whatever full means to you, whatever you decide full is, that is full justice. And any centimeter or sip less than full justice is injustice. And injustice anywhere is a threat to justice everywhere. And so when you decide this case, when you analyze the facts, when you consider all the evidence, and you decide what's full and what's fair, I'm asking you, and I trust you, to render the right verdict for the right reasons. Thank you so much for your attention.
All right, thank you, Mr. Beniozen. All right, I think based on the timing, it's probably appropriate to take a lunch break now, because you wanted a break to set up anyways, correct?
Take a short break and go ahead now, or I can wait till
I think because it's 1 o'clock, we'll go ahead and take our lunch break. Now we'll keep it to 45 minutes, so no one has to go anywhere. We will come back at 1:45 for the defense's closing, and then my final instructions to you. Please do not discuss the case yet. It is not time for you to do so. All right? All right, thank you. Let me take the jury out for lunch.
Please stand for the jury.
Yes, I made a mistake. And yes, I'm having to rebead. No, I am not happy. Because I now bleed.
You can set up whatever you need, all right? All right, thank you.
Ow. Okay, we're going to go back to the other trial.
Then we move to the internal examination. And can you let us know what we're talking about in the body cavities portion?
So this is the description of all the body cavities. So we have the right chest, the left chest, the sac that holds the heart. We call that would be kind of a cavity, and then the peritoneum, which is the abdominal cavity. So we note if there's any other blood collections or any other things in there that should not be there. We describe if the organs are in their normal positions, and then if any organs are missing, essentially from surgical intervention.
And was there anything largely of note in Ms. King's body cavities?
Other than what was described above, no.
And then we move to the head. Was there anything of note other than the description of the gunshot wound in Ms. King's head?
No, but she did have a severely decomposed brain, so at some point evaluating the brain structures it gets difficult because the brain has no form.
And then kind of same question for the cardiovascular system. Was there anything largely of note in the cardiovascular system of Mrs. King?
She did have some atherosclerosis, which is plaques in your coronary artery, but nothing of note that's unusual.
Would the plaque in her coronary artery?
Yes.
Plaque in her coronary artery, would that have had any impact on her death in this case?
No.
And then we move to the respiratory system, that kind of first line, and then we move to the next page. note in the respiratory system?
No.
And then same question in the neck.
Other than the described injuries, again, no.
And then I'll kind of go through these a little bit together. For the, I'm not even going to attempt to say that word.
Hepatobiliary system.
Yes, ma'am. That one, the digestive system, and I'm also not going to attempt that one. Were there anything of note in those three sections?
No.
And I'll ask the same for the next two sections.
No.
And then we have a.
Yes, it does.
What does opinion? How do you create the opinion portion?
So I just take a combination of a general description of the circumstance, what was found at autopsy, sometimes toxicology findings if it's pertinent, and then based on what the autopsy findings are and the investigation, what the cause and manner of death is determined to be.
So I want to go through a couple of things with Mrs. King. We talked about the plaque in her coronary artery. You said that didn't have any effect on her cause of death, correct?
Correct.
Now, we know that the cause of death was ultimately that gunshot wound of the head. How lethal was this gunshot wound?
It was fatal.
And was this a wound that with immediate medical attention she could have survived, or what circumstances were we looking at?
I'm not sure if she would be able to have survived this injury. It really would be like how quickly I guess medical intervention could have happened, if a vascular surgeon could have repaired her right coronary artery or her lung. I'm not really sure.
But ultimately we know that this gunshot wound was fatal.
Correct.
Now, you also talked about specimen and their toxicology if it was an effect. Does toxicology get performed on all autopsies?
Not on all autopsies, but in all homicides, yes.
So was toxicology performed on Mrs. King?
Yes.
And now I know, let me ask, are you the individual who performs the lab work for toxicology?
No, we are only the individuals who collect the specimens to be sent out to another laboratory, who then performs the analysis.
And you stated, though, in your opinion, that you do take into account toxicology results if you think that they had an effect on the death. Is that correct?
Correct.
Now, we don't see in the opinion here anything about Mrs. King's toxicology. Did anything in her toxicology make you think or cause you to formulate the opinion that had anything to do with her death?
No.
Now, I know you're not the individual who tests it, but you're familiar with the toxicology results, correct?
Yes.
Now, for what you would look at to create your opinion, was there anything of note in Mrs. King's toxicology?
She had the presence of delta-9 THC, and then a metabolite, which is delta-9 carboxy THC, some hydrocodone, and then ethanol, although the ethanol is a very low level, which may also be produced from decompositional changes.
So I kind of want to go through that a little bit. So the ethanol and blood alcohol concentration, that is a low amount and may come from decomposition, but we don't know, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And then the hydrocodone, was the result for the amount of the hydrocodone anything of concern for you?
No.
Why?
It is not within the reported fatal range, and also she had a fatal gunshot wound.
Okay. And then additionally, the delta-9 carboxy THC and delta-9 THC, is that THC or marijuana?
Yes.
Okay. And was the amounts of the delta-9 THC and carboxy, were those of any concern to you or of note to you in your opinion?
No.
Would those levels of THC have facilitated her death?
Not that I am aware, no.
Okay. Now, you stated that you take photos as you perform your autopsy, is that correct?
Yes.
Now, because of the state of decomposition that Mrs. King was in, are the photos pleasant?
I would say no.
And would only a couple of photos be enough to let the jury see without giving them everything?
I apologize, I don't understand the question.
Are we able to show just a couple photos of Mrs. King to show her injury without showing all of your autopsy photos?
Correct, yes.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
Yes.
Dr. Patel, will you please look at these images and let me know if you recognize them?
Yes.
How do you recognize them?
They are, they have the specific case number that is for this decedent.
And Your Honor, may I, or state moves to admit states 427 through 430.
No objection.
Okay, no objection. States 427 through 430 will be,
And Your Honor,
you know, not on the overhead. We can publish them for deputy point.
yes, ma'am, I can absolutely do that. Your Honor, may I approach real quick?
Yes. Can you do approach?
We're going to take a quick break here. I'm going to pop up our bingo card. I'm only going to read what we now need. You need interview law enforcement office. I'm tempted to do the law enforcement because we had a law enforcement officer on the stand, but that's a June call. I need fair to say, refresh memories, refer to note, what if any, and fair and accurate. That is all I have on my card that I need to go on a blackout. Okay?
Thank you, Deputy. And Your Honor, may I publish states 429 and 430 on the please? Now, Dr. Patel, you spoke about locating a projectile within Mrs. King, correct?
Yes,
And you stated that was in her right back area.
correct.
Now, besides photos, do you take any other types of images of a decedent?
Depending on the case, usually with something that has a any gunshot wound, we take x-rays.
And is that what we're looking at in states 430?
Yes.
Can you orient the jury as to what part of the body this is?
Yes, this is the, I guess the thoracic cavity, which is basically portions of your torso. This here is the spine. And then this right here, you can see is a projectile.
And we see there's this white device-looking thing in the middle. Do you know what that is?
It looks like surgical intervention that she may have had earlier.
So does it have anything to do with the injuries observed in the autopsy?
No.
And ultimately, after you take this documentation, do you retrieve that projectile?
Yes.
Is that what we're looking at in states 429?
Yes.
Your Honor, may I approach this witness?
Yes.
Deputy Flynn's going to grab us some scissors.
Yep, those are painful. I don't need to have a disc fusion. It's happening naturally.
Alright, Dr. Patel, if you would, and if you would like to use any gloves, there is a set to your left. If you would open this package and then let me know if you recognize the content within.
Please do not pull out the woman's brains. I had a question. Somebody asked yesterday or the day before what this is. This is raw natural beeswax. It's black on top because my thread is black. I run my thread across it and it loads wax onto the thread. The reason is because I am beating through straw, and straw will strip my thread in a nanosecond. It's very tough on thread. And that way this also helps it glide through and protect the thread.
Changed in any way other than some stickering from a lab.
That's the projectile.
Your Honor, state's going to move to admit states 431, tendering to opposing counsel.
Objection.
431 will be admitted. It is 431, the same image we just showed in 429 to the jury, or Dr. Patel.
I apologize. Repeat what you just said.
Is Exhibit 431 the same image we see in states 429?
Yes, a sealed version.
Is it fair to say this is the photo and this is the real thing?
Yes.
Once you complete your report and all of your documentation, do you have anything further to do with the criminal investigation in the case?
Not with the investigation. We may just come for testimony if it goes to trial.
So what we're doing here today?
Correct.
I'll pass this witness, Your Honor.
You know, may I approach the witness, please?
Yes.
Who's going to touch it?
It's up there. 426.
And I'm going to show you the autopsy report, and there's the last couple pages here that were included in here that y'all did not discuss. Could you tell me what these pages are for right here?
These are the reporting limits of certain tests that were performed.
And what do they indicate?
I guess the limits of their analysis.
But I mean, as far as like, there's one that has a reading for amphetamines, another one that has a reading for methamphetamines. Does that mean that it's in their system or no?
No, it was not reported to be in their system.
And that's what I wanted to make clear. So these things here are showing that they're not in their system, but when you on the page we discussed earlier, those are showing that they were in their system, correct?
Whatever is in the positive findings is something that was found in their blood, correct?
So these two pages here are just really to exclude what was not in their system. Is that correct?
I apologize. Can you say that again? Yes, it says that the following tests were performed for this case, and it has a list of the tests that were performed, and then whatever they deem appropriate according to their levels to be positive will be reported in the positive findings.
Okay, I just wanted to make that clear for the jury. Now, in this case, I mean, you cannot say necessarily how what was in her system contributed to her death, correct?
I believe that, I'm sorry, can you rephrase the question?
It was a horrible question, I apologize. But what you indicated earlier is what was in her system did not contribute to her death, correct?
Correct.
Okay, but it may contribute to other factors that, don't necessarily contribute to their death, but affect their behavior. Is that correct?
Yes, drugs can affect a certain individual in a certain way.
Okay. And I mean, and what I'm getting at is, I mean, in this case, the thing that she was positive for was the hydrocodone. You said it was not necessarily a fatal amount that she took, but that would still potentially impair someone's ability, correct?
Potentially, but I can't testify to somebody's behavior.
And that's what
Yes.
I'm getting at. I mean, you can't. What you can't talk about is how any of these things were affecting her up to date.
Correct.
Okay. But we do know that those things have a tendency to affect people in varying ways, correct?
Correct.
So we just don't know how.
Yes.
With her. Okay. I'll pass it to the judge.
Nothing further for this witness, Your Honor.
Thank you. You may step down. Call your next witness.
The state calls investigator Rachel Martin. Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning.
Will you please state and spell your name for the record?
Rachel Martin, RACHEAL-MARTIN.
And Ms. Martin, what is your proper title currently in your position?
I'm a crime scene investigator.
So is it all right if I call you Investigator Martin?
Yes.
Now, Investigator Martin, how are you currently employed?
I'm employed with the Galveston County Sheriff's Office in the Crime Scene Investigation Unit.
How long is it that you've been employed in that division?
I went over to the Crime Scene Investigation Unit in 2019.
So roughly 6 years ago?
Yes, ma'am.
And what sort of training or experience do you need to have in order to start in the Crime Scene Investigations Unit?
So you have to be a certified peace officer through the state of Texas. I'm an intermediate peace officer.
And we've heard some testimony from other officers about to become a peace officer, you must go through an academy and get TCOL certified. Is that the same path that you took?
Yes, ma'am.
And you said you hold an intermediate peace officer license?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, was your entirety of your law enforcement career spent in the crime scene unit?
No, ma'am, I was not.
Where else were you?
I began with the Sheriff's Office in 2014 in the Corrections Division. Made the decision to attend the Police Academy in 2015. Graduated from the Police Academy in 2016, where I remained employed with the Corrections Division until I came to the Crime Scene Unit in 2019.
And so when you're employed with the Corrections Division, what does that mean?
You're employed and you work in the jail.
So what is generally the crime scene unit?
So we respond to all major and some minor calls, anything from burglaries to homicides. We do a thorough investigation and then follow up any type of processing or laboratory runs, anything like that.
Now, other than your intermediate peace officer license, do you have any sort of extra training or credentials that you've obtained in order to aid in your job?
Yes, ma'am, I have.
What are they?
Okay, so I have roughly over 3,000 TCOL hours. TCOL is the Texas Commission on Law Enforcement. It's basically the governing certification board for the state of Texas for peace officers and jailers. I have a property and evidence certification through TEACS, which is an extension program through A&M for peace officer training. I have a property and evidence certification through TAPIT, which is another certifying body for property and evidence. I am an advanced fingerprint analyst. I received that training, basic, intermediate, and then my advanced through TextBack, which is just a training, what would you call it, like someone who provides training to peace officers, a training body. And I'm also a palm print analyst through that same training coordinator. Also through TEACS, I have my Forensic Investigator 1 certification, and then my Forensic and Investigative Sciences certification as well. I'm a NIBIN operator. That's basically a national ballistics database that we input information into, and it gives us a readout. It's also known as IBIS, just an integrated ballistics system. I'm also a ballistics IQ operator. That is basically our triage software. It provides us with a local database for ballistic information, as well as it triages the ballistics information to give us the best quality output to put into NIBIN, which was the operating system I spoke about first. I'm a CDR operator, which is a crash data retrieval. It's a hardware and a software system. Any vehicle that is involved in a crash, we can utilize this hardware and software programs to pull any type of data from any of the airbag modules or any other modules that are available, depending on the newness of the vehicle and its abilities. I'm certified as a crime scene investigator through the IAI, which is the International Association for Identification. It is basically a certifying body that gives us a test depending on what level analyst you're going for, and you must pass that test with at least an 80% to be certified. I did a 3-month National Forensics Academy at the University of Tennessee, where I received my crime scene investigator certification as well. They house you in Tennessee for 3 months, and you delve into all the different facets of crime scene, from fingerprints to skeletal retrieval at the body farm. While I was there, I received a basic certification for bloodstain pattern analysis, as well as a basic certification for shooting reconstruction.
Is it fair to say you have a lot of training?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, whenever you get assigned to work a case, how is it that it becomes your case?
So we rotate on an on-call basis in our division. So typically if you're on call, you're the initial investigator that receives that call, that assignment. We do kind of rotate out like major cases, anything that deals with some sort of death or homicide, because you may receive 3 or 4 while you're on your on-call, and that's just too much of a workload, so it gets assigned out that way for those. But if you receive like a burglary call or something that you just go work that is on a smaller scale, if you're on the on-call rotation, then you take on that case.
Now, when you are the lead on a case, do you do everything yourself, or how do you approach that?
No, ma'am. So when we receive a case that's on a larger scale, it's typically all hands on deck. So our entire investigative team will come, and then as lead investigator, you will assign out duties to the other investigators to kind of divvy out the workload.
I want to bring your attention to February 6th of 2025. Do you recall that date?
Yes, ma'am.
What were you doing on that date?
I was on call.
Okay. And so when you're on call, ultimately who calls you if there's a need for your services?
Typically it's the first responder on scene that gives us a call.
And did you receive a call on that day?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
Once you received that call, what did you do?
I was briefed over the phone on what was initially seen on scene, and then I told them that I would be en route to the scene, and then I called my first line of contact, which is my Sergeant Patrick Ryan. I called him, advised him of the details, and then he made the calls then to the other investigators to get everyone over there on scene.
Where was it that you went en route to?
I believe the address is 4723 15th Street in Bacliff.
And while this may sound like a silly question, what county and state is that in?
Galveston County in the state of Texas.
Now, when you arrived to this location, can you tell me what type of location this was?
It was a residential home.
And once you arrived as the lead investigator, what is the first step that you do?
The first thing that we do is we meet with the first responders on scene and get a full rundown in person of what they saw and everything that took place, if anything had been moved or altered from the state when they initially arrived, so that we can go in with that information, but just get all of the details from them before going in and assessing the scene.
And how is it that you have the authority to go into a scene?
So when an unattended death has happened where someone is deceased outside of the medical hospital, it gives us the right to go in and do an investigation.
And then sometimes do you ultimately require a search warrant?
Correct, that is correct.
And in this case, is that essentially what happened?
Yes, ma'am, it is.
Okay. Now, once you enter a home or a location, what do you do first?
So we do an initial walkthrough, and we basically assess the scene, try to find things that stick out, that look maybe out of place to us, and try to kind of put together an initial ideation of what took place in the residence.
And when you walked into this residence, can you tell me what you observed?
Sure. So initially going through the front door, you walk directly into the living room area. As I looked around the living room, I saw a couple things that stuck out to me. There was an open bag of dog food kind of out of place in the middle of the living room. There was a purse, and then like items, as ladies know how we keep our purse, right? Our receipts, our cards, our business cards, things like that were kind of scattered on the living room floor, which looked out of place. There were firearms sitting in the living room, which seemed a little out of place to me. And then there was some monetary, like, I can't remember the denomination, but there was some money as well, just kind of laid out on the floor.
And once you looked through this living area, where did you go to next within the home?
We walked through the living room, and then it takes you into the dining room area, which is also connected to the kitchen.
And was there anything out of place or of note within the dining area?
So in the dining room area, the only thing that I really notated was there was a hard case for a firearm that was empty, open on the dining room table, but nothing else really stuck out. There was a blue Tupperware bowl with some sort of like, looked to be like a glitter substance or something on the floor, as if the bowl was housing that substance and had come open in the dining room area.
Okay. And where did you go after the dining area?
Into the kitchen.
And was there anything of note or out of the norm to in the kitchen?
No, not really. It was just a little unkept with the dirty dishes in the sink and like some fast food bags and stuff on the counter.
Where did you go after the kitchen?
Went into, there's a room just directly, which would be north of the kitchen, which was utilized kind of as like a storage room, but it was also where the washer and dryer were kept as well. So I went into that room next.
And same question, was there anything out of the norm that you believed or something that caught your attention in the utility room?
The utility room was packed pretty full of just random items, maybe kind of used as a storage space. Like I said, there was a little walkway path through the items that you could go, and then towards the end of the back of the room, there was a doorway with a washer and dryer kind of set off to the right, and then things were kind of turned over and laying into the walkway. And then I believe it was the dryer was kind of positioned in front of the door to restrict access from the outside.
From your observation, was that door able to be opened?
No.
After looking through the utility room, where do you go next within the home?
So I walked back through the kitchen, through the dining room, and then on the south wall of the dining room is an opening that leads to a hallway where there's 2 bedrooms and a restroom. So I went into the west end of the hallway, which is to the right, to the bedroom, the far west bedroom.
And what was your observation about the far right bedroom?
That bedroom was just kind of utilized as a storage area as well. Kind of like the other utility room, there was a small walkway where you could get through, but it was full of just random personal items. Nothing of note.
After that room, where did you go next?
Into the restroom.
And was there anything of note in the restroom?
No.
And where did you go after that?
I went into the bedroom that was located on the east end of the hallway, along the south wall, and that was Tara's bedroom.
And how could you tell that that was Tara's bedroom?
It was definitely a bedroom for a teenager.
And what were your observations about Tara's bedroom?
The bedroom was kind of unkept, really. Nothing notable in there. The only thing that I saw that kind of struck concern for me was there was a bed, lots of items on top of the bed, so I don't know how anyone slept on there, but there was also a sleeping area that was kind of created underneath a desk area with lots of bottles of yellow liquid in it. But other than that, it was just like a normal teenage bedroom, just posters all over the walls and like figurines, collectibles, and stuff on shelving units.
After leaving Tara's bedroom, what part of the home did you go to next?
I walked back out into the hallway area, into the dining room, and then to the primary bedroom.
And in the primary bedroom, what were your observations?
So walking into the primary bedroom, you are met, it's like a little walkway with walls on both sides, and then it opens up into the entire bedroom. The bed is located on the south wall, which is to your right, and there was items kind of strewn about, messy. There were safes located on the east wall of the room that were opened and basically empty. There was nothing left in them. And then there was items in the bathroom doorway that was kind of like restricting access to be able to walk into the restroom area. And then just like papers that you would normally see, like kept somewhere, like your deed to your home, and licensing. I think it was like a concealed handgun license, and other things. I can refer to my notes if you want specifics, but just random paperwork just kind of laying around, looked out of place.
Bingo card. You said that the safes were open and were empty.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Now, after you do your walkthrough, what do you do next as part of your investigation?
So we initially went to the decedent, was our next evaluation.
And where was the decedent located?
She was laying on the bed, kind of, so the headboard of the bed was facing south and the footboard was facing north, and she was laying east to west across the bed.
Okay. And at any point during your investigation, did you identify the decedent?
Yes, we did.
And what was her name?
Tammy King.
Okay. Now,
Thank you for lurking, and don't forget to check the bingo card. Refer to my notes, was mentioned.
What state was Mrs. King in when you saw her?
So we were unable to see a lot of her. Basically, the majority of her upper torso had been covered with linens. So we were unable to initially see any type of injuries or assess her condition. But EMS had already said that there was no signs of life, so we knew she was deceased.
Now, when you say there was a lot of linens on top of her, did those appear to be in a normal way that you would have linens on your bed when you would sleep, or did they appear to look like something else?
No, the linens appeared to be placed after the Miss King was deceased.
Now, after you looked and made an evaluation of Mrs. King, where did you go next?
We backed out of the residence and waited for a search warrant.
Go ahead.
Sorry.
And was that search warrant ultimately obtained?
Yes, it was.
And so once that search warrant is obtained, what do you do?
So we start with photography. We want to document the scene in its entirety as it was when we arrived. So I start on the exterior of the home, and I do what we call overall, mid-range, and close-up. So overall, it just basically kind of gives you a picture of what we see with our eyes. Mid-range will show anything that we see that could potentially be of importance to kind of show spatial relation between items on scene. And then close-ups is anything that we identify that we want to get really good photographs of up close. So I start with that on the exterior and then move in and do the same on the interior.
Now, do you know roughly how many photos you took at 4723 Bacliff, 50th Street in Bacliff?
It was roughly about 1,000 photos.
Now, in order to get a good sense of the scene, would somebody need to look at all 1,000 photos?
No, I wouldn't say so.
Your Honor, may I approach? I'm handing you what's been marked, states 119 through 318. Will you take a glance at these and let me know if you recognize them?
While she's looking at that, bathroom breaks. We'll be right back.
All out for the jury.
Boy, they have a lot of restroom breaks. Have you noticed? Oh, wait, that's the other trial.
We're standing recess for a quick bathroom break.
Oh, here's-
Sorry, did you need to go to the restroom? Okay. Get some water first.
Okay, while we have a break, let me show you our main part. The only thing we are now needing is interview requests.
They give me everything on this file. I've been able to go over everything.
With what she's doing now, I would almost call refreshing a memory, but no, she's looking to see if those are her photos.
I'm not going to show all of them. Okay. Wanted the jury to have them, but I'm not going to show them all.
I really am liking it for my life.
Earlier this year, you and your husband go and stay at Planet Plaza in Las Vegas.
Yes.
Did y'all have fun? I think we've been there a few months before. We really enjoyed Planet Plaza.
Oh my God, he goes, did you not earlier? Okay, this is, I don't know who's talking. All right, he's talking about Las Vegas.
Yeah. Did y'all enjoy it?
Yeah, you have fun. You have been there a few months before. Yeah.
They made it a little more lively.
I'm sure they did.
Just us old folks. We feel a lot of that young blood and they are energized.
What energy did you lose?
Check things out. A lot of them are beautiful exhibit for Chinese.
What was your donation?
318.
I did. I heard about it.
Oh my gosh, it was amazing. You had drive-ins and canvas, all made out of flowers.
I would love to see that. We're thinking about maybe going back this year, kind of like the week before Christmas or something like that, that weekend before Christmas. And apparently, when we were there, one of our Uber drivers told us the best territory break, she's like, I had to go there. Not a lot of people go to that. New Year's is out.
We are still on a lunch break until, well, they should be back at any moment. For the teacher, they should be back any minute for closing arguments. So I am watching that closely. And I am beating this hat. I had to rip out about 2 inches, which is about 2 hours worth of work, and restart. Because I started a new thread, I stepped away and came back, and I totally did something wrong. I was not a happy woman, but it happened. So is life. Nothing is perfect. Nothing is perfect. What do you guys think about that closing arguments on the teacher trial? Oh my God, I think that was a 5 out of 5. I have to tell you. I really love that. I think that is one of the best closing arguments I have heard in some time. Let's see what the defense does, not prosecution. Let's see what the defense does. But the plaintiff, oh my gosh, that young man is a rock star lawyer in the making. I don't like his hand drawn stuff by any means. I do not. But that said, he did a fabulous closing. In my humblest of opinions, I put it up in our questions, and everybody who answered said a 5 out of 5. So I guess y'all agree with me. But I'm really, really surprised, in all honesty. I was not really liking this lawyer in the beginning. I really wasn't, because of his stick figures. I'm like, dude, you should be up in technology by now. You're that generation. Why are we doing stick figures in court? Now that I have heard everything, or let me ask you, now that you have heard everything, question to you is, don't worry about the money, just worry about this question. Do you believe that the vice principal or assistant principal, however you label them in your neck of the woods, should be held accountable for her inaction in this situation? Yes or no? And you can explain why. But the question is again, do you believe that the assistant principal should be held responsible for her inaction in this situation? Do you believe that she has some responsibility in what happened? I'm just asking. I like that woman. She's a cutie patootie. And boy, this crime scene investigator, man, she's on the ball. I like her. I really do. Someone told me I could go in and do crime scene, that I could go and get trained in San Antonio. Have to drive every day. But I could go through the police department and get trained as a crime scene investigator. As the girl turns 56, 100%, you agree 100%. 100%. Well, I'm not going to disagree with you on that. I believe she does. And again, I come from a family of teachers, educators. My dad was an educator. He became a vice principal. He became a principal. He was a superintendent, and he's had every position up in that field of teacher, assistant principal, superintendent, back to being a teacher. I'm glad I got my nails done. You guys have no idea how much I use my nails to push I could not be pushing the needle through this hat without my thumbnails. I don't have anything on my hand. I got to have a thumbnail. Left thumb. Everything else can be naked, but my left thumb can't. Otherwise, I'm using pliers, and I use them sometimes to pull the needle through. Anytime, even if it was a Nerf GUN lead shooter, even if it's a Nerf lead shooter, yeah, teacher responsible. I mean, everybody's responsible, the staff. And if it was given, the information was passed to the principal, who has the authority to make the decisions to search or not search, and she chooses not to, then she's liable. I will tell you, I think it's going to be interesting. I really do. When I get to the back, because this is a pattern, and I got to tell you, patterns are nearly impossible, and those who can do it, I don't know how they do it. I'm not that good in math. Some people just have it figured out, not me. But the patterns don't always match when they get to the back. And even though I can sit here and draw center line on a hat, I can look at it and draw center line. It's not always perfect because the hat center and then the rim is shifted just a little, which this one is. So it's close. But we're getting to the point to where I have decisions to make, and one of which is I got to use my pliers to push this through, which is frustrating me. That means my grip is getting weak. I'm getting tired. Yes, they are. They the expensive needle. They're not the $4 needles for a pack of 5. They're about $4 a piece, and this is my 3rd needle. Now these hats are being done by being done for one of you viewers, so I didn't charge full price. But when I go all out on a hat and charge full price, y'all, I throw in $20 fee for needles. I charge additional fee for the upgrade and the thread. I mean, I do all kinds of stuff. It's not cheap. Just the beads alone on this hat, just FYI, the beads alone on the hat were $143. The hat itself was right at $60. That's $200. And I didn't charge that, not including time. So just to give you an idea of the expense, these beads are the high quality beads. Now the beads are also for 3 hats. So 143 plus, we'll round it to 60 with tax. 143 plus 200, no, 180. 143, well, just 140, 180, $320 just to make 3 hats. That doesn't even include the needles. Yepers. Yeah, I'll do that when we get back into court. Thank you, honey. Yes and yes. I broke 2 needles in the last 2 days. The needles, they do get dull, and pushing through straw dulls them quick. Felt is better. Felt almost helps sharpens them. And then we have the needles, they get dull, but they also break in the middle because my hand and the friction wears down the metal in the middle of the needle, and they do become weak in the middle. My needles often break right smack in the middle because that is where I'm putting most of the stress on the needle. When you hold the needle and you're pushing it through, you'll see me start using the pliers to push the needle through because the needle starts to get dull. But I am so close, I don't want to open up a new needle. I really don't if I don't have to open up a new needle. This will be finished today. That's all I got left. It's basically an hour an inch. But yeah, so let me pull this up here so you can see what I mean. This is the needle. When I'm holding the needle, this middle part where I'm holding and I'm pushing, and then I have my thumb like this, and this is how I push it up through. Some people use awls to make holes in the hats. Well, that's great if it's a felt or a cotton hat. In a straw hat, you need the smallest hole humanly possible. The reason is because if you're not careful, if you got your threads and your holes are too close, you literally can do a beaded hat and then pick it up and the beaded beautiful section stays. You can separate it. So I'm very, very careful in how I do this. I have put a trim on the inside of these beads before, and when I've done so, I beaded the hat, or the brim right off the hat. It was not a pleasant experience, let me tell you that. I was not a happy woman in any way, shape, or form. I had to rebead the entire hat with a brim about 1/4 an inch smaller than what it should have been. Luckily, the person I was beading it for, and I chose not to get a new hat. The person I was beading it for is a very petite person. So I was able to bead it again, and it looked fine on her. So it is what it is, y'all. Why is that acting? I got the right number of beads on. And this being hand done, you're going to see mild imperfections. I do suede. I need to do me a nice suede. I need to go get me a suede hat this fall. Suede hats are about 160 to 200, a decent suede. You can get the cheap crap from Walmart, but that's not real suede. A real natural suede hat, good quality, is going to be a minimum of 100 and I'd say 30. I know that I just did a suede pink hat for a friend of mine, and I paid 130 for the hat itself. And then the beadwork on that hat, I would have definitely charged close to $600 at minimum. For that hat. I would have. And I was fine. So that is where we are. Okay, back into court.
Yes, ma'am, I have.
Do you recognize them?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
And have they been changed or altered in any way other than the sticker added by the state?
No, ma'am.
Now, Your Honor, state moves to admit states 119 through
318.
318. You're right, Your Honor. I previously tendered to opposing counsel.
No objection.
Hearing no objection, states 119 through 318 will be admitted.
Now, Investigator Martin, may I publish, Your Honor?
Yes.
Now, Investigator Martin, we spoke earlier that you took roughly 1,000 photos on scene at Mrs. King's house, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, do these roughly 200 photos give a good cross-section for the jury to observe the scene?
Yes, ma'am, it does.
Now, while these are admitted to evidence for the jury, can we get the picture of the scene by showing fewer of these images?
Yes, ma'am.
No problem. To start with states 121, can you let us know what portion of the home we're looking at here?
And so that is on the south side of the residence, where the picnic table is. The window right above that is the primary bathroom window.
So the one we're looking at right here, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Now we see that it is daylight in these images. Was it daylight when you first arrived on scene?
No, ma'am, it was not.
In state 139, is this a better image of what the scene looked like when you first arrived?
Yes, ma'am, it is.
And what portion of the home is this?
This is the front portion of the home that faces the roadway, with the driveway to your left, and then the front door kind of in the center of the photograph.
Moving to steps 146 and 147, what are you documenting here?
I am documenting the primary restroom window where it had been broken and entered.
Now, in stage 165,
Everybody can look good in a
what
hat.
are we documenting?
This is the rear of the residence. The door that I spoke of that was inside the utility room that led to the outside, this is that back door.
And in 166, what are we looking at here?
There was a small window in the middle of the door that had been broken. I was just documenting the damage.
And in 167, can you explain this image to us a little bit?
And so that shows that the door is ajar, but that as far as the door would open.
And is this the back door you spoke of earlier that had a washer or dryer in front of it?
Yes, ma'am, it is.
And so after you fully document the exterior of the home, you stated that you document the interior in a similar way, correct?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
Now on page 177, what are we looking at?
That's the exterior of the residence. There is a carport kind of adjacent to the residence, almost connected, that is enclosed kind of with brown, like tarp material kind of curtains.
And inside that carport area, what was in there?
Just random stuff that you would store in like a utility shed, like bicycles and lawn mowers, just things that you would typically find in a storage shed.
And within the same room, was there, what else was there? What are we looking at?
So that is documents that were located on top of that wooden, I guess, kind of table that was also inside that little storage area.
And in 179, can you let us know what you're documenting or why this was notable for you?
So there was a name present on the document. I was just documenting the name.
And while you're documenting, other than Mrs. King and maybe Tara who lives in the home, do you really know anything about what has occurred at this point, or you're just documenting first?
No, ma'am, I don't know anything that's occurred. I'm just documenting at this point.
All right. In page 184, what are we looking at?
So that is a photograph of the living room area of the residence from the, I guess, foyer or front door of the residence, just inside the front door.
And earlier when I asked you what was of note in this room, some of the things you stated, correct me if I'm wrong, was the dog food and
Okay, guys, we do have movement in the court with the closing arguments on behalf of the prosecution, on behalf of the defendant in this civil lawsuit concerning the teacher who was shot by her student. She believes to the neglect of the vice principal. We're going to hop over for their closing arguments.
All right, 9 jurors in the box.
You may proceed with your closing argument.
Good afternoon. I'd like to begin by acknowledging the last 6 days you've spent paying attention to the evidence in this case. It's vital to our judicial system, and I want to thank you for that. I'm going to tell you what I'm not going to do today. I'm not going to talk about verbs. I'm not going to talk about puzzles. I'm not going to talk about rain. I'm not going to talk about plane crashes. I'm not going to talk about baseball. I'm not going to talk about a Wheel of Fortune sign that has 2 tickets to paradise on it. I'm going to talk to you about the evidence that you've heard in this case. We're going to start here. You'll receive a jury instruction that says that you can't base your verdict on sympathy. And why do I say that? Because who here doesn't feel sympathy for Ms. Werner? No one. No one. We're not here to challenge that. But what this case is about, it's about real-time judgments in an elementary school on January 6, 2023. Real-time judgments, not hindsight judgments. It's about the likelihood that a 6-year-old little boy had access to a firearm, access to bullets, dropped off by his mom with a loaded firearm in his backpack, took a loaded firearm out of his backpack, aimed a loaded firearm at his teacher, pulled the trigger, and shot the teacher. It was unforeseeable, it was unthinkable, and it was unprecedented. You heard many people tell you that, but we're going to start with this person. Who was that? Amy Klinger. She's a national school safety expert. She's written a book on school safety. And she came here and she told you the framework about how decisions are made among administrators and people in school systems, and we'll get to that later. But she told you, Mr. Beniozen talked about me blaming everyone else, but she told you that everyone involved was doing an analysis that day, but they did not perceive this to be a plausible imminent threat because it was a 6-year-old. It was unthinkable and certainly unprecedented.
That's what you get for thinking.
But now we're here. We're in the hindsight phase. Criticisms to find fault. 3 years later, with the outcome known, trenches have been dug. Somebody's got to go down. We're going to blame this person for it, Dr. Ebony Parker. She was the assistant principal at Rich Neck Elementary School on January 6, 2023. We'll talk about the issues in the trial, and I'm going to move past this quickly because Your Honor is giving you jury instructions. You're going to take the jury instructions back, and you'll see all the issues in this case. And I won't belabor this issue, but I'm going to tell you something. When you get back there, I want you to look at jury instruction number 16 about assuming a duty. And you're going to find, when you read that instruction and you apply it to the evidence in this case, that Dr. Parker did not have a legal duty to protect Ms. Werner. She did not volunteer to protect Ms. Werner.
Oh, wow.
You'll remember the admissions in the case that we read to you? These were Ms. Werner's admissions. She admitted that on January 6th, before the shooting occurred, she did not receive any communication from the defendant expressly promising or agreeing to protect her from risk of harm by JT. She admitted that before the shooting on January 6, 2023, she did not communicate to Dr. Parker that there was reason to believe that JT might possess a firearm. She admitted that on January 6, 2023, the only time she communicated directly with the defendant before the shooting was when she went to defendant's office and told her about JT's behavior during lunch. And she admitted that on January 6, 2023, before the shooting occurred, she did not receive any communication directly from Dr. Parker, the defendant, acknowledging that she knew that JT might possess a firearm. And even if you find there was an assumed duty to Ms. Werner by Dr. Parker, you have to find that she was grossly negligent. What's gross negligence? I love this definition. It's the absence of slight diligence or the want of even scant care. And you might ask yourself, what does that mean? It's indifference. Indifference. And the evidence in this case doesn't show indifference. Mr. Beniozen glossed over the evidence, but bear with me because we're going to walk through it. And indifference is not inadequacy. So what happened on January 6, 2023 at Rich Neck Elementary School? We'll start the day where it starts. The first person to receive communication about a potential firearm, Amy Kovac. Who is Amy Kovac? She was the reading specialist, 33 years of teaching experience, third on the chain of command in the crisis plan at Rich Neck Elementary School, worked with JT every day. So on January 6, 2023, Dr. Parker was working with Amy Kovac on winter growth assessment testing, that state standardized testing. There's specific rules that govern it. They were working together all day. Ms. Kovac told you she saw JT coming from lunch. He was happy, and he ran up to her and gave her a hug. She told JT, make good choices and make her proud. Then the two little girls came out of Ms. Werner's room to the doorway and told her that JT had a gun in his bag. Ms. Kovac went straight into Ms. Werner's room, straight to JT, and told him what the little girls said. And she asked JT, can I have that bag? He said no. So she sat with JT for a while and asked him, do you have a gun in the bag? He said, no one's getting the bag. And she said, okay. She stayed in the classroom for 30 minutes, and made the decision to leave. She knew the child. What did she not do? Didn't follow up with the two little girls. Did not remove the backpack from the room. Did not remove JT from the room. Did not take JT down to administration. Did not evacuate the classroom. Did not call the guidance counselor. Made a plan to check the backpack when they went to recess. Went back to testing and had discussions with Dr. Parker. So this is the knowledge that gets sent to Dr. Parker. Now here's the part where you've got to decide which Amy Kovac to believe. The Amy Kovac that told Dr. Parker it was a toy gun, or the Amy Kovac that told Dr. Parker it was a real gun. But her actions don't suggest she thought it was a real gun, do they? Which Amy Kovac? She testified in front of you. Her personal thought was it was a toy gun, and she had told that to HR shortly after the incident. But then she testified in front of you. She told Dr. Parker that the girls had reported to her that there was a possible gun. Which Amy Kovac to believe? Try this one. Amy Kovac's text to Dr. Parker 2 days after the incident. Look at this. Amy Kovac to Dr. Parker. You are an amazing person and educator. No one could have ever predicted this. We all did our best. We did what a true teacher will do in this situation. Be there for our children in school. As I look back, I should have sent JT out of the room with a note and a job to deliver it around the school. And I could have gotten that book pad, but I didn't. We can't look back. We can only move forward. I love you and I'm proud to work with you. But that Amy Kovac didn't come to trial. She sat here and she threw shade at Dr. Parker. She dissed her work and she threw shade. Not this Amy Kovac. Remember that. Credibility. You'll get an instruction on credibility and you can use your common sense. You'll see the jury instruction. You're the judges of the facts, the credibility of the witness, and the weight of the evidence. Use your common sense in judging testimony. Think about this. Who was the second person that day to hear about whether JT might have a weapon? It was Miss Werner. She was in the classroom when this went on with Miss Kovac, 30, 40 minutes, whatever it was. She sat here and she agreed that discipline is the initial responsibility of the teacher. She had dealt with misbehavior. How she dealt with student concerns was to first talk with the student. She told you she had taken a student by the hand, had removed a student from the classroom, and that was JT just 2 days before. He had thrown her phone, broken her screen protector, and she took him by the hand and she took him out of the classroom. and brought him over to Miss West's class across the hall. She also told you that she had a classroom phone to call the officer parents, and she had requested assistance from guidance before, had requested help on the walkie-talkie. Miss West across the hall had the walkie-talkie. And the same day that JT threw her phone, she went over with JT and had Miss West get on the walkie-talkie and call Mr. Rawls to come and get them. So she knew how to remove him from the classroom. She also knew how to evacuate the classroom if she sensed danger. And remember, showed her the text. It was a year before. Miss Werner herself tells her friend Rosalie List, another teacher at the school, that Q was at the office all day. I had to evacuate my room early for lunch. But on this day, she was in there when Miss Kovac was there, loudly talking to JT about whether he had a gun in the backpack. She also told you in court that she had emailed Dr. Parker before. She had walked in and talked with Dr. Parker before. She had had guidance take students to Dr. Parker's office. Remember that testimony? You'd go to Dr. Parker at times. You would email her. You'd walk in her office. And if necessary, you'd get guidance to take the student to Dr. Parker's office. Ms. Werner told you that she had discussions with Dr. Parker about JT's behavior during lunch, but not about a report of the gun. She had discussion with Amy Kovac in her classroom about the reports from the two little girls in her classroom. She had discussion with Amy Kovac in her classroom after Amy spent time with JT and did not search the backpack. She witnessed JT rummaging through the backpack. She witnessed JT put something in his pocket. And she observed JT at recess with hands in his pockets and R telling JT to keep his hands in his pockets. She had discussion with Jennifer West about that, the lead teacher with the walkie-talkie, and discussion with Amy Kovac at recess. But there are things she did not do. She did not follow up with the two little girls. She did not speak to JT, did not remove the backpack from the room, did not remove JT from the room, did not take JT down to administration, did not evacuate the classroom, did not call the guidance counselor, did not make use of the walk.
I have to stop this. Woman, what the jury is unaware of, glasses off moment. What the jury is unaware of, y'all, is the fact that these people have already settled their lawsuits. This vice principal isn't the first person to be sued. And all the other people sued have settled their lawsuits. She decided to take it to trial. There are more than one responsible parties in this group. I'm trying to find out who all was sued. But see, what they're doing is throwing all the attention onto this one person. And to me, if I'm a juror sitting there, I don't want to hear what somebody else should have done. They're not in the lawsuit. Explain to me why the behavior of this vice principal was appropriate and not suable is where I want to hear. And I like this comment. Why would you take him to administration if you weren't responsible? The blame game. I am with everybody on this. Yeah. If I'm an attorney, I wouldn't do this. I would say, this is the information she knew. This is the protocol within the school district. This is what mandates and governs when, what, where, who, how, and why she can behave or respond or act in this situation. And it is not in the guidelines for her to do X, Y, and Z. It's in the guidelines for her to do A, B, and C. So if you really want to, she's focusing too much on the freaking blame game and throwing Abigail and the other person under the bus. I don't think this is going to bode well. I would be shocked if it did.
Talkie and did not call the parents of JT. Did not seek classroom coverage to personally discuss any of this with Dr. Ebony Parker. No visit, no call, no email. You'll get a jury instruction on contributory negligence. It is the failure to act as a reasonable person would have acted for her own safety under the circumstances of this case. Any negligence of Ms. Werner, which was approximate cause of the act.
June, can you put a poll up? If we were the vice principal, would our reasonable actions be ignore it or get up and remove the child?
Accident will bar her from recovering. Let's talk about other people involved that day. Jennifer West. You remember Miss West? First grade teacher across the hall. She had the walkie. Classroom right across the hall from Miss Werner's classroom. Was on the playground during recess with other first grade classes. Learned about JT on the playground and the discussions about him. I was informed that he took something from his backpack. I can't speak for sure if I was told it was a weapon. That's what she said in court. She left the playground to deal with another student. Asked Ms. Werner to take her class back in the building. Remember, you're the judges of credibility. If you thought you were leaving a child on a playground with a gun, why would you say, why don't you shepherd your class and my class back in the building? Use your common sense. Miss West encountered Dr. Parker in the hall. And so they've come in and said Dr. Parker was indifferent. Dr. Parker was dealing with another student, Miss West's student, and she didn't say anything to her about JT. Use your common sense. There was discussion with R about what JT showed him on the playground. We've heard about that. And Miss West said, R told me, he said that JT had a gun and he saw it and the bullet. And I said, well, what color? Trying to see if it was real or not. And he said it was bullet color. In trial, Miss West had one version of that story. She was asked, Miss West, you testified that when you arrived on the playground, you weren't told specifically whether or not JT had a gun. Answer, that's what my note I wrote down notes that night, and that's what my notes say. But in her deposition, she had to admit she said something different. Your testimony under oath at the deposition preceding the trial was that Ms. Werner had reported to you the child did in fact have a firearm. Well, that's what I said then, yes. You're the judges of the credibility of these witnesses. John Sims, music teacher, covering phones in the office. The most important thing he told you, Ms. West didn't call him. He called her about another student, and that's when she mentioned what R had said. Now let's get to Mr. Rawls. Remember Mr. Rawls? Who was he? He was the guidance counselor. He was a member of the threat assessment team. He was part of JT's student success plan, worked with him all the time. Very familiar with JT, and he told you he had some learning and some behavioral issues. And JT had been taken to Dr. Parker's office on multiple occasions. And he, in fact, had been the one to take JT to the office 2 days prior when Ms. Werner asked him to. Mr. Ross told you about what happened on January 6th. He was working with Ms. West on her student that had eloped, that Dr. Parker was all involved in. So Dr. Parker, I think it's been said that she was sitting in there in her armchair. She wasn't sitting in her office on her armchair. She was working. She was dealing with other student needs. Ask yourself, does it make any sense that she would attend to that and blow off a gun in the school? Mr. Ross said, I stumbled on some information about JT. No one called me. He's coming down the hall dealing with Miss West's student, and she tells him that R said something about ammunition or bullets. So Mr. Rawls spoke with R, and he did not interpret it to be a threat. It was a 6-year-old. 6-year-olds say things. Mr. Rawls, ever heard anything about a gun? No. You heard something about bullets? Yes. So at the time, you did not feel the need to remove JT from Ms. Werner's classroom? No, I did not. Later that day, or a little while later, Mr. Rawls had a discussion with Dr. Parker about the other student and about ammunition or bullets, and the bag already had been checked. He learned that the book bag had been checked. And he discussed with Dr. Parker, checking the person. Dr. Parker looked at the clock and said, why don't we wait for his mother to arrive? And he said he understood because he was 6. And so think of the context that was going on at this point. He had been allowed, Ms. Kovac had investigated. She felt comfortable leaving the room. She felt comfortable not taking the backpack. She was not a young teacher. She was very experienced. She worked with this child every day. She knew this child, and she felt comfortable leaving that room. So that's a context. And then Ms. Werner didn't remove him from the room. And Mr. Rawls told you he understood because it was a 6-year-old. And he didn't feel the need to go around Dr. Parker. He didn't feel the need to do that. It's a 6-year-old. Later in the day, Mr. Rawls had gone back to his office. There was a lockdown, and he was coming down the hall. And he ran into some custodians. He didn't know there had been a shooting. And one of them said, they got him. And he said, got who? He told you he didn't have any idea who they were talking about. It was like, oh, it's JT. I knew it. I knew it. He didn't say that. He had no idea. And Mr. Rawls told you that he went to his office and cried. You'll see that in the statement that HR had Dr. Parker write after, a couple days after. People hadn't lawyered up at that point. Maybe some of her language wasn't the best, but she told the story. She told that she cried too. They told the truth. No one saw this coming. Now let's talk about the experts in the case. Largely, their expert agrees with Dr. Klinger. Let's talk about it. Ann Shufflebarger. But let's first say, who is she? She's retired from the Virginia Beach Public Schools. She's never been an expert before. She was introduced to the case through her sister-in-law, one of Ms. Werner's attorneys. She agreed that this was a rare event. She agreed that the assistant principal is not solely responsible for school safety, that it's a team approach. You remember the Q&A? You agree that it's unfair to judge someone's conduct with 20/20 hindsight vision. I can see that. And you agree that Dr. Parker, in evaluating information regarding a 6-year-old having a loaded gun at school, something that had never happened to her, she didn't know the outcome of the day. Correct. She also agreed that school safety is a team approach. It's not just one person's job, and we'll get to that in a minute, because Dr. Klinger made that clear to you and how that would be a terrible idea for it to be just one person's job. She agreed that the teacher in the classroom is the first line responder about student behavior. She agreed that assistant principals must rely on other staff members and teachers in determining whether reports are credible. She agreed that searching a student is a judgment call based on a lot of factors. She also agreed that it's preferred that parents are present during body searches of little students. She also agreed.
Yeah, but it's okay for a school district to allow CPS to take a child out of a classroom, put them in another room or office, strip them to their underwear, and photograph them without any other adult present but CPS and or the parent. I know they're investigating probably the parent, but the point being, I don't agree with that comment at all. If you could strip a 6th grader down to their underwear because CPS comes in and wants to do an investigation on school campus, then you can go in there and ask a child or turn the child's pockets inside out and leave all the freaking clothes on. You could do a pat down. That infuriates me because it's bullshit.
Dr. Parker didn't refuse to search JT. She wanted to wait until his mother got there because the level of concern was not high. Mr. Rawls had said it wasn't a credible threat. He told you that. She agreed that age is a factor in determining whether...
You don't know if it's a credible threat until you investigate it. Then you can decide if it's a credible threat. But at this point, it's a threat.
To body search a 6-year-old.
You're having the wrong business.
Age and a lot of other things are a factor, she told you. Sex of a student's a factor. She agreed that you want to handle the student with dignity and that there are legal rights to their privacy concerns in body searching children. Most importantly, she told you she worked 40 years in the Virginia Beach public school system. And she told you that that never happened. No child, no elementary child ever brought a gun to school. Dr. Shuffleberger also agreed with me that Ms. Kovac and Ms. Warner were the first line responders to the reports about JT. She agreed that Ms. Kovac and Ms. Warner were in the classroom with JT after becoming aware of a potential weapon. She agreed that Ms. Kovac and Ms. Warner did not confiscate JT's backpack and that they did not remove JT from the classroom, and that Mr. Rawls had not determined there to be a credible threat when he spoke to Dr. Parker about JT. She agreed that other individuals did not stop what they were doing. She said she should have stopped what she was doing, Dr. Parker, but she agreed that no one else did. And as you recall, she didn't know the facts of the case. She told you that it was 2 teachers that came and talked to Dr. Parker about body searching JT. And on cross, I had to get out the truth that it wasn't actually 2 teachers. She then acknowledged it. It was actually the guidance counselor on the threat assessment team who worked with the child every day. Surely, if he thought at that point there was a credible threat to search this child, he would have done something. You saw Mr. Rawls. Anybody doubt for a minute that he wouldn't take action if he felt like he needed to? Now let's move to the defense expert. You saw Amy Klinger, the defense expert. She has a Doctor of Education from the University of Toledo. She's a career educator and administrator. And now she works with school safety as a trainer and as a consultant. She founded the nonprofit called the Educator School Safety Network. She's a full tenured professor of educational administration. She's an instructor for FEMA and Homeland Security coursework. She has boots on the ground experience. She was a school principal from 1995 to 2008. She's researched, she's published, she's created training courses, and she's been an expert witness 25 times. Most of the time, she's against the school administrator. But she came here and she wasn't against the school administrator. She wasn't against Dr. Parker. She told you that Dr. Parker did not breach professional standards with respect to Ms. Werner on January 6th.
I said she subpoenaed her. I'm throwing some cuss words around, y'all. I calling it bull. Basically, my whole point is a 300-pound man can always do what you think a 300-pound man when in fact a 100-pound man will do it better. You can't assume by someone's looks that they're able to handle something. That pisses me off.
2023. And she told you that Dr. Parker, it was her opinion that Dr. Parker was not indifferent to Ms. Werner on January 6, 2023. She detailed how she came up with that opinion. She reviewed body-worn camera footage from the Sheriff's Department, including an interview with Ms. Kovac right after the incident. She reviewed the school board video interviews with people that were involved in the incident. She reviewed forensic interviews, witness statements, incident reports. She reviewed the protocols, and you're going to get an instruction about protocols. Protocols, you'll see, does not set the standard of care. But she reviewed them, and she told you that Dr. Parker didn't violate any protocols. She reviewed all the depositions taken in the case, and she reviewed JT's school records and his court records involving his mother. She reviewed all of that before she was willing to come and sit on the witness stand, swear to tell the truth, and give you her opinions in this case. Dr. Klinger told you that school safety is everyone's responsibility. It's a collaborative endeavor. School safety concerns do not occur in a vacuum. Every person in a school organization has roles and responsibilities related to school safety, every single person. A school administrator cannot establish the credibility of a potential threat alone. They cannot be everywhere, and they cannot see everything. She told you that it's important that the school administrator get information and disclosures from the people who are closest to the event. Dr. Klinger told you that discipline is the initial responsibility of the teacher. That's a standard nationwide. It's also in the Rich Neck Elementary School staff handbook that you've seen, and I think we'll go back to you, back to the jury room with you. Important to Dr. Klinger was the context of what else was going on and what Dr. Parker knew. That JT had been allowed to remain in the classroom and class instruction went on. The school day went on. The students went to recess. The first grade teacher discussed suspicious behavior on the playground, but they did not remove JT from the playground. Ms. Werner did not make any reports directly to Dr. Parker about a report that JT had a weapon. And she explained why that matters. She talked about first-line responders. We've mentioned it before. I want to mention again. And what she said is when an administrator is evaluating a threat, it's important to know what sort of actions are being taken so that what are the first-line people doing regarding the credibility and the appropriate action to take for a response. And what she told you is that what really matters is plausibility and foreseeability. And she said when you're discussing a 6-year-old, it's much different conversation than if you're discussing a middle school or a high school student. This is a 6-year-old.
And today's day,
she told you that when discussing a 6-year-old having access and ability to bring a weapon to school, clearly, we know at this point, it's unprecedented. That means it hadn't happened before. It was largely unthinkable and certainly unprecedented. Your job is to consider only what Dr. Parker knew at the time. And Dr. Klinger wasn't the only one that told you it was unforeseeable and unprecedented. Dr. Schuffelberger. She agreed that in evaluating information regarding a 6-year-old having a loaded gun on January 6, 2023, it was something that had never happened. and that Dr. Parker would not have known the outcome of the day. Ms. Werner herself told you that when she saw the gun for the first time that day, when it was unfortunately pointed at her, that she was shocked because she didn't expect to see a real gun. And she had been in the classroom with this child and on the playground with this child. Amy Kovacs said it too. Who would believe that a 6-year-old would bring a gun to school premeditated to shoot his teacher? Mr. Rawls said it. He talked about hindsight bias and feeling regret about what happened. But let's look at what Corporal Blythe said. He was one of the first responders, the sheriff. What did he say? We were quite taken aback. We didn't expect to see such a young suspect. It was unforeseeable, it was unthinkable, and it was unprecedented. I submit to you that Dr. Parker did not assume a duty of care to Ms. Werner. She did not breach a duty of care, and that she was not grossly negligent. And it stops there. And you don't even get to damages. However, I need to talk to you a little bit about damages, and I'm going to tell you why. As you may recall, I questioned some of Ms. Werner's witnesses about her damages. And there was a reason I did that. Ms. Werner has come to this court asking for $40 million from Dr. Parker. And she told you that she cannot even open a bag of potato chips. And her counsel, he repeated that today. As an officer of the court, and as my ethical duty to Dr. Parker, it's my job.
Oh, the shit is going to be thrown. Y'all ready? Get your baby wipes out, get your plastic out, get your foil out, get whatever you got to protect yourself, because she's going to start slinging.
Unpleasant as it is to come in and tell you there's a different side to that story. I'm an officer of the court. And so I questioned Ms. Werner and some of her witnesses about the fact that she has gone to cosmetology school, passed with flying colors, and is a licensed cosmetologist. And some of her witnesses have come in and said she only wanted to be a teacher, but I've shown you, if I'm admitted into evidence, are the texts that shows there's another side to that story too. And the other side to that story is that it was something, teaching was hard. And I'm not saying that to cast any blame on Ms. Werner, but to say she had thought about going to cosmetology school for years. So to come into the court and say, I only wanted to be a teacher, that's all I ever wanted, and now I can't, even though I don't think anyone testified she couldn't, I need $40 million. It's my job to tell you there's another side to that story. Ms. Werner and some of her family members have said that she can't leave her house. She's become reclusive, that she's withdrawn from the community. And again, I have to show you, when someone's asking $40 million from Dr. Parker, I have no choice but to say there's
The statement from Dr. Parker is an inappropriate statement of law.
Say that again?
The statement from Dr. Parker, I think, is contrary to the jury instruction.
I
They're
didn't
there to
think-
assess the damage.
No, I don't think she said anything that Dr. Parker said.
No,
I
I did not.
I didn't hear that.
She stated from Dr. Parker, was counsel's argument.
All right, you overruled. You may proceed.
He slowed
I
down.
showed you the social media posts that Ms. Werner produced in Discovery. She produced them to us. Flip through them. She's reaching out to international celebrities to go to the concert 9 months after the shooting. Again, officer of the court, duty to my client, I have to tell you the other side. It's my job.
Okay, guys, I have post-traumatic stress disorder. I can go anywhere in my car as long as I don't get out of my car alone. For example, I don't like going to places alone, but I have no problem going with people. That is not an independent life. That's a dependent life. She didn't go to the concert alone. She didn't go do anything alone. She was with people. That's not a life of independence. That's a life of dependence.
And that's why we brought you Dr. Hagan. Dr. Hagan explained to you what a forensic evaluator does when determining whether someone has PTSD. Dr. Watson came, as eloquent as he was not Ms. Werner's treating healthcare provider. He was a retained expert paid for by the plaintiff to talk about her damages. But he did not look at her treatment records from before the shooting. He did not see that there had been diagnosis of PTSD before. And Ms. Werner herself, the last question she exchanged we had, she had to admit that she had not been truthful with Dr. Watson. I'm not minimizing what happened to Ms. Werner. I'm not doing that. I'm doing my job. I have to bring the truth and the whole story. It's the brutal honesty that Mr. Beniozen stood up when we selected this jury and told you he wanted. I have to do it.
Oh, aren't you a saint?
This case has been a long road for a lot of people. Mr. Beniozen glossed over the evidence in the case, and I want to thank you for listening to me as I went point by point what happened at Rich Nut Elementary School on January 6th. I went through the evidence, you heard the testimony, you weigh the credibility, these are the facts. And I would submit to you that when you go back and you consider the facts and the jury instructions that the court gave you, I would ask that you find that Dr. Parker did not assume a duty to Ms. Werner. She did not breach a duty to Ms. Werner, and she most certainly was not grossly negligent or indifferent to Ms. Werner. What happened at Rich Neck Elementary School on January 6, 2023 was a terrible tragedy on so many levels. So many levels. There's no one that does not think, that thinks otherwise. It was a tragedy that until that day was unprecedented, it was unthinkable, and it was unforeseeable. And I ask that you please not compound that tragedy by blaming Dr. Parker for it. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, you have a rebuttal closing, Mr. Beniozen?
Briefly, Your Honor.
Okay, my husband had PTS because he was blown off a bridge while serving. Now, when it comes to bridges, he struggles. Now, has he learned coping mechanisms? Yes. Can he go over bridges if he has to? Yes. But the mental struggle that goes on, the internal struggle that is unseeable, you don't see it. For example, y'all know my past. You know that I've been a victim of ST. And I'll admit, when I'm standing in line at a grocery store, whether I'm by myself or with anybody, and a man gets there behind me, this girl cannot handle it. I have an internal talk that I have to do every single time I have a trigger. That does not make me independent, because I don't like, now I'm better. I can go to certain places alone, but I always have an out. I always have some protection. Now, my PTSD is nowhere near what it used to be. My PTSD is, and thanks to coping skills and therapy and everything else, I'm better. But am I still incapacitated by it? Many times. But that's an internal thing that you don't see. And I really get angry when people attack PTS. It's really not, well, some people call it PTSD. Some of us call it PTS. Okay. It was a tragedy. No one's fault is that's what she's saying. Yes, she's saying that's tragedy and it is what it is. It's nobody's fault. I wish the jury would know that all the other people that were sued have settled and this one is the only one who didn't. What does that tell you?
I get to go last. I'm going to be quick, I promise. Throughout the trial, every time somebody says something, that I am sitting there and I just want to jump out of my chair and scream and say, that's not right. That's not how it happened. I write note cards. I go at home, I write note cards, and I keep track of them. And I have note cards for every time that somebody said something and I just wanted to jump out of my chair. And I'm not going to go through all of them. I'm going to go through some of them, and I'm going to go through them quickly so that you can get back into that deliberation room, okay? All right. Testing day. Remember this? Testing day. Today was testing day. Ladies and gentlemen, if Dr. Parker took as much care for those tests and exercised that care for the safety and security of the children and the teachers at this school, we wouldn't be here today. Express promises to protect. Remember, they put up this thing and said, well, you didn't say anything to her. You didn't, Dr. Parker didn't expressly say to you, I'm going to protect you. And that Abby didn't tell Dr. Parker herself. Well, what happened to this collaborative team approach? What happened to this collaborative team approach that we're talking about? Is it not enough that as a team they talked and said Ms. Kovac is going to go tell her? Which one do you want? Do you want it to be a team, or do you want everything coming from the same person? You can't have it both ways. And they all worked as a team, each and every one of them except for Dr. Parker. And Amy Kovac sends a text message 2 days after the fact. Amy Kovac was on that witness stand, and if you pull it up, go ahead and read the text message. Pull up the text message, Amy Kovac on that witness stand. Did they ask Amy Kovac if, hey, doctor, did you know at that point in time that Dr. Parker was asked to search the boy at 1:40 p.m.? They asked him that? Did you know when you sent that text message that 2 other teachers came and asked her to search the person? Did they ask her that? Didn't want that answer. Did not want that answer. Because one person had all the puzzle pieces, and that person is Dr. Parker. And then you talk about going onto the playground. Going onto the playground. And what about what you did in the classroom? And why didn't you take them off the playground? And why didn't you search the backpack? The only reason they're able to point that finger of doubt at every single person in this school, except for Dr. Parker, is that Dr. Parker sat on her hands. At 12:21 p.m., if Dr. Parker was doing her job, she would have walked into that room, grabbed that book bag, and none of these questions would have ever been asked ever again. And because she didn't, because she sat on her hands, they now get to point the finger at every other person at this school and said, why didn't you pick up the ball that I dropped? Why didn't you pick up the ball that I dropped? And then they talk about what Mrs. Warner could have done sitting in that classroom. I want you to look at instruction 23 when you get in the back, okay? Instruction 23 says, a plaintiff has the right to assume that a defendant will exercise ordinary care until she realizes, or in the exercise of ordinary care, should realize that the defendant is not going to do so. What does that mean? That means that when Mrs. Warner talked to Ms. Kovac and they went and told the principal, who they knew it was her job to deal with a gun on campus, she had the right to assume that somebody was actually going to come into her classroom and do something about it. For every minute, she had the right to assume, whether it was in the classroom, on the playground, in the hallway, whatever, they had the right to assume that somebody was going to do their job and take care of her. And then they get up and say, oh, the expert's lying because she mixed up a guidance counselor with a teacher. But it's not just the expert that's lying. They're all lying. They're all lying. Ms. Kovac didn't tell you the truth. Ms. West didn't tell you the truth. Mr. Rawls, I think, sounds like they told you the truth a little bit. Mrs. Warner didn't tell you the truth. Everyone's lying. Everyone's lying. What does that tell you about common sense? They had days of evidence where you got to go home on Friday. Not a single person called. It was their turn. The only people they called as an expert were the people that they paid to come into this courtroom, and you're telling us that we're the problem for paying people? If anybody supported your position, march them onto that witness stand and tell us all the materials that Dr. Klinger reviewed, all the materials she reviewed.
He's got the squeegee and he's cleaning off that wall. He's removing the shite.
Body camera, cops, witnesses. They help you? Put them on the witness stand. You didn't see a single one of them. You didn't see a single one of them. And if you didn't believe every word that was coming out of their mouth, and it's not exactly how it happened in your office, then get on the witness stand and tell us. There was all this conversation in jury voir dire about what it means to plead the Fifth Amendment. Ladies and gentlemen, somebody doesn't plead the Fifth Amendment unless they sit on that witness stand and say, I plead the Fifth. In a civil case, you don't have the right to remain silent until you actually exercise your right to remain silent. And not a single chance, they didn't want to take a single chance of her answering a single question. And if they didn't believe them...
Your Honor, I would object at the stage. Sidebar, please.
No sidebar, overruled.
Then I would ask to voice my objection on the record, Your Honor.
You can after closing. Go ahead, Mr. Benioff.
And then we talk about Taylor Swift. Taylor Swift. What I want you to do is if you watch that, if you look at that clip, I want you to read the second sentence. And the second sentence says, I am the first grade teacher that was shot by a 6-year-old. What does that mean to somebody? That your identity, I don't walk around saying I'm my mother's child. I'm a first grade teacher. And Miss Warner walks around life feeling like she has to tell everybody, this is me because this defines me. When you get into that jury room, the very last instruction is about life expectancy. What it says is that Ms. Warner has a life expectancy from today moving forward of 53 years. 53 years. Why is that instruction there for you? The instruction's there for you because when you're deciding what's full and what's fair, you're not just deciding tomorrow.
My age.
And what might happen the next day. You're not gassing up the plane to get to 45 or 55 years old. We don't get to come back here in 5, 10, 15 years and bring you all together and ask Ms. Warner, how are you doing? Are you still waking up at night? Do you still see that face? You have to make all of those decisions now.
Good point.
The other day, we took a lawyer break. Remember, the judge talked about lawyer breaks. A longer break than probably normal. And we were back in the room, and she was very nervous. And she was anxious. And we stood across the room from each other. And Miss Toscano said to her, and I looked at her and I said, whatever burdens you have, put them on me. Whatever burden you're carrying, whether it's in your mind, your soul, your body, put it on me and let me carry it. Because that's what we do as lawyers. We accept to take this on through its ups and its downs, through the weight that it puts on our shoulders. And we accept that burden to be somebody's voice. And if I've talked more than I should, I'm sorry. If I haven't said the things that I should have said or how I should have said them, I'm sorry. I've done it the best that I can. The best that I can, and I love what I do. And if I could get in that room with you and scratch and claw and fight for her, do you doubt for a moment that I would? Do you doubt for a moment that she would or he would? I can't get in that room. This is the hardest part because now my burden's off and I pass it to you. And I say fight for her. Fight for her, please, if you think it's what's right. And return a verdict in her favor that we've asked for. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Mr. Hogan, the court notes that your objection was made contemporaneously with the statement that was made. However, I'm going to further instruct the jury, and then after I release them, but before sending any instructions or evidence back, I'll hear your motion.
Thank you, Judge.
Okay.
Just to make sure for purposes of the record that I'm able to articulate my objection and seek the specific relief that I'm requesting.
Yeah, you'll be able to, I promise.
Before it is submitted to the jury.
I understand. That's what I'm doing, okay? All right. Members of the jury, this is an important case to both the plaintiff and the defendant. In order to reach a verdict, each of you must agree on that verdict. Your verdict must be unanimous in writing and signed by your foreperson. The first thing that you should...
Okay, we're going to skim through all that part.
I'm going to ask that you not begin your deliberations.
Generally, there's no blank.
All right. Deputy, you may escort the...
Plaintiff bears the burden by establishing by a preponderance standard each element that forms the basis of her claim. This is impermissible burden shifting. That error is compounded by the fact that Mr. Beniossen needlessly stood up here, again, pointed directly at my client, and said that she didn't really invoke her Fifth Amendment privilege. She didn't invoke it whatsoever. She didn't put on any evidence. So it's fair game. You can draw an adverse inference against her because she elected not to testify. The problem with that, Judge, is in Virginia, I understand there's a distinction between the way the Fifth Amendment operates typically in the criminal context versus civil. And typically in the civil context, what has been addressed in the case law has been generally there's no blanket right to invoke your Fifth Amendment privilege. They have not addressed this in the context of testimony at trial. They've only addressed this in the context of pretrial discovery. And they've had instances where people have invoked the Fifth Amendment privilege as a way to not answer discovery questions. And they've held generally there's no blanket privilege. There's case law in other jurisdictions in the federal courts, Judge, that have held that under some limited circumstances, an individual can assert a blanket privilege, can assert the Fifth Amendment, and refuse to take the stand. And all the protections that come with that, the full panoply of protections, would come and would redound to my client's benefit. That would include 8.01-223.1, which is memorialized and enshrined this constitutional principle, that when someone faces jeopardy, legal jeopardy because of criminal charges, that for whatever reason, she's got to proceed with the civil trial before the criminal trial, she should be able to exercise those rights. She should be able to protect herself from criminal liability, and she's done so in this case. This problem has been compounded repeatedly in this case. And opposing counsel could not help themselves but stand up here and rebuttal and take a cheap shot at my client by saying that she didn't really invoke her Fifth Amendment rights. We talked about it in jury selection, but it's okay. You can infer that she's hiding something. She has not carried her burden, even though it's my burden to carry by proponent standards the evidence for each element.
Any other grounds for mistrial?
No curative struggle. No.
That was my next question. Hold on. So let me ask the question. Do you believe that a curative instruction that I had denied originally but had been offered is appropriate now?
I don't think a curative instruction would work here, Judge.
Okay, put those reasons on the record.
I'll articulate that you can't unring the bell at this stage. Damage has been done. This trial is irreversibly damaged.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Judge.
Any response?
Your Honor, the invocation of a Fifth Amendment, even by statute, must be exercised. It was never exercised.
Then why did you bring it up?
Why did I bring it up?
Yeah.
Because it was referenced, because she's in the situation where she hasn't taken the witness stand, and it's been invited to the jury in voir dire. Your Honor, we objected to the questions on the jury questionnaire, if you recall. I specifically objected to those at the time of the pretrial motion about the Fifth Amendment. I said, we cannot have that on here unless we know it's going to be invoked. And my memory is that you said, proceed, you're doing this, you're inserting this, as in they are inserting this. If that was never mentioned at all, things might be different. But the issue here is the inference that they were hoping that the jury would conclude is that a Fifth Amendment privilege was exercised, and it wasn't, not even in the absence of the jury.
Right, I agree with you. That's why I don't know why you mentioned it. So I'm going to deny the mistrial, but I am going to grant the limiting instruction, and I find that that is appropriate at this time based on the arguments of counsel. So I will pull the one that was offered, and I will send it out for approval as the one that was offered.
Your Honor, my objection to that is, again, the law states that the limiting instruction on that, the applicability of that code section, is in the event that somebody exercises their Fifth Amendment
And
right.
you basically exercised it for her. I still don't understand why you even brought it up, but you did. So now we are where we are. So I'm going to offer the curative instruction. I understand your objection, and I understand plaintiff's objection as well, but I'm going to offer that as whatever the last number was, and that will go back to them as well. All right, we will be in recess. Yeah, I need those. And then I'll send out the one that was offered that I'm approving, and if anyone objects, you can write your objections, beside what's already been on the record, of course, and then we'll go from there, and then I'll send everything back to them. Okay. All right, we will be in recess. The jury will get the final instructions and evidence, and we'll be in recess until we get a verdict.
Not the answer they wanted. Okay, now they are in recess. So now we're on to the other court.
Some cards, correct?
Correct, yes, ma'am.
You should have a laser pointer next to you. Are you able to utilize that and let us know where those items are in this image, if you can see them?
Oh yeah, that would be a pellet.
Okay, so there is the bag of
Hell
dog
yeah.
food here, and then the cards and other items that look to be like purse contents were here on the floor just east of this coffee table.
And is that what we see in 186? Is that a little bit better of a view?
Yes, ma'am, right here.
And in 188, what are we looking at?
So this is between the sofa and like end table. In between there were some firearms kind of stored in between the couch and the Christmas tree.
And I want to go back to that a little bit. In 188, can we see what this is towards the kind of bottom middle of 188? Are we able to tell what it is, or would a closer picture be helpful?
Yeah, a closer picture would be helpful.
No.
I don't want to misspeak.
Let's look at 6190.
Yeah, so that is a like purse with prescription bottles.
And was there anything of note about this purse that you observed while at the home?
Yes, there was a red substance on the purse, which appeared to be blood, and then later was a presumptive test was conducted, and it tested positive for blood.
And ultimately, did y'all collect that purse?
Yes, ma'am, we did.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
Yes.
I'm approaching you, Investigator Martin, with what's been temporarily marked as States 91. Will you look at this item and let me know if you recognize it?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
How do you recognize it?
It has my writing, the case number, as well as the original seal on the packaging with my initials and the date.
And does it appear to have been altered or tampered with in any way, other than maybe some more evidence stickers?
No.
I'm so sorry to, you're on it, thank you. I believe you have some gloves. Would you be able to open this and make sure that you also recognize the contents within it?
Yes.
Do you recognize it?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
Okay. And does that appear to be what we were discussing in States 190?
Yes, ma'am, it is.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would move to admit States 91. If Mr. Agnew would like to come look at it, I don't want to touch it because I don't have clothes on.
No, I'm good, Judge. I have no objection.
States 91 will be admitted.
And Your Honor, may I ask this witness to hold up the item and show the jury?
Yes.
Would you do that for us, please, Mr. Martin? And can you point to us on this item where that presumptive blood was?
It was in this location.
Now, you can go ahead and put that, close that up for me, thank you. Thank you. Now, in the living room area where you were documenting, did there appear to be any blood or blood-like looking patterns where this purse was located?
No, ma'am.
Was there any blood or blood-appearing substances that were located anywhere in the living room?
No, ma'am, not to my knowledge.
Was there blood located anywhere else inside the home?
Yes, ma'am, there were.
Where was that?
In the primary bedroom.
So it is now noon, and I like to stay consistent if possible. So let's go ahead and take our lunch break, and we will see you back here at 1.
All rise for the jury.
The medical examiner. The door be in.
Okay, the poll. You guys spoke, and here are the answers. Question: if you were the VP, which action would you reasonably take? What would be reasonable to you? Hearing a possible lead shooter is on campus. One was brush off as a toy and do nothing. 11% of you out of 9, so that'd be probably 2, said that you wouldn't do anything. You'd brush it off as a toy gun. The rest of you said remove the child and investigate. I'm going to end the poll. That's interesting. Cool, though.
Late, one of them, because we had a miscommunication with time. That's not a big deal at all. I'll just have to be a little clearer next time when we're coming back. I usually throw in not island time, actual time, so perhaps you were on island time, but no worries. Okay, we're ready to get going?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, go right ahead.
May I reapproach these exhibits?
Yes.
And may I republish?
Yes.
Thank you, Your Honor. All right, Investigator Martin, where we left off, we were going through some of the photos that you took on scene. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, earlier we looked at some of the cards that were left on the floor. Is that what we are looking at in States 193?
Yes, ma'am, it is.
And in general, could you tell what types of cards these were?
Not initially. A lot of them were face down. Couldn't tell by the backs of them what exactly they were. But once we collected the evidence, then we were able to see what they were.
And with these cards, whose driver's license did you find?
Tammy King.
And is this Tammy King we see in this driver's license, is that the same Tammy King who is deceased in her bedroom?
Yes, ma'am.
209. Zoom in a bit. Earlier you were speaking to us about a blue Tupperware that has some sort of substance in it, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Is that what you're talking about in this picture?
Yes, ma'am, that's it.
Now in States 217, where are we in the home and what are we looking at here?
This is a photograph in the storage/utility room that I was speaking of that was full of the items, but with the walkway that you could get through.
And where would the walkway be in States 217?
It's right here directly in front of me here, but those items look to be kind of toppled over, blocking the end of that walkway.
And where would the door be in this image?
The door is here.
And earlier you talked about the kind of washer dryer looked like it had been moved. Can you explain kind of what we're looking at in States 219?
Sure, so this is walking up that walkway. Those are the items that you saw kind of toppled over, blocking the end of it and blocking the doorway as well. I would assume that the appliances would be aligned, but this appliance, which is the dryer, was pulled forward, blocking a portion of that doorway.
Did that seem to be where all of this stuff, like we're seeing in 221, typically would be?
Unfortunately, I had never been to this residence before, so I don't know how the residence was set up prior to my arrival on that date, but I would assume to utilize the appliances that those items wouldn't be up against the dryer door.
And is part of your job as an investigator, like you said, you haven't been to these locations before, but it's part of your job to look for things that may be out of place.
Yes, ma'am, it is.
And so is that something that you noted as this might be out of place?
Yes, ma'am, it was.
All right, in States 226, what are we identifying?
Excuse me. This is a photograph in the hallway that we spoke about that led to the 2 bedrooms, one belonging to Tara, and then the restroom area. This is at the corner. This leads out into the dining room here, and then this is the door that goes into Tara's bedroom. This is just outside.
And what do we see on top of kind of all that stuff in the center of 226?
It was a magazine to a firearm.
And in States 227, was there anything you knew were on this magazine?
Yes, there was.
What was that?
There was a black permanent marker with the initials JK at the bottom of the magazine.
And through your investigation, did you learn who JK was?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
Who was JK?
It was Tammy King's husband, who was deceased, I think, a year or 2 prior to this date.
So it had previously belonged, or had markings of the initials of Miss King's husband, is that correct?
Yes.
Now in States 232, what room is this?
This is the room at the west end of the hallway, adjacent to Tara's bedroom, next to the restroom.
And this is the room you talked about that just kind of was used as more storage, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
So was there anything of evidentiary value that you located within that storage room?
No, ma'am, there was not.
Now in 238, which room is this?
This is Tara King's bedroom.
And is 239 a continuation of that bedroom?
Yes, ma'am, it is.
And same with 240?
Yes, ma'am, it is.
Somebody's not feeling well. You can hear the coughing.
Now, Investigator Martin, in the photos in the master bedroom, do some of the photos in this stack depict Mrs. King?
Yes, they did.
Okay. And so we know that they're in there, but the jury can look at those on their own time. Is that okay?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. So in general, in States 244, is this an overview of Mrs. King's room?
Yes, ma'am, it is.
Okay. And what, if anything, is significant about kind of this view that you see?
So as I described earlier, the setup of the bedroom, the headboard here is along the south wall, the footboard is here, and then this is Tammy King here, and this is the upper torso and head area of her with the linens.
Now, you also spoke about something else that was significant within Mrs. King's bedroom, and I believe that was some safes. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, in States 47, are you able to direct the jury where those safes were?
Yeah, so they were located here along the east wall of the bedroom in the back corner just outside of the door to the primary bathroom.
And is this the safe that you said looked like, for the most part, was empty?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you recall, was this safe one that used a key or a combination lock, or do you know?
I'm unsure.
No problem. Now, at some point while you're taking photos, is Miss King transported to the medical examiner's office?
Yes, ma'am, she is.
Do you take more photos after Miss King has been transported?
Yes, ma'am.
Before I get to that, you stated earlier there was some papers and things strewn about. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
What are we looking at in States 257?
So this is a corner bedpost of Tammy King's bed, and then this was sitting on top, kind of halfway on the bed, halfway on the bedpost.
And then also in States 260, what are we looking at?
That is the floor area next to the bed, and it said house deed and info, and then other looks like something from the DMV's office.
And then in States 258, what is this?
That is a safe that was located at the corner of Miss King's bed.
When you say the corner of Mrs. King's bed, was it sitting on her bed?
Yes, ma'am, it was.
Okay. Now, in States 263, what do we see in this photo?
That is the nightstand that is going to be on the east side of the bed. So if you're looking at the bed, it's going to be on the left-hand side.
And are there any drugs or anything in this photo?
Yes, there are.
What is there?
Marijuana.
Can you use your laser pointer and show us where that marijuana is?
It's located here on these paper plates.
And in State 264, I apologize, what are we documenting?
There were, and this is just a photograph of one, but there was multiple white pills located on the floor of the bedroom, just kind of scattered around. So I took photos of those pills.
And did you identify those pills by chance?
No, I did not.
Okay. In States 266, what are you looking at?
This is the safe that we talked about earlier that was open and pretty much empty. This is a smaller safe next to it with more paperwork just kind of on the floor in front of those safes.
Now, while you're documenting, do you have any way of knowing what, if anything, was previously in the safes?
No, I do not.
And is 267 another image of that same safe?
Yes, ma'am, it is.
in 274, what are you documenting?
So there was a small closet area kind of next to the safes. I think you can kind of see it in the other picture as well. And this was just full of like plastic containers and things that housed ammunition for firearms.
Now, earlier we talked about the purse in the living room having some, what appeared to be blood spatter on it, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And you said there was blood located in other places in the house.
Yes, ma'am.
Will you remind us where that was?
It was on the bed of Tammy King.
And were there multiple items that had blood on them?
Yes, so how we initially identified that some sort of bloodletting event had happened is there was personal items around the body, like a phone charger and water bottles and stuff that had some blood stains on them.
Is that what we are looking at in states 281?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, we saw a minute ago there were some pills on the floor, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Were there also prescriptions located throughout the house or no?
Yes, ma'am, there were.
Okay. Was there anything else of note that you located within Mrs. King's room? That's a very broad question, I'm sorry. Let me rephrase that. Once you identified, as you said, there was a bloodletting event, did you find any weapons or anything that goes with weapons within Mrs. King's room besides the safe?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
What did you locate?
So we located a live round, which is basically just the ammo itself that's unfired. We located 2 live rounds, 22 LR, which is a 22 caliber long rifle ammunition, on the floor of the bedroom, one on the floor of the bedroom, and then one kind of nestled in a pile of clothing that was in front of one of the armoires that was along the west wall. I also found a spent 5.56 casing underneath her bed near the head, I guess, of the bed, the headboard of the bed on the floor underneath. And then we also found a tote that had multiple firearms inside the tote in her bedroom as well. And then the closet with the containers of ammunition. And I think there was maybe a firearm or 2 that was in that open safe.
So when we're talking about live ammunition versus casing, making sure I understand what you said, live ammunition is going to be an unfired round, and a spent casing is going to be the remainder of a fired round. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am, that's correct.
And you stated the 2 live rounds were 22 caliber and the spent was 5.56. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am, that's correct.
Generally, what's the difference there?
If we're just talking about size in reference to ammunition, a 22 caliber ammunition is much smaller in size than a 5.56 ammunition, which is going to be more of a longer, high-powered ammunition as opposed to a 22 caliber.
So, generally speaking, would these 2 calibers of ammunition come from 2 different types of weapons?
Not necessarily. You can have a 22 caliber rifle, and you can have a 5.56 rifle. So you wouldn't have a 5.56 handgun, I guess, unless it would be like an AR pistol. But they could both come from the same type of firearm, but the 5.56 ammunition is going to be more high-powered than a 22.
So could they come from the same type of firearm, but would they come from the same firearm?
No, they would not be fired from the same firearm.
Okay. Now in states 292, what are we looking at?
That is the floor of Tammy King's bedroom, that just north of the footboard. On the floor, that's the 22 LR ammunition that I discovered. That is the live round, so it hasn't been fired.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
Yes.
Investigator Martin, I'm approaching you with what's been marked as stage 116. I'm not going to open it, don't worry. But do you recognize this item?
Yes, I do.
How do you recognize it?
It has my case number, my name, and then my initials and date on the original seal of the evidence.
Now, other than some stickers from the state and the lab, does it appear to have been altered in any way?
No, ma'am.
Your Honor, state's going to move to admit states 116 to agree to opposing counsel.
No objection.
States 116 will be admitted.
And Investigator Martin, what is states 116?
It is the 22 round that was located on the floor.
So it's the physical item that we are seeing in states 292, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Then you stated you also found another live round, correct?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
Your Honor, may I approach this witness again? Yes. Similarly, I handed you what's been marked as states 118. So you let me know if you recognize this item.
Yes, I do.
And same question, how do you recognize it?
It has the case number, my name, and my initials and date on the original seal.
And other than any stickering added by the state or the lab, does it appear to have been altered in any way?
No, it has not.
Your Honor, statement is to admit states 118.
No objection.
Okay, there are no objections. States 118 will be admitted.
And Investigator Martin, what is states 118?
It is the live round that was located and collected from the pile of clothing in front of the armoire along the west wall.
Is that what we see in states 312?
Yes, ma'am, it is.
Now, you also stated that you found a shell casing or a spent round. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And this was that .556 caliber?
Yes, ma'am.
And is that what we are looking at in states 308?
Yes, ma'am, it is.
Now, how can you tell that this is a spent casing?
Because all that's left once you fire ammo out of a firearm is the casing that actually holds the ammunition itself. That no longer has the ammunition. You can tell by the empty hole on the end of the casing that's photographed.
And now in states 311, where would this shell casing be inside states 311?
It is not pictured. Just the evidence placard is pictured because the evidence is under the bed near the headboard.
And if we zoom out, and I'm using my hand to cover Mrs. King, where in relation to Mrs. King was this shell casing?
It was probably around this area here, under the bed.
And would that be towards Mrs. King's feet or head?
Her head.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness again?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Your Honor. Investigator Martin, I'm handing you what's contemporarily marked as states 117. Will you let me know if you recognize this item?
Yes, I do.
How do you recognize it?
It has my case number, my name, and then my initials and date on the original seal.
And other than any markings by the lab or the state exhibit sticker, does it appear to have been altered with in any way?
No, it has not been.
Your Honor, state moves to admit states 117.
No objection.
States 117 will be admitted.
Investigator Martin, what is states 117?
It is the spent round that was collected from underneath the bed.
Now, once you have completed documentation and collection at 4723 15th Street, what is the next step in your part of the investigation?
So prior to collection of the evidence, we contact the medical examiner to make location. The decedent or Miss Tammy King is untouched until the medical examiner arrives. So prior to collecting any evidence so that the medical examiner can see the scene in its totality, we contact and allow him to make scene first before we do any collection.
Now, sorry. While you were collecting evidence, is it you that typically picks it up and puts it in bags, or how does that work?
No, it's usually a team effort. We'll have someone that is scribing, which is writing down on the pad everything that is collected, and then the time that it's collected, who collected it. And then it's typically a joint effort. Someone will collect the evidence and someone will hold the packaging open in order to get the evidence inside. So it's a team effort, not just one person.
Now, is best practice for evidence to be collected from where it was, or do people move evidence to bring it somewhere?
No, it's best practice to collect evidence from its location, from its original location.
Was there anything collected in this case that another officer brought to you?
Yes, there was.
What was that?
It was a note that I believe Detective Rodriguez had found the note in Tara's bedroom and brought it to me physically.
And did you document that note as well?
Yes, I did.
Your Honor, may I approach this witness?
Yes, ma'am.
Investigator Martin, I'm approaching you with what's been marked as States 494. It's 2 pages. Will you let me know if you recognize these items?
Yes, I do.
And how do you recognize them?
They're the photographs that I took of the document that was brought to me on scene.
Does it appear to have been altered in any way?
No, ma'am, it has not been.
Your Honor, statements to admit States 494.
No objection.
State 494 will be admitted.
Investigator Martin, is the note legible in States 494?
Yes, ma'am, it is.
And did you read it when you observed it?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
Ultimately, does it have anything to do with the death of Mrs. King, or is it mostly Tara talking about her family and the people in her life?
Yeah, it had nothing in regards to any criminal activity.
So once the medical examiner investigator arrives, what do you do next?
We typically go with the medical examiner through the scene, kind of give him a walkthrough as we're done when we first arrive on scene, and let him know like what we found. He takes his photographs, and then we move to the body, and then do any type of documenting, collection, or anything from the body area, and then he does his thorough investigation, and then once the body car arrives, the body car will remove the decedent.
So were you with the medical examiner investigator when he was examining Mrs. King?
Yes, ma'am, I was.
And did you observe any injury to Mrs. King?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
What did you observe?
She had what appeared to be a gunshot wound to the left side of her head.
After observing the medical examiner investigator with Mrs. King and waiting on, as you said, the body car to arrive, what comes next for you and your team?
So we'll finish collecting any evidence that is uncollected at that time. We'll do a couple final, what we call final walkthroughs, just to make sure that we've retrieved everything, we didn't miss anything, nothing else sticks out, nothing else that needs to be collected. And then once the body is removed from its original location, I take photographs of where the body was at without it being present.
And once that part is completed, what comes next?
We'll kind of do like a debrief at the end, and make sure that everything has, like all the steps have been completed. And then once we ensure that all the steps have been completed, then we clear the scene and take the evidence back to the office.
And does all of the evidence go back to the office, or does sometimes it go different places?
No, so unfortunately in this case there were multiple linens that were removed from Tammy King. And we have a sterile drying cabinet that we use. Unfortunately, it wasn't big enough to house all of the linens that were removed from her. So we did have an investigator transport some of those linens to the medical examiner's office, where they have multiple drying cabinets where we were able to dry those without any type of cross-contamination taking place.
And once those items are dried, what do you do with them?
So in this instance, we dried, I think, one of the sheets at our office, and then the remaining sheets and clothing at the medical examiner's office. They called to let us know, I believe it was the following day or 2 days after, that they were dry. So we went, we picked them up, put the dried items back into the original packaging that it was collected in, brought it down to the office, and then I processed those items.
When you say you processed those items, what does that mean?
So instead of sending the entire sheet to the lab, if we were going to choose to process them at a later date, I went ahead and decided to do DNA swabs of any stains that were located on these sheets. So I took the sheets one by one in the laboratory and did DNA swabs on each sheet to have for further submission if need be.
And do you also document this process with photographs?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
Is the jury able to get a good sense of these sheets and what they looked like from photographs versus bringing in the full sheet?
Yes.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
And Ms. Warren, show me what's been marked as states 319 and 336. I believe you previously had an opportunity to review these. Do you recognize these documents?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
How do you recognize them?
They're photographs that I took while processing the sheets.
And do they appear to have been altered in any way?
No, ma'am, they do not.
Your Honor, statements to admit states 319 through 336.
No objection.
Hearing no objection, states 319 through 336 will be admitted.
And may I publish, Your Honor?
Yes.
Now, Investigator Martin, are there multiple sheets that you document with these photographs?
Yes, ma'am.
And what type of staining or items did you observe on these sheets?
So there were multiple sheets that you would put on your bed. There was also a thin blanket, also a shirt, a white kind of spaghetti strap shirt, and then if I recall, the brand Yogi-O, I think, I ended up looking it up so that I could document it properly, and it looks to be like some sort of cover that you would use for a special beanbag chair almost.
And it states 323 and it states 327. Are these some of the staining that you were talking about earlier?
Yes, ma'am, it is.
And is that documented throughout the course of these photos, 319 through 336?
Yes, ma'am, it is.
And did a few or many of the sheets have this sort of staining on them?
Majority of the sheets have that stain on them.
Now, as this investigation went along, was there any other locations that you went to?
Yes, ma'am, there was.
Where was that?
I want to say it was 310 Waco in Leak City. I believe the apartment number was 106.
So it was an apartment complex?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you know why it was that you went there?
Well, I was contacted by Detective Bernard, and he said that the Tammy King's granddaughter and her boyfriend had went to this location and left behind some personal items that they wanted crime scene to document and collect.
And when you went there, what did you observe?
When I was in high school, every other pickup had a G-rack and a rifle in the window. We never were worried about this.
So initially walking into the apartment, there was a stack of personal belongings that were identified by the person who resided in the apartment to belong to Tara King and her boyfriend. And then he directed us towards a bedroom. The apartment was 2-bedroom. I guess this was an extra room of his that they slept in that also contained personal items from them. And then there was only one bathroom in the apartment, kind of shared between the 2 bedrooms. And there was also items in there that he brought to our attention belonged to them as well.
And for the most part, was that apartment tidy or more messy?
No, the apartment was unkept.
And how did you document the apartment?
Through photography.
Your Army approach. Investigator Martin, I am approaching you with what has been marked as states 337 through 397. I believe, again, you've had the opportunity to review these images. Do you recognize them?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
How do you recognize them?
Those are the photographs I took on that day.
And are they a true and accurate depiction of what they purport to be?
Yes, ma'am, they are.
Your Honor, statements to admit states 337 through 397.
No objection.
Those will be admitted?
May I follow, Your Honor?
Yes.
Investigator Martin, is this the front of the apartment in which you searched that day?
Yes, ma'am, it is.
Now, in states 342, will you let the jury know what, if anything, is pertinent in this picture?
Okay, so the initial picture, it was this door. So this is the front of the apartment. And then as you walk into the apartment, this is where I said he had placed a lot of the personal items on the back of the couch.
And when you say he, do you know who that was?
I believe his name was Christian.
Was he the owner of the apartment?
Yes, ma'am, he was.
And in stage 344, are you able to tell the jury what it is that we're observing here?
So this is in the dining room area of the apartment. There was also personal items that he had kind of gathered up and placed on the kitchen table and then on the chair here as well.
And what are some of those items that you can see?
This plastic container, it houses ammunition, is here. There was a rifle bag. I think it had 2 firearms in it. And then another plastic container. I know one of these was empty. I think it was the darker colored one that was empty, and this one still had ammunition in it. And then this plastic bag had a lot of trash from hair dye boxes and things that come inside those hair dye boxes.
And if I zoom in on that first clear container, was there anything identifiable on that container?
Yes, there was.
What was that?
It was the initials JK in the black permanent marker.
Is it the same manner of initials that we saw earlier on item 5, the 22 magazine?
Yes, ma'am, it was.
What is it we are looking at in stage 347?
So this is from the corner in the, I guess you would call it the guest bedroom of the apartment. This is the air mattress that Mr. Christian said that they had utilized while they were staying there.
And in stage 355, what are we looking at?
This is a firearm that was located in the closet of that same bedroom.
So we've seen that there is that long bag in the dining room area, and then there's also this firearm in the closet. Is that correct?
Correct, yes, ma'am.
Now in stage 357, what are we looking at?
So this is a photograph of a restaurant bag from Chipotle, and it has the name Tara K. I assume using DoorDash.
And you mentioned the plastic bag full of boxes, and you said that that was all hair dye and things, correct?
Correct, hair dye, hair, things to apply the hair dye.
And we see the edge of that gun bag again, correct?
Correct, yes ma'am.
Now inside that gun bag, will you let us know what we're looking at?
Yeah, so those are the firearms that were inside when we opened up the bag.
And can you tell how many firearms there are?
It looks to be 3 from the photograph.
And can you kind of generally show the jury where each of those 3 firearms is?
Sure, it looks like a handgun here, and then a long gun here, and a long gun here.
Earlier we spoke about that ammunition box. Is that those initials you were talking about?
Yes ma'am, it is.
And that's in States 362. Now, what are we documenting in States 363?
This was a pill bottle that was with all of the items that he said belonged to those 2 individuals.
Now, was there a name observable on this item?
There was not a full name. The last name King, I believe, was on the bottle, but I don't believe there was a first name.
And are you able to see any writing that says what it's for?
It looks to say chest pain on it, and then blood something. I don't know what that is. And then more, I would assume, would be morning.
So were you able to see what type of prescription this was for?
I don't believe that it said that. I could refer back to my photos or my notes, but I don't believe the type of medication was left on the label had been removed.
That was my next question. Can we tell?
Okay, refer back to notes. We already have it. What we need is interview, fairly say, refresh memory, and fair and accurate. What, if any? This is the bingo card, y'all. That's what we need. Come on, y'all. Let's get a blackout. I want a blackout. Let's get a blackout. Not a weapon. A bingo card blackout. Okay? We can do this.
Tell that there's something kind of taken away from the bottom of this.
Yes, ma'am.
But it looks to be that it's something for the morning for chest pain, correct?
Correct, yes, ma'am.
And prescribed to somebody with the last name King.
Correct.
Now in States 374, where is this and what are we looking at?
This is the countertop in the restroom area that I spoke about.
And what are those, that red document, what is that?
That is instructions from a hair dye box.
And what do we see in States 382?
Those were scissors that were also located on the counter.
And was there also hair and things observed?
Yes, ma'am, that was.
Now, through your training experience, did you come to a conclusion of what, if anything, had been done in that bathroom?
Yes, I did.
What was that?
It looked to be as if someone gave themselves a haircut and color.
Now, in States 387, what is this that we're looking at?
So there was a small kind of end table located, or entertainment center bookshelf thing located in the bedroom, the secondary bedroom, and this was located on top of that.
And did you take photos of both sides of this item?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
Could you tell what this item was?
Initially, I could tell just through experience that it was a Cash App card, I believe.
Okay. And in States 388, who does this Cash App card belong to?
It has the name Tara King on it.
Now in case 396, what room is this?
This is the room where Christian said that the two individuals were staying.
And what all do we see kind of in general on the right-hand side of this photo?
So this is going to be the little desk entertainment center I was speaking about that had the Cash App card on it.
Okay. And can you tell what any of these bottles are on the right?
I want to say that these are liquor bottles.
Okay. And then what do we see in the floor area?
That's just a bunch of food place trash.
Now, once you documented and collected evidence from inside 310 Waco apartment 106, what was the next thing that you did?
So, unaware of what all took place, I wanted to go to the vehicle that Christian utilized and take photographs of that and see if I could find anything of evidentiary value in the vehicle.
And what vehicle was it that you took pictures of and looked at?
It was a white Jeep with like blue accents, like the handles and things.
And did you find anything of evidentiary value inside Christian's Jeep?
No, I did find a receipt outside of the Jeep on the ground that I did end up collecting, but further found out I didn't have any evidentiary value.
Once that was completed, what was the next thing that you did as part of your investigation?
So, knowing that they were there for 2 days, I wanted to go and check the dumpster to see if anything of evidentiary value or anything notable had been thrown away.
And did you locate anything in the dumpster?
I did. I located a few items, socks, I believe, that looked to have some sort of substance on it. Later turned out not to be evidentiary, but those were collected.
So is it fair to say that you checked multiple things and then determined if it had evidentiary value or not?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
On that day, was there anything further that you did as part of the investigation?
I took photographs of the residents once we got done doing collection, and then transported the items that I collected back to the office for packaging and submission for proper storage.
After that, what comes next?
So we all met, the crime scene unit and the major crimes division sat down and had a meeting to determine what items we wanted to process, what processes we wanted to have done, as well as what items we wanted to process.
So you said you meet with the crime scene unit and major crimes. So is it fair to say that it's kind of a collaborative effort to determine what gets tested?
Correct, yes.
And what sort of things get tested in general, or what can get tested?
So the laboratory, the DPS Crime Lab, offers a wide variety of testing that can take place. DNA, friction ridge analysis, which is fingerprints, ballistic evidence, anything, you can test narcotics, just a wide variety of things that can get tested. Unfortunately, they do have a limit, so the purpose of the meeting is to sit down and decide collectively as a team the priority of the items that need to go initially because of that limit, and then determine later on if anything needs to go after that testing is completed.
And did you send anything off for testing in this case?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
What you don't have to give me the full list, but what sorts of items did you send off for testing?
So we decided to send the purse, some firearms that were collected from the living room area, the .22 magazine that was collected from outside of Tara's bedroom. We also, Investigator Crow collected some pillows out of Tara's bedroom that looked to have blood on them, so we sent them as well. And the firearms were sent for ballistic and fingerprint processing, and then anything that had what appeared to be blood or bodily fluids on it was sent for DNA analysis.
Was that time, that initial first set of items, the only time that you or your agency sent something to the lab?
No, it was not.
When did you send anything else to the lab?
I could look at my notes for a specific date, but it was later on in the investigation as we got new information and things were determined. We made a determination to further send more items for testing.
Did a time come in which you obtained more evidence?
Yes, ma'am.
When was that?
Well, I didn't, but
when the agency obtained more?
Yes. A search was done of like a storage unit, I assume, and things were collected from there and sent at a later date.
And ultimately, do you know where Uriah and Tara were apprehended, or were they apprehended in Galveston County?
No, to my knowledge, they were apprehended in Laredo.
And did the sheriff's office obtain any further evidence from Laredo?
Correct, yes. Detective Hudson obtained, I guess, the personal items that were located on their person. Whenever they were apprehended, they were collected by the, I believe, either the apprehending agency or the local agency, and then retained in their possession until we took possession.
And when you took possession of them, did you do anything with it?
Yes, ma'am, I photographed it.
Your Honor, may I approach? Yes. I'm approaching you with what's been marked as states 398 through 425. I believe you've had the opportunity to review these. Do you recognize these items?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
How do you recognize them?
They're the photographs that I took.
Do they appear to have been altered or changed in any way?
No, ma'am, they have not.
Your Honor, state moves to admit states 398 through 425.
No objection.
Those will be admitted?
Your Honor, may I acknowledge?
Yes.
All right. Investigator Martin, what are we looking at first in states 398?
So this box was initially closed. We opened it, but it looks to be some sort of apparatus that goes to maybe a firearm or like a stove of some sort.
So some sort of firearm accessory.
Correct, yes ma'am.
Then it states 401. Can you tell me what we're looking at here?
So this is a lot of just personal effects, a lot of a lighter on, I think what it's called is a lighter buddy that connects to your belt.
Needle number 3 today. Yes, needle number 3 today. I didn't break any needles until today, and now all 3 have broke today. I am going on my 4th, and I have about an inch left to bead. Y'all, that's frustrating. I was hoping to get away with not breaking 4, but that seems to be my number.
This is a mechanical pencil set with different types of lead, a hat, and then also this here was a red dot sight, which is also an apparatus that can be affixed to a firearm.
And what is it that we see in the far right of state 401?
A watch. Oh, and some pocket knives, and then some beat headphones.
And in states 403, is this a better image of kind of some more items?
Yes, ma'am. That just includes more of the personal effects here, the pocket knives, a wall block to a phone charger. Looks like some sort of multi-tool here, deodorant, socks.
What are we looking at in states 405?
And that was a plastic box of ammunition.
And is this that same box closed?
Yes, ma'am, it is.
Is that similar or different from the boxes located?
See a bunch of homeless people hanging out on the side. Uriah gets out of the vehicle. It goes and talks to him for a minute. He comes back and tells me to go across the street to the motel. I do.
What the hell?
Then he comes back.
Other than any mark, can you tell, is this typical pocket pressing play?
Now I don't know where we are.
That's a with what looks to be
unit and major crimes. So is it fair to say that it's kind of a collaborative effort to determine what gets tested?
correct loops. This is a mechanical pencil set with different types of lead, a hat, and then also this here was a red dot sight, which is also an apparatus that can be affixed to a firearm.
And what is it that we see in the far right of State 401?
A watch. Oh, and some pocket knives, and then some beat headphones.
And in State 403, is this a better image of kind of some more items?
Yes, ma'am. That just includes more of the personal effects here, the pocket knives, a wall block to a phone charger. Looks like some sort of multi-tool here, deodorant, socks.
What are we looking at in State 405?
And that was a plastic box of ammunition.
And is this that same box closed?
Yes, ma'am, it is.
Is that similar or different from the boxes located at Christian Atkins' home?
Similar.
Now in State 407, what are we looking at?
This is a prescription pill bottle with ammunition inside.
In State 408, what are we looking at?
This is some sort of bottle. I don't know if it's prescription or not. And then it looks like two ends of either restaurant straws or the straws that come in like the Yeti cups and the smaller ones, the shorter type of straws. Plastic pieces of some sort.
In State 409, what are we looking at?
This is a prescription pill bottle that was also found with the items with the name Jaden Landry on it.
And this may sound like a silly question. Was this property located with Jaden Landry or with someone else?
No, that property was located with Uriah and Tara.
What do we have in States 411?
This is a box with tissue paper with what looks to be a glass smoking pipe for narcotics.
And is there anything with that smoking pipe?
Yes, that's a small bag of narcotics, which I assume is, well, I'm not going to assume. It's just a bag of what appears to be narcotics.
And is that because ultimately you don't test what a narcotic is that goes to a lab?
Correct, yes, ma'am.
But from your training and experience, that appears to be narcotics?
Correct, yes, ma'am.
What are we looking at in States 412?
So that looks to be some sort of firearm holster, a knife sheath, and then what appears to be a wallet, and then I believe that's a money clip.
Same question. What are we seeing in States 413?
Those are firearm magazines.
Is there anything identifiable or unique about these firearm magazines?
Yes, some of them have the same JK initials on them in the black permanent marker.
What are we looking at in States 418?
This is just more like personal effects items, a small little bag. I don't. Collector's coin, some change, just personal items.
Coin.
And then I believe those are like USB drives or lead. I can't remember.
And in States 420,
That's a challenge.
we're looking at here.
That's just those items removed. So those were in there. That's just laid out, and then there was change here in this thing. So we just laid that out to photograph it.
Now, could you tell, I know it's a little hard with how bright this photo is, could you tell, is this typical pocket change or is anything unique about these coins?
Yeah, so some of the coins were half dollars, and then I believe there was one gold dollar, if I'm not mistaken.
What are we looking at in States 421?
That was cash that was found and collected. I believe it was initially in this bag here.
collected and documented those items, what came next in your investigation?
So those items were packaged and then submitted to property and evidence for proper storage.
After that, what, if anything, was your next part of the investigation?
Besides determining like further items of evidentiary value that needed to go to the lab for further processing, I just stayed apprised of the details, but that pretty much ends my involvement in the case, besides here today testifying.
Thank you. I'll pass this witness, Your Honor.
Okay, Mr. Agnew?
No questions.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Fanning. Call the next witness.
The state calls Officer Rodolfo Salinas.
You may proceed.
Thank you, Judge. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
What is your name?
Rodolfo Salinas G.
Can you spell that for us?
Rodollfo for my first name. Last name is spelled Salinas.
All right, and how are you currently employed?
I'm currently employed with Metro PD for Houston Transit Authority. I was formerly employed with the Fair Police Department.
And so does that mean that you are a peace officer?
Yes, ma'am.
How long have you been a peace officer?
About 2 years now.
And you said you are currently with Houston Metro.
I gotta pause it because I missed it because I can't see it that fast. ROVOLFOSAL. MPD, got it.
Correct? But previously you were with the Freer Police Department?
Yes, ma'am.
Where is Freer?
It's south of San Antonio, Texas, just an hour away from Laredo.
And about how far away from Houston is Freer?
From here to Freer, about 6 to 7 hours.
Now, when you worked at Freer Police Department, what role did you have?
Patrol officer.
And as a patrol officer, did you work day shift or night shift?
Night shift.
When you worked night shift, what did you do?
Responding to calls, pulling over vehicles, the basics pretty much.
Do you recall the night of February 7th going into February 8th, 2025?
Yes.
Were you working that night?
Yes.
What was your assigned duties that night?
We had gotten a call about a capital murder case that happened in Galveston County. They were tracking them down via a cell phone tower.
Mm-hmm.
We were advised to be cautious because the people within the vehicle had weapons.
And so, with that information, what were you doing?
We were looking for. We didn't get enough information on the vehicle. We were just told to pull over vehicles coming out of Houston with the sorry, my mics.
You good?
To pull over vehicles with the probable cause to pull them over.
Is it fair to say you're a little nervous, Officer Salinas?
Yeah, sorry. It's my first time on the trial.
That was my question. Have you testified before?
No, it's my first time.
Okay. So, you were pulling over vehicles that you had probable cause to stop. Is that correct?
Yes.
Did you stop any vehicles that night?
Yes.
Do you recall? How many vehicles you stopped?
A total of 3.
Do you recall what kinds of vehicles or roughly colors of vehicles?
2 sedans and 1 truck.
And those sedans, do you recall their colors?
2 of them were white.
So you had 2 white sedans.
Yes.
Now, while you were working that night, were you equipped with any sort of recording device?
Yes, my body cam.
And have you reviewed your body cam?
Yes.
Your Honor, may I approach this witness?
Yes.
I'm showing you what's been marked as case 435. Have you reviewed the contents of what's on this USB?
Yes.
Has it been changed or altered in any way?
No.
Your Honor, state moves to admit states 435.
No objection.
435 will be admitted.
And may I publish, Your Honor?
Yes.
Now, Officer Salinas, before I press play, do you recall who you came in contact with that night that led us to be here today?
Yes.
Who was that?
The gentleman over there.
Okay. And did your body cam collect the entire interaction you had with the vehicle?
Yes.
Before I get started on it, what kind of view are we looking at here, officer?
Right now it's just my patrol unit. I was already behind the white vehicle as I was running the license plate and giving my dispatch the area where I was at. Since it was a little bit outside the city limits, it was between Highway 44 and 59.
And what reason did you have to stop the white vehicle?
A flickering left tail light.
Pressing play on states 435 at 1 second. Is this you initiating your traffic stop?
Yes.
I'm gonna press pause real quick. In the top right corner, are you able to tell us what date and time this was?
February 8, 2025 at 12:45 a.m.
So just after midnight?
Yes.
Pressing play again on states 435 at 41 seconds. Now, when you're walking up to the vehicle, are you able to tell if there's more than one person in the vehicle?
Yes.
Pressing play again at 1 minute 50 seconds. Just I know it's a little hard to see, but there's a computer right in front of you. Are you able to read the name on this driver's license?
I know it was Mr. Hobbs.
Does Hodge sound about right?
Yes.
And we see it right here in this corner?
Yes.
Does the name Travis Wayne Hodge sound familiar?
Yes.
And so that's who was driving that vehicle, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And when you ran that driver's license, did anything come back?
No, nothing came back to the driver's license.
Okay. So ultimately, what decision did you make at this point?
Just to give him a verbal warning for the defective taillight, and just letting him have a safe trip to wherever he was going to.
And were you able to see that there was also individuals in the back seat?
Yes, I noticed as soon as I gave him his driver's license that there were two other individuals in the back.
Okay. And ultimately, did you identify who the individuals in the back seat were?
Not until later.
Okay. After you let them go and you gave Mr. Hodge his license back, what did you do?
I just went back inside the city limits of Freer because I was already outside the city limits of Freer.
And then did you have anything else to do with this case until we got here today?
No.
I'll pass this witness, Your Honor.
No question.
Okay, thank you, sir. Have a safe trip home.
Thank you.
All right, calling next witness.
The state called Travis Hodge.
Okay. We need to take a stretch break. I was told y'all want a bathroom break? Bathroom break. Okay, let's take a bathroom break.
All rise for the jury.
Court stands in recess.
Alrighty, what do y'all think? I'm so close to finishing this, and I'm running out of thread. I'm going to have to run a whole new thread. Oh, I'm so close. I'm frustrated. She is a cutie patootie. I know I keep saying it, but she is a cutie. Here's the bingo card. All I need is interview, refresh memory, fair and accurate. That's what I've got. If you've got anything separate or different, let me know. June, if you're still in chat, please let me know. I don't, this case to me, I just wish he would have pled. I just wish he would have pled. Let's turn this on for the moment.
So keep it here on Court TV, your front row seat to justice.
6-year-old shot his teacher. Their side battling that it is part of the job. Just outrageous.
The first grader shoots teacher civil trial. Live coverage today on Court TV.
Tonight on Closing Arguments, will an OnlyFans model accused of murdering her boyfriend be released on bond? We have takeaways from today's hearing in the case against Courtney Clenny.
Closing Arguments tonight at 8/7 Central, only on Court TV.
The pattern I'm putting on the very, very back of this hat was a pain in the butt, but I like it. It's like one bead color at a time. I know I chose it. It's okay. I think it looks good. I never get my patterns to match up in the back, very seldomly. So I do what's called a back bridge, which is a totally separate pattern that brings them together. I also do it because there's a lot of people who don't really wear a lot of cowboy hats, and they actually do struggle with which is the front and which is the back. So I do this I do this special, what I call the back pattern, so they know that that's the back of the hat. I'm literally two rows of beads away from being done, and I don't have enough thread, so I'm going to have to tie it off, and I'll show y'all when I'm done what I mean, because I'm I will and I can get these moved so I don't knock them all over tying this thread off. So now I've got to tie the thread off, which is a little bit of a frustrating thing to do at this point, but I'm doing it. Technically, I'm going to try and squeeze 2 in 1, but technically I am literally 1 row away from being done and I have to. So I'm rethreading. Kind of makes today go by a little quicker when I'm doing this. I've got so much bead work to do. All right, guys, we got some bingos going on. I only have 3 individual people registered in the bingo. So if there's been more than 3 people who have bingoed, not how many times, but 3 individuals who have bingoed, please say I bingoed again. I think I only have Angela, Honey, and June are the only ones who have bingoed. It's not too late. You can do this. You can do it even if you join late. I will throw up the bingo card so you guys can see my bingo card. There we go. What are y'all's thoughts on this case in Texas? I'm thinking it's pretty clear cut, in my humblest of opinions. Somebody asked where I get this beeswax from. You can buy it from the store in the beading section, but I have to be honest with you. I don't like theirs. It's a synthetic. It's not a real beeswax. It doesn't do as good. I actually got mine from a local bee. When court TV comes on, their sound is like at 100. It's like, guard your ears, y'all.
Back now to Tennessee, where testimony continues in the Broke My Heart murder trial.
Defendant Latasha Daniels is charged with murder in the fatal shooting of her married pastor boyfriend, Brodus Perry. Now, after their long-term affair went south, she is also charged with the attempted murder of his wife, Tabitha.
Still on the stand is Lieutenant Chris Roberts. He's telling the jury about where Daniels purchased the gun used in the shooting. Let's go back in for more.
Yes, sir. And after they finish their examination, what happens to them? Do you go pick the evidence back up, or?
It can either stay with the TBI until court, or we can go pick it up and put it back into our evidence.
And the items that have previously been marked, those are all the items that you sent to the TBI to be analyzed?
As I recall, yes, sir.
Did you try to determine where and when the Ruger that's been introduced into evidence was purchased and who purchased it?
Yes, sir, I did.
And were you able to do that?
Yes, sir, I was.
And tell us what you found out.
What we did was we submitted the make, model, and serial number to Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms for them to run a trace on their weapon to see when it was purchased and who purchased it.
And who purchased it?
It showed it was purchased by the defendant.
Is the defendant in the courtroom?
Yes, she is.
Can you point her out, please?
She's over here in the white coat and the glasses and the blue shirt.
Judge, for the record, he's indicated Miss Daniel.
for the record, show the defendant has been identified.
Where did she purchase that?
It was purchased at a sporting goods store in Sherwood, Arkansas.
And were you able to obtain from that store a receipt and where she purchased it?
Yes, sir, I did.
Can you this? Ask you if you can identify that.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir, I do.
What is that?
This is a receipt showing that the defendant purchased a Ruger EC9 9mm handgun and a box of 9mm ultra target range ammo and a box of 9mm JHP Elite D-Crown ammo.
And that's got a mark at the top. Is that a mark you got when that you made on it when you obtained that?
Correct. That shows the file number to my case.
Does it show when she made that purchase?
Yes, sir.
And what date did she make that purchase?
April 4th, 2019 at 4:37 p.m.
Does it show the last four of the credit card that she made that purchase with?
Yes, sir, it does.
And what are the last four of that credit card?
7571 to a Visa.
Judge, I'm going to ask that be made next exhibit, please.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
Will show the gun purchase receipt as Exhibit 7.
May I publish that for the jury, please?
Yes.
So is that what you just identified?
Yes, sir, it is.
And the top Fort Thompson, is that the name of the sporting goods store?
Yes, sir, it is.
That's in Sherwood, Arkansas.
Correct.
Did you go to that store?
Yes, sir, I did.
How long did it take you to get there?
It's about a 3-hour drive.
From Carterville?
Yes, sir.
And right under the word receipt, where it says 4/4/19, 4:37 and 07 seconds, that's the date and the time that she purchased that?
Correct.
It's got her name down there, Latasha Daniels, with an address in Little Rock, Arkansas. Is that correct?
Correct.
And then right under there is RUG EC9S. What 9mm? What does that mean?
That is a Ruger EC9 9mm handgun.
Okay. And under the 22990 is a serial.
And we are done. Go with that part. We're done. I'm going to do this. I'm going to take a break from trial. I can. Here we go. There is what I call the bridge, the back. You know your work when you can tell you missed a bead or you got one pushed too far forward. I'll fix it. But there's that. How in the world did I miss 2 beads on that row? I'll go back and fix it. That ain't hard. But anyway, there you go. Look, love, that'd be one. Do I need to do the band, or do you want her to be able to go buy her own band? That's up to you. I didn't put the band in the deal, but I can add some accents if you want, or you can leave the band and let her go pick her own. That's up to you. Let that be done. I got my ponytail in there, so it's hard to get the hat on, and it's too small. This is the small one, so that's what it looks like. Now, I need to let you know, just in case it's a little big, you get weather stripping. Do you know that foamy weather stripping? and you tape it on the inside, and then you push that down and it makes it tighter. But you only do it on the sides. Don't do it the front and back. The star's the front. That be the back. So let me know if I need to do a band or accent the band. I won't do a whole band. That's forever work. Oh, this mama taking a break. Well, did we even talk? I think we talked about we needed to figure out what the shipping was going to be. But I'll do some. I'll tell you what. I'll do the beating. I'll give you all that later in Discord. But I'm going to take a break right now. But I'll get some. I'll accent that one. I'll make it look nice. I have to figure out how much time it's going to take, but I'll make it look nice. Well, the pattern in the back will show that it's different. Remember, I did a little different pattern, what I call the bridge. It's a bridge pattern, just so I can make sure it doesn't look ugly and not line up and it doesn't appear off, which it could potentially, because it's near impossible to get those things perfect unless you're a mathematical genius, which by far I is not. I can never do that. I don't know how, I can't break things down that well mathematically, and that's okay. But it is done. The hardest part on that hat is done. 4 needles. I broke 3, so we're good. If we go into 5 needles, I get mad at myself. I do. Oh Lord, y'all. It ain't, I don't like that. Never have. But I was going to take a break from all that sewing and watch what I do with my thread. I wrap it around and slap it in my mic. Put the needle in the mic. It won't hurt it. So I hope y'all liked that. I hope you enjoyed seeing that. Now I've got 2 more of hers to do. Now hers aren't due until Christmas time. I'm going to try and get yours out, but I've got my graduation and other things coming up too. So I'm working on a lot of stuff, but I'll start working on hat number 2 tomorrow. Okay. All right. We're coming back into court. I'll get hat number 2 started mañana. But I'm going to eat what's left of my sandwich right now as soon as they get. Oh, prison guard.
You may proceed. Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Mr. Hodge.
Good afternoon.
Will you please state and spell your name for the record?
Travis Wayne Hodge, TravisWayneHodge.
And Mr. Hodge, how old are you?
I'm 36 years old.
How are you currently employed?
I'm currently unemployed now.
All right. And I guess a better question is, where do you currently reside?
Galveston County Jail.
Before you were in Galveston County Jail, what did you do for a living?
I was a worker at a hotel.
And where is it that you lived?
In Bacliff.
Have you lived in Bacliff your whole life?
No.
How long have you lived in Bacliff?
I moved to Bacliff in November of 23.
So about 2 years ago?
Yes.
Where was it that you lived prior to Bacliff?
With my cousin at 3106 Georgia Street.
And why was it that you moved to Bacliff?
When I got out of prison, I didn't have anywhere to go, so my cousin came and picked me up and moved me in with him.
So you just mentioned that you've previously been to prison, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
What did you previously go to prison for?
For drugs.
Are drugs something that you have had pretty frequent interactions with.
Yes, ma'am.
When we talk about drug interactions, let's just cut to the chase. What do you do with drugs?
I'm a drug user. I use methamphetamines.
You use methamphetamines. Do you also sell methamphetamines?
I was not intentionally trying to, but unfortunately I was.
So, while it might not have been what you set out to do, you have sold drugs for profit, correct?
I wouldn't say for profit. It was, if I had it, I sold it.
Okay. Now, when you were selling methamphetamines, did you only sell to people you knew or people you didn't know, or how did you find customers?
To people I knew.
I want to ask you, do you know anyone by the name of Uriah Urick?
I do now know that Uriah Urick is also somebody that I knew by Percy.
So you know that the person you know of as Percy has the actual name Uriah Urick, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you see the person you know as Percy in the courtroom?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you please tell me where he's seated and an item of clothing?
In the blue, or black or blue shirt over there.
Your Honor, may the record reflect this witness has identified the defendant.
The record will so reflect. May I see the attorneys very briefly, please?
Sidebar.
Me, address to go.
Did you give it to him or sell it to him?
At that time, I did sell it to him.
And about how many times would you say that you had sold methamphetamine to Percy?
Maybe 5 or 6 times.
Now, I want to bring your attention to early February of 2025. Do you recall that time period?
Yes, ma'am.
During that first week of February, how long had it been since you'd talked to Percy?
Before February 7th, he contacted me a few days before that and had asked if he could come stay at my house with a couple of guns, and I had told him no. And then on February 7th, I had contacted him because I seen a post about him and Tammy King wanted for credit card or debit card use. And so I was trying to find out what was going on, and that's when we started kind of talking, and he asked for a ride.
And at that point, did you know Tammy King?
I did not. I had never met her in my life.
So when you started talking to Percy, how did you communicate with him?
Through text message.
And is that because y'all already had each other's numbers?
Yes.
So when you reached out to Percy, tell me about that conversation.
I asked him what was going on. He said he really couldn't talk about it. I was like, what do you mean? He's like, it was self-defense. And I was like, what was self-defense? And then he just never answered then. Okay. And then he asked for a ride to Illinois, and I told him I couldn't take him to Illinois. And so after that, we kind of talked a little bit, and I was like, well, I could take you to like Mexico.
Why was it you suggested Mexico versus Illinois?
Because he was trying to go to Canada to the border. And I was like, well, you know there's a border that's closer.
So proximity?
Yeah.
So when you said you could take him to Mexico, what was the next thing that occurred?
He's like, I'll pay you $1,000 to take me down there.
At this point, did anything about what was happening strike you as odd or concerning, or what are you thinking?
Yes, it did strike me odd, but at the same time, I was like, well, I was trying to figure out what was going on. And at the same time, I was like, at the time, I didn't really care.
Once you had the conversation about he'd give you $1,000 for the ride, what, if anything, do you do next?
I leave work at 5 o'clock that day, and I go and drop my roommate off that I was staying with off at the house, and I go and pick him up at an apartment in League City.
And did he give you an address to go to, or how did you know where to go?
He gave me an address to go to, and I went and picked him up. And at first I passed the apartment, and he's like, no, turn around. And I turned around and parked right in front of the apartment.
Uriah and Tara both came out. They had a gun. At the time, I did not know it was a gun, but they had something wrapped up in a blanket, along with 3 or 4 different bags and a dog.
What did the dog look like?
A little black and brown tan one, I believe.
And so, at this point, had y'all still only communicated by text message, or did y'all communicate any other way?
We actually did. I did suggest that we move over to like a encrypted app because I mean, we were doing something kind of illegal.
Was it kind of illegal or just illegal?
We were doing something illegal. I was giving him a ride, even though I knew that he was wanted by the Galveston County Police or Galveston County Sheriff's Office.
Okay. And so I'm going to kind of put a pin right there because that's something that we need to talk about. We see that you currently, as we said, are residing in the Galveston County Jail, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Why?
I am currently facing charges of possession or manufacturing and delivery of a controlled substance, penalty group 1, namely methamphetamine, as well as I'm facing a gun charge and also a hindering apprehension charge.
And have you entered into an agreement with the state of Texas?
I have.
And do you recall what that agreement is?
I do. It is 10 years in the Texas Department of Criminal Justice.
Is it on all 3 charges or 2 charges or 1?
It is on 2 charges. It is for the manufacturing and delivery of methamphetamine and the hindering apprehension.
And is that also in exchange you dismissal on the unlawful possession of firearm by a felon?
Correct.
And as part of the agreement that you have entered in with the state, what are you required to do?
To testify.
Do you just have to testify, or do you
Testify and tell the truth.
Tell the truth. Thank you. And is your agreement to testify in any trials to do with this case?
Yes.
Now, like you just said, at the time that you were going to give them a ride, you knew that they were charged with a felony, correct?
With credit card or debit card abuse, correct.
Okay. Now, once you arrive at this apartment in Lake City, tell me what happens.
When I picked him up, they, like I said, they had a blanket, and at the time I did not know what was in the blanket until after the fact. But Uriah gets in on the passenger side, he throws in the blanket, and he has a couple of shoulder bags, and he throws them in the car. Tara comes to the driver's side, throws in a couple of bags along with a backpack, and then she tries to get the dog in. The dog gets loose, and she's trying to get in the car, or get the dog in the car, and Uriah tells her, just leave the dog and get in.
Now, when you're saying that Tara was trying to get in the driver's side, where are you?
I'm in the driver's side, and she was in the back seat, and I was in the front seat.
And then when you said Percy or Uriah was trying to get in the passenger side, was that the front or the back?
In the back.
Okay. So Uriah says, leave the dog.
Yes, ma'am.
What occurs next?
We leave the apartment. I go down to Main Street, and I turn right on Main Street, and I drive down a little bit, and I stop at the Walgreens. And I tried talking to Uriah then, and I was like, look, if it was self-defense, go ahead and turn yourself in. Because he had already told me that it was self-defense. I was like, what was self-defense? At that time, he tells me that he can't because of the position of the body.
And what did that mean to you?
That he actually murdered somebody.
At that point, did you know who had been murdered?
No, I did not.
Once you're talking to him at Walgreens, does he say anything else at Walgreens?
No, when we were sitting at Walgreens, he was very nervous, fidgety, looking behind his shoulder. I think he thought I was setting him up because he kept looking out the back window. Once we got on the highway and started off towards, I believe, Alvin, he hands me $500, and then we stop in Alvin.
So at this point, what is Tara doing?
Tara's in the back seat. Her and Uriah are whispering the whole time. She doesn't really ever conversate with me.
So is Uriah who you predominantly speak to throughout this drive?
Yes, ma'am.
But Tara and Uriah are communicating.
Yes, ma'am.
What happens next?
So after we go to Alvin, I guess Tara had told Uriah that she was wanting some snacks and stuff. So I stop out at a convenience store. Uriah hands me $20, says go in and get stuff for us, get whatever you want. But he tells me stuff that she wants and stuff for him. So I go in, I get it, I come back out, I give it to them. In the parking lot of the convenience store, we both roll a bowl. I have my own stuff.
I'm going to pause for a second. For those of us who may not be as drug savvy, what do you mean by roll a bowl?
So when I say roll a bowl, we have a glass pipe that has methamphetamine in it, and you literally roll it back and forth for it to smoke.
Okay. And you said you have your own stuff?
I have my own stuff. Uriah has his own stuff. I don't know if this is stuff that I had given him like 2 or 3 days before or not.
Okay. So you just knew that you each had your own substances to use?
Yes.
Okay. So do just you and Uriah smoke at that point, or what does Tara do?
No, ma'am. She's also in the back seat, and Uriah helps her light the bowl and roll it because me using drugs for over 15 years, I kind of know the signs of when somebody's new, and I could tell that she had just recently started smoking.
Is it fair to say she didn't seem as confident in using the narcotics?
Correct.
Okay. So after you stop and get the snacks in Alvin and utilize the methamphetamine, what happens next?
We leave from there and we start driving towards Laredo. I'm not sure of the exact route, but I do know that at one point in time we do get pulled over in Freer, Texas.
When you get pulled over in Freer, tell me about that. What happens?
We were all very nervous. I mean, I've got 2 people in my vehicle. They're wanted by Galveston County, and then I have a meth pipe on me. I know he has a meth pipe on him. Other than that, I'm not, like, I'm nervous because, I mean, they're wanted by Galveston County for credit card, debit card abuse.
Now, at this point in the drive, is the credit card, debit card abuse still the only charge you know about?
As of when I got back, I even looked online, and as of February 8th, yes.
But Uriah had told you about there being an individual who is deceased.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Now, when you get pulled over by Freer, walk me through exactly what happens during that stop.
So I know I'm coming over a hill, and I see the cop, and I for some reason I knew we were gonna get pulled over because as soon as I topped the hill, he turned around, and so I knew that we were gonna get pulled over. I don't know why. I just knew we were going to.
Now, earlier when you were talking about Tara and Uriah putting things in your vehicle, you said there was a firearm wrapped up in a blanket, but you didn't know that yet.
I knew that there was something that they threw in the back. I didn't know what it was until after he had told me told me that night. I knew that the guns were there, or the gun was there.
So by the time you got stopped at Freer, did you know there was a firearm in the car?
Yes, ma'am.
And where was that firearm, to your knowledge?
In the back seat, in the floorboard.
So when this officer pulls you over, what happens?
The officer comes to the passenger side window, asks me for my driver's license. They're both in the back seat, and since I had kind of been staying, I was staying in my car, but I was staying at a friend's house too. I had my windows covered, and so they pulled the cardboard off my window so that way the officer could see in. While the officer was in the back running my name, Uriah's digging around in the back, in the floorboard.
Okay.
And so I got really nervous then.
Why?
I was like, I told Uriah, just calm down. Just let him do his job. Because the reason I got nervous is because I thought he grabbed one of the guns.
Okay.
Or grabbed the gun.
And he being, you thought Uriah had grabbed the
Yes,
gun.
ma'am.
Once the officer returns to the vehicle, what happens next?
He tells me that my headlight was blinking, but it's not blinking now, so he can't really do nothing about it. He hands me my driver's license and says, have a good night. And so we take off and we go, I think the next town was Beeville.
And do you stop there or keep driving?
We stopped there at a convenience store. Tara has to go to the bathroom, so her and I both go in. She goes to the bathroom, I go to the bathroom. I stop and get some no-dos because I had ran out of meth already. Then we go across the street to the Whataburger and get something to eat.
After you get something to eat, during this time, is Uriah saying anything else to you?
I mean, we're talking, we're just not talking a lot. Like, it's like, just talking, like not really talking about anything.
Fair to say random chit chat?
Yeah.
So after you get Whataburger, what happens next?
We continue on to Laredo, and when we get to Laredo, I stop at, I believe it's Circle K, and we put gas in because my car's almost empty. He hands me two $20 bills. I go inside and, no, he hands me a $100 bill at that time. I go inside and I get gas. I come back out and he tells me to just keep the change. After that, we're driving around Laredo because I'm not familiar with Laredo and I'm kind of looking for the border. I didn't know where it was at. So I stop off at another convenience store and I ask where the border crossing is, and the cashier there tells me.
Make sure you don't tell me what anyone other than Uriah says, okay? So do you get information about where the border is?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, what do you do next?
We drive around a little bit and I'm still trying to figure out where it's at. And I had gotten information of a homeless shelter there at the convenience store also.
Do you recall what that homeless shelter was called?
Bethany House.
And where did you go from there?
From the convenience store, we ended up at another convenience store because Uriah and I were kind of both looking for drugs, but I was just trying to get them out of the car by then.
Why?
Because they had murdered somebody and I was just wanting to get rid of them and get back home.
And at this point, has Uriah told you anything else about the murder, or are we still going on the first conversation from Walgreens?
So when we were at Alvin, I forgot about this, when we were in Alvin at the convenience store, he had told me that he couldn't get the smell of the burning flesh out of his nose.
And so other than now at Walgreens and then Alvin, has he mentioned the murder again at this point?
No.
Okay. What happens next?
So after we stop at the convenience store and we see a bunch of homeless people hanging out on the side, Uriah gets out of the vehicle. It goes and talks to him for a minute. He comes back and tells me to go across the street to the motel. I do. Then he comes back from being over there, gets in the car and tells me that I need to take these guns and do whatever I want to with them.
At this point, you said these guns. At this point, how many guns did you know were in the vehicle?
At the time, only one. When we got to the motel or hotel, whatever it is, I found out that there was two.
And did you observe those guns?
At that time, no. I did not take them out and look at them, no. He tells me to throw them in my trunk because I told him that I was a convicted felon. He's like, I can't take these guns. I don't like guns to begin with. And I had told Uriah previously, do not get in my car with guns. And he still did.
So when he tells you you need to take these guns, what happens?
So I get out and I put the guns in my trunk. And I drive them to Bethany House. I drop them off at Bethany House. They take off everything that they're going to take with them. I leave from Bethany House and I drive back.
So when you are talking to Uriah about the guns, do you ask him anything about the guns?
No, at that time, no. I asked him the next morning if one of them was a murder weapon and he told me yes.
Did he tell you which one?
He told me the 5.56, which is an AR-15.
So the next morning, and how did he tell you this? Over the phone or?
He told me through WhatsApp.
And that's that encrypted app, correct?
Yes,
and earlier you talked about you wanted to go to that app because you were doing something illegal. What is your understanding about why if you're going to talk about something illegal, to do it on WhatsApp?
Because it's encrypted and it's harder to hack.
So is it fair to say you can't, law enforcement may not be able to obtain those messages as easily?
Yes, ma'am.
So on WhatsApp the next morning, Uriah tells you that the 5.56 is the murder weapon.
Yes, ma'am.
After you said that after you dropped them off at Bethany House, you drove home, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, after you dropped them off, obviously you talked to Uriah again the next morning.
Yes,
What
ma'am.
kind of communication did you have with Uriah after leaving Laredo?
We were messaging through WhatsApp still.
And what did y'all talk about?
He kept, I guess he was looking up online or talking to people about crossing the border, and they kept telling him that he needed to drive across or somebody needed to take him. And he's like, I need somebody to take me. And I was like, well, I'm already back in Bacliff, so you're on your own pretty much.
And after that next morning where y'all discussed the murder weapon, did y'all continue talking?
He texted me a couple of times, and I texted back. I was like, dude, I'm at work. I was like, I'm trying to work. I texted him, I think the last thing I texted him was about consequences. That sometimes we gotta just face our consequences.
So on that Saturday, which would have been that next morning that you come back, what do you do once you're back in Bacliff?
I go to work.
And what do you do with the two guns at this point?
At that point, they were still in my vehicle.
Is that where they remain?
No.
What happens next?
I ended up talking to a friend of mine and telling her about what happened. And so she takes the guns for a couple of days at her house, and where she was staying, and then she gets kicked out. And so in the process of all this, I go and rent a storage unit on the 9th, I think. And I put all my stuff in storage. Well, then when she gets kicked out of where she was staying at here in Galveston, I went and picked up all her stuff too, along with the guns. I bring them back to Bacliff. I put them all in a storage unit, along with her stuff.
And so, making sure I track, the firearms went from your vehicle to your friend's home, then to a storage unit you rented in Bacliff, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you recall what storage unit number you had?
I want to say either 91 or 191.
Once you put the firearms inside that storage unit, did you ever move them again?
From there, no.
Was that the last thing that happened with your involvement in this case?
Until I got arrested, yes.
So let's talk about that day.
Yes, ma'am.
Do you recall what day you got arrested?
February 26th.
Tell me what you were doing that day.
I was on my way to work. I left my house at a little bit before 9. Decided to be at work at 9. But I think I might have actually been running late that day.
Okay.
I leave my house off where I was staying at on Louisiana. I turned right on Roberts, and then I turned right again on another street, and then I turned left, I believe, on that is Gordy Road. And I drive all the way down Gordy Road, and I get pulled over right at the Double Shoe Gentleman's Club.
Do you recall why you got pulled over?
I was informed at the time that I did not use my blinker, and then he backtracked and said that I did not stop at that stop sign, and when I challenged him on that, he informed me, oh, well, no, you actually didn't use your blinker.
And once you have this conversation, what happens?
He pulls me out of the car, puts me in handcuffs, and I was like, why am I being arrested over a traffic violation? He goes, we'll
Make
talk
sure you
about
don't tell me what anybody else says.
it.
I know that's hard. So ultimately you get pulled out of the vehicle and placed in handcuffs.
Yes, ma'am.
Where do you go from there?
From there, I go to the substation in Bacliff.
And when you're at the substation in Bacliff, what do you do? What's happening?
I'm interrogated over the murder that happened.
So when you are first getting pulled out of your vehicle, is there anything in the front seat or door area of your car?
There is. There's a less than a gram in my driver's side door. Unfortunately, in the back seat, there was quite a bit more meth in my vehicle.
So when you're at this substation, what are you doing?
I'm talking with detectives and telling them what happened and gave them permission to go into my storage unit where the guns were, because I did tell them that I did have the guns, and I knew that's what they were looking for. I gave them the keys to my storage unit along with the consent, and they went and searched my storage unit and found the guns.
When you were being talked to at the Bacliff substation, did you fully cooperate with the police?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
And did you in fact tell them there was more stuff in your car?
Yes, I did.
And is the more methamphetamine in your car what you got charged with manufacture and delivery for?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you recall about how much methamphetamine was in your car?
I thought it was about 14 grams, but it was, I guess, about 12 grams.
When you say that, is it because it got tested by the lab?
Yeah.
When you were talking to them, you said you also gave them consent to search your storage unit, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, may I approach this witness?
I am.
All right, Mr. Hodge, I'm approaching you with what's been marked as states 432, 433, and 434. Without telling me what they are, tell me if you recognize these documents.
Yes, ma'am.
Is there something on these documents that lets you recognize them or identify them?
My signature on all three of them.
Other than this red sticker from the state, do they look like they've been changed in any way since you last saw them?
They look like they've been copied.
Okay, they've been copied, not an original. Is that fair? Other than that, are they the same?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, statements to admit states 432, 433, and 434.
No objection.
Those will be amended. And may I polish? Yes. All right, Mr. Hodge. In states 432, is this ultimately the document that said you were willing to talk to police?
Yes, ma'am.
And are all of these statements rights that were written?
Yes, ma'am.
And is this your initial on the left-hand side?
Yes, ma'am.
Similar question in 433. What was it you were consenting for here?
DNA testing of my saliva, a buccal swab.
So that you let them take your DNA.
Yes, ma'am.
And last but not least, in 434, we see your name there at the top again, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And what is it you are consenting to search at this point?
The storage unit that I had in my name.
And as you said earlier, it was storage unit 191, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, on that date, is that when you got arrested for all three of the charges you currently have been?
Yes, ma'am.
And have you been in custody since that date?
Yes, ma'am.
Since that date, have you further spoken to either Uriah or Tara?
No.
I'll pass this witness, Your Honor.
Thank you. My name is Bill Agnew, and I represent Uriah Urick, who's sitting here to my right. So you indicated that you had sold meth to Uriah before, is that correct?
Yes.
Now, did you ever know a lady named Tammy King?
No, sir.
No dealings with her at all?
No, sir.
Okay, and so you say you didn't know Tara at all?
No, sir.
Had never met her up until the day you gave her the ride?
That is correct.
Okay. And you're getting 10 years of consideration for testifying in this case?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You have other felonies in your background, correct?
I do.
What are those?
I have a drug possession, 2 drug possessions, a forgery possession, and marijuana misdemeanor possession.
How many times have you been to the penitentiary?
I have been 1 time.
Okay, and what was that for?
For the forgery and the methamphetamine.
And what was your sentence?
3 years of TDC.
Okay, is that on both running concurrent?
The forgery was for 2 years.
Okay. But they ran concurrent, correct?
Yes, sir.
So in the case that you got, which is the unlawful possession of a firearm by a felon, or the drug case, could easily both be enhanced up to a second degree, correct? Correct?
The gun charge is a 3rd degree, I believe, and the manufacturing and delivery is a 1st degree felony.
So both of those with your priors could be enhanced.
City objection calls for a legal conclusion.
So your sentence in this case is going to be 10 years, whereas the 1st degree case would be ranging from 5 to 99 years to life, correct?
Yes, sir.
Potentially higher.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Last witness.
Just very briefly, Your Honor. Okay. And you stated, Mr. Hodge, that you're aware that the hindering charge is a 3rd degree, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And that's the charge associated with this case?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you happen to know the punishment range of a 3rd degree?
From 2 to 10.
And you are receiving 10 years?
Yes, ma'am.
I pass this witness, Your Honor.
No further questions.
All right, witness, please. Can we approach real quick, yes?
Next witness. And they're doing so, I believe, in front of the jury. They were moving the dude in front of the jury. I guess he doesn't care. They know he's in jail. On the bingo card, let's take a gander at that. That's what I still have. So do I need to check anything off? Interview, refresh memory, fair and accurate? Any of those need to be checked off? I see mod chats going on. Oh, that felt good. Why is Nightbot not being nice? Okay, Angela, I don't know what's going on with Nightbot. Help a girl out. Who got timed out? Don't say, I don't know who is. I'm looking at it. That is weird. Okay, Angela, I made her a red panda power. You have just been made an honorary mod. You should be able to comment. Red panda power. It looks like, okay. Red panda power. It thinks you're posting a link. Do not know why. I don't know why. But Red Panda Power, please try to make a comment. I made you a mod. You should be able to comment now. Angela, let me know if she cannot comment. Nightbot, you're pissing me off. Why are you attacking my girl? Why are you attacking my girl? It's only a 5-second one. Okay, here's why. You did at angela.legal.turtle. Angela, because you have 2 dots in your name, it thinks it has at angela.legal.turtle, and then she said I did. What happens is that looks like a link, a web link. It looks like spam link. So if you got rid of the dots in your name, this won't happen again. No, okay, Nightbot is a computer-generated program that helps us. And because your mom's thing is at angela.legal.turtle, and then you commented, I did explanation, it looks like it thought it was a spam link. I'm just telling you why. I'm looking at it right here. So, baby girl, you've been made a mod for today. Just don't do anything. Just keep being you, boo. You're an honorary mod, so it won't time you out again. It shouldn't time you out again. I got you, boo. I told you I got you. The first one was italicized. I have no idea. That's all I know. I was waiting. Oh, I think I could zoom. Do I have room to zoom?
I'm sorry. 2.5.
I do. Okay, I hopefully got that averted. Baby girl, you're an honorary mod. You really can't do anything, but you get kicked out again.
You may proceed.
Thank you, Judge. Good afternoon, sir. Please state and spell your name for the record.
Ira Fowler. It's I-R-A, F as in Frank, O-W-L-E-R.
And where do you work?
Galveston County Sheriff's Office.
And what's your position in the Galveston County Sheriff's Office?
I'm a sergeant over the crime reduction unit.
Okay. So, Sergeant Fowler, I kind of just want to go into a little bit of your training and experience. Have you always been at the Sheriff's Office?
No, sir. I actually worked for the Texas City Police Department for approximately 20 years, where I retired in August of 2024.
Okay. And so when did you first become a police officer?
2002.
And did you initially start with Texas City PD?
No, sir. I started before the Galveston Police Department.
Okay. And how long were you there for?
2.5 years.
And then where did you go after that?
Texas City Police Department.
And then you were there for about 20 years before retiring?
Yes, sir.
And in your retirement, you joined the Sheriff's Office?
Yes, sir.
Okay. As far as this case goes, did you initiate or be involved in a traffic stop on a Travis?
Yes, sir.
And what led up to the traffic stop?
There was a homicide investigation involving Uriah Urick.
Okay. And was Mr. Hodge a person of interest in that investigation? Okay. Do you recall what was the actual reason for the traffic stop involved in this case? You can check your notes if you need.
Yes, sir. To my knowledge, he had driven Uriah and another female to Laredo after the homicide.
Okay. Was that the reason for the stop itself?
Oh, no, the reason for the actual stop was a traffic violation. He felt the student's intent.
And so once the traffic stop was initiated, what happened next?
I approached the vehicle and I took Mr. Hodge in custody for the traffic violation.
Okay. Now, is it normal to take someone into custody for a traffic violation?
Yes, sir. It happens all the time.
Okay. And what are the reasons that we take people in custody for traffic violations?
Just the traffic violation itself. There's multiple reasons why you can take it.
Okay. A traffic violation is in and of itself an arrestable offense?
Yes, it is.
Okay. So once he was taken into custody, what happened next?
As I'm walking back to my vehicle, he told me he had drugs inside his vehicle.
Okay. And was a search of his vehicle performed?
Yes, sir.
Did they yield any drugs?
Yes, sir. As I approached the vehicle again, I found some methamphetamine inside the door handle, inside the vehicle, on the driver's side where he was sitting.
Okay. Was there any other meth found in the vehicle other than in that?
Yes, sir. There's also approximately, I believe, 12 grams found in the back seat.
Okay. Now, was Mr. Hodges ultimately charged with a drug offense?
Yes, sir, it was.
Now, once he was taken into custody, what happened with him at that point?
He was taken over to the Bacliff substation to speak with the detectives.
Okay. And were you present for that interview?
No, sir, I was not.
And so without getting into what anybody said during that interview, did the sheriff's office become aware of a location that they should search?
Yes, sir.
And do you know what that location was?
Yes, sir, it was Georgeville, Compton 646.
And, thank you.
Or Bacliff, rather, I'm sorry.
Oh, sorry, go ahead, can you repeat that? I didn't want us to go.
It was in Bacliff, I'm sorry, that's the Lee City by mistake.
Now, did you go and search that unit?
I did, yes, sir.
And were any photographs of that unit taken?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Sergeant Fowler, I'm going to show you what's marked as safe.
Okay, guys, and for some reason, I don't know why, but the clock has stopped moving on the trial Zwarner Parker jury deliberation. I'm still watching.
It's 452 through 457. Without getting into context, do you recognize them?
Yes, sir.
And just generally, what are they?
It's photographs of the inside of the storage building and some weapons.
Do they appear to have been tampered or altered with in any way?
No, sir.
Are they a fair and accurate depiction of the scene as it was on that day?
Yes, sir.
Around this time, state would move to admit states 542 through 557 and then vote counsel. No objection.
Okay, those will be admitted.
And may I vote?
Yes.
So Sergeant Fowler, let's start with, we'll start with zooming out on the elements so we can actually see the photo. Start with 542 here. What is this a photograph of?
That's to be the door to the storage unit, 191.
And going on to 453, what is that one looking at?
That's the inside of 191 of the storage unit.
See if I can get this focus better. There we go. And are you aware of where the guns were located in the storage unit?
Yes, sir. They're in the back where the black bag are.
Okay, so
Yes, sir. In that area.
do you have a laser pointer?
Yes, sir. There in this area here.
Okay. Now, who, to your knowledge, owned this storage unit or was renting it, rather?
It was Mr. Hodges.
Do you know why he had these guns being placed in the storage unit?
To my knowledge, he had stored them there after he left with Uriah.
Okay. Do you know who the actual owner of the guns were prior to Mr. Hodges taking ownership?
It was the victim of the homicide.
Going into states 554, what are we looking at here?
Okay, Mr. Reinhardt, I believe we have some confusion about the exhibit numbers. I'm looking at the exhibit, and that's a 400, not a 500.
Yes,
and
I'm
initially
sorry.
you said 452, and then it switched to 552, but I just want the record to be totally accurate. We are looking at exhibits 452 through 457, correct?
That is correct, Your
All
Honor.
right,
So
and
this-
those, hearing no objection, those are admitted. All right, you may proceed.
Okay, thank you. And just to further clarify the record, this first photo of Unit 191, that states 452?
Yes, sir.
And then the second photo I showed you was states 453?
Yes, sir.
And then this third photo I'm showing you here is 454, is that fair?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Sorry for misspeaking there. But what are we looking at in 454?
That's a bag with a handgun inside of it. And the handgun is here.
And going back to 453, do you know where that container is on this photo?
It's here.
I'm showing you it's been marked as states 455. What are we looking at here?
These are magazines to a rifle.
And backtracking once again to 453, you see where that bag is here in this photo.
Yes, sir. It's back here as well.
Next up, we have 456. What is that?
This is a AR-15 style rifle.
And are you aware of anything about that gun?
No, sir. I believe it was used in the homicide, or it was recovered from the house there.
Okay. And going back to I keep doing that. States 453. Where is this rifle located? Here. And then we have on states 457. We'll turn it this way. Is that just a collection of all three of those items in one photograph?
Yes, sir. It is.
Can we chat when it gets
So, Sergeant Fowler, are you aware of what happened with these guns after they were recovered?
Yes, sir. There was logged as evidence.
And do you have any knowledge about what happened to them once they were logged in as evidence?
I do not know, sir.
Beyond this traffic stop and the recovery of the guns, did you have any further involvement in this case, in the investigation?
No, sir.
Pass the witness, Judge.
Mr. Alden?
No questions.
Thank you, sir. You may step down.
Thank you.
Call your next witness.
The state calls Detective Espinosa, Your Honor.
Okay. You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Detective. Will you please state and spell your name for the record?
Yes, Arturo Espinosa. It's Arturo. Last name Espinosa.
And Detective Espinosa, how are you currently employed?
With the Galveston County Sheriff's Office.
How long have you been employed with the Galveston County Sheriff's Office?
With the Sheriff's Office, I've been employed for 8 years with the Sheriff's Office.
Is that the entirety of your law enforcement career?
No, ma'am.
How long have you been in law enforcement?
Been in law enforcement as a police officer for 17 years.
What was the first, well, let me back up. We've heard testimony from some other officers about in order to become a peace officer, you must go to academy and pass a TCOL certification. Did you do those same steps?
Yes.
What was the first role you had in law enforcement?
The first role I had in law enforcement as a peace officer?
Yes, sir.
As a peace officer, I started off at the Bayou Vista Police Department here in Texas.
And what role were you in?
I was a patrolman.
About how long?
I was at the Bayou Vista Police Department for about 10 months.
After that, where did you go?
From there, I went to go work at the Santa Fe Police Department. It's also in Galveston County, and I was there for about a little over 8 years.
What roles did you hold at the Santa Fe Police Department?
At Santa Fe Police, I worked the 8 years on patrol, and of the 8 years, 2 years as a patrol sergeant.
After your 8 years at the Santa Fe Police Department, where did you go?
That's when I came over to the Galveston County Sheriff's Office. I got hired into the patrol division.
How long was it you were in the patrol division at the Sheriff's Office?
Patrol division, I was at the patrol division for 7 years. Of the 7 years, 4 of the years was as a patrol supervisor, as a corporal.
After your time in patrol, where did you move to next within the Sheriff's Office?
From there, I went to the Criminal Investigations Division. I started off there in the Environmental Crimes Unit and then transferred over to the Major Crimes Unit. So in total in the Criminal Investigations Division, it's been a little over a year.
So, in the Major Crimes Division, what is your role? What do you do?
Our role as a major crimes detective, we're tasked with following up to investigations that occur within Galveston County. But our primary area is the unincorporated areas of Galveston County. It's your areas that are not considered cities or are not considered within the city limits.
Is it fair to say the unincorporated areas are areas that don't have their own police department?
Correct.
Can you give an example of a couple of those areas?
Yes, we have a portion of Dickinson. We have a portion in the Bacliff, San Leon, and even near the Clear Lake Shores area. And also, of course, Crystal Beach and the Bolivar Peninsula. That's where we patrol.
And so, predominantly those are the areas in which your cases come from, correct?
Yes.
As a major crimes detective, how do you get assigned a case?
So the cases come in initially from our patrol division. They're the first line that do the preliminary investigations. And whenever they complete their end of things, they submit their reports, and it comes to my supervisor, Lieutenant Cazares. When he gets the cases, he assigns them out to each detective.
I want to bring before I do that, when you get assigned a case, do you handle it completely on your own, or does the sheriff's office have a team effort type mentality?
Depending on the case, if it's a big case, then we'll work as a team and we'll kind of collaborate and help each other out.
I want to bring your attention to February 7th of 2025. Do you recall that date?
I do.
Was there something that occurred on that date that led us to be here today?
Yes.
What was that?
There was a death investigation that occurred.
And when you were alerted to this death investigation, what did you do?
So initially I received a phone call from my direct supervisor. It's Sergeant Mitchell Stevenson. I got a phone call from him about the whole incident.
And once you got that phone call, where did you go or what did you do?
When I got off the phone with him, he instructed me to respond to that scene. I wasn't given a whole lot of details other than it was a death investigation that was going on.
And what scene was that?
It was a death investigation at the...
I apologize, it was a bad question. What location did you go to?
4723 15th Street in Bacliff, Galveston County.
Once you arrived at that location, what was the first thing that you did?
The first thing I did when I arrived over there, I got with two of my supervisors. I've got Captain Miller, who's there already on scene, and then there was Lieutenant Cazares. I met with them in the roadway and was given instructions on where to go from there.
What was the first thing you were assigned to do?
The first task that I was given when I got on scene was to go across the street to look for surveillance. Video surveillance.
Did you obtain any of that video surveillance?
I did.
Where did you obtain that from?
It was at 4714 15th Street.
And do you recall who you obtained that surveillance from?
Uriah Urick, I believe her name is.
And did you observe that video?
Yes, not initially, no, but after sifting through a lot of the camera system, we did.
And what did you observe on the video that you believe to be pertinent to this case?
The video that I saw was a black passenger car. It was a Nissan Altima that had pulled up to the residence at 4723, and I saw the car pull into the driveway. They backed into this driveway, and I didn't see anybody get out of the car, but I saw two individuals come out of the house. That was Uriah and Terry.
After you obtained that video, what was the next thing that you did?
After the video, I brought it and uploaded it to our server.
Did you do anything else on scene at the house?
I went into, after meeting with Uriah, I went back to my supervisors and I was tasked with going into the house to assist with the search.
What part of the home did you assist searching?
The only area that I went in was the bedroom belonging to Tammy King.
What did you observe within that bedroom?
Her bedroom?
Yes.
It was a mess. It was a lot of stuff everywhere.
Was there anything that stood out to you as odd or important other than it was a mess?
I didn't stay in there long. There was a lot of trash in there. I mean, That stands out to me. I mean, the way, as messy as it was. There was some water bottles that I remember seeing that were filled with what I thought was urine, and that was near a computer desk that was in there. But there was a bunch.
After looking through that bedroom, what did you do next?
After looking through that bedroom, the bedroom was real small. I felt that I wasn't needed there because we were kind of walking all over each other. So I backed out, went back to the road, and met back with my supervisors there.
Were you assigned any other tasks that day?
That day, no. Well, no.
After that day, when was the next time you did anything involving this case?
The following day, that would have been a Saturday, the 8th, maybe? Yeah, so Saturday on the 8th, we met at the sheriff's office to collaborate with each other and kind of divide tasks, if that's what you want to call it. Divide tasks and figure out what we're going to do from there, share notes, and figure out what it is that we have.
And when you say we, who all met up at the sheriff's office to divide tasks?
Detective Hudson and our supervisors, Captain Miller, and the major crimes detectives were there.
And who is it that decides who needs to do what?
Detective Hudson was the lead investigator, but she also, with guidance from our supervisors, they divided the task out.
What tasks were you assigned on that day, the 8th?
That day I was tasked with following up on, I was given 2 Instagram handles, and the Instagram handles I was given, I was tasked with following up with them in regards to drafting a search warrant. And it's for 2 Instagrams that I learned belong to Tammy King and Uriah Urick.
Before we get to the Instagrams, we'll come back to those. Was there any other tasks that you had with this case regarding any evidence that was located?
There was, so one of the things I was tasked with, the information I was given was that there was a cell phone that belonged to Tammy King, and it had pinged in at an address in League City, or near an address in League City. It was an apartment complex. I was tasked with going over there and following up and seeing if we can try to locate this phone. I say we as in myself and Detective Bernard.
And was it a phone attributed to Tara King or Tammy King?
I'm sorry, it was Tammy King. I said Tara, I meant Tammy King.
And where was it, or did you ultimately locate this phone?
I did.
Where did you locate it?
Okay, just FYI, in these Warner case, it appears that the jury has been released to go home for the day. So we're here for the rest of the evening.
There was a individual that lived at the apartment complex. His last name I recall being Wingate. He had the phone in his possession, but told me where he had found the phone.
And what did you do with that information?
With the location?
Yes.
We went and I went out to the specific location with this guy named Mr. Wingate, and he showed me specifically where he found his cell phone on the side of the road at an intersection.
And did you document that anyway?
I did.
How so?
I documented it with photographs.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Detective, I'm approaching you with what's been marked as states 466 through 476. If you would glance at these documents and let me know if you recognize them.
Yes,
How do you recognize them?
because I took the photos.
Have they been changed or altered in any way other than the sticker added by the state?
No.
Your Honor, statements to admit states 466 through 476.
No objection.
Hearing no objection, 466 through 476 will be admitted.
And may I publish?
Yes,
Thank
please.
you, Your Honor. All right, Detective, I'm showing you what's been marked as states 467. Using your laser pointer, are you able to show us where it was that the phone had been located?
This area.
And just to be clear, what city is this intersection in?
League City.
And you said it was at the apartments. What apartments are you referring to?
I don't recall the name of the apartments, but it was that one right there is 310
Waco sound familiar?
No, Houston does. Well, Waco sounds familiar, but that address was Houston, 310 Houston.
Okay. And is right near here also, is also Waco right near here?
Yes.
And is this here, you documenting that address?
Yes.
And did you also take photos of the phone that you located?
Yes.
That what we see in states 474
Yes.
and 476. Yes?
Yes.
And can you tell us what type of phone was this?
It's a Android phone. It's a model XT2419-2. It's a Motorola.
So it's Motorola, and you said Android phone, correct?
Yes.
So for those of us not super tech savvy, it's not a Mac phone.
Correct.
All right, now let's circle back to those Instagrams you were talking about. What were the two Instagram handles you were tasked with writing warrants for?
The first one I was tasked with was South Park Emo, and I learned that that belonged to Tara King. The second one was South Park Emo Owner, and that was belonging to Uriah Urick.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Detective, I'm approaching you with what's been marked as 461 and 464. Will you let me know if you recognize these documents?
Yes, ma'am.
How do you recognize them?
It's a search warrant two search warrants that I drafted.
Do they appear to have been altered in any way?
No.
Your Honor, state moves to admit states 461 and 464.
No objection.
Those will be admitted.
Now, Detective, were those the search warrants that you executed on South Park Emo and South Park Emo Owner?
Yes.
And just to be clear, South Park Emo belonged to Tara, and South Park Emo Owner belonged to Uriah.
Yes.
Now,
We do not have a verdict today in the Zwarner versus Parker trial. Or lawsuit.
when you send a search warrant to Instagram, how do you receive information back?
So the way the search warrant is it's submitted to a law enforcement portal that's online through the company called Meta. We submit it to them and we receive, after it's executed and they look over everything, they send us information back through the law enforcement portal.
When you receive the information, what does it look like?
It's in a form of files, like you get a letter of authenticity, and then you also get it's zip files that you get in linked media, and it's a lot of information.
When you say it's a lot of information, is what you receive a few pages or many pages?
It's a voluminous amount. It's a lot. It's like thousands of pages is what you're gonna get out of that sometimes. In this case, it was thousands.
When you received this, what do you do with it?
I went through everything, and that's when I saw a lot of information about the case.
So you saw a lot of information about the case.
Yes.
And when you have these Instagram returns, what all is included in this document? Is it just messages or is it photos? What type of things do you see?
So you get, it's a lot. Like, so just with a lot of different social medias that are out there, you get individual messages, like direct, peer-to-peer messages that you're sending to each other. We receive that information. Sometimes it contains photos, videos, that type of stuff. And it's under different categories that you can find in there.
Your Honor, this time the state would move to admit states 460, 463, 462, and 465, which are the two Instagram search warrant returns, as well as the accompanying VRAs.
No objection.
Those will be admitted.
And Your Honor, may I publish states 462?
Yes.
When you go through these Instagram dumps, is there a way in which you can, it's easier for you to capture or save portions that you view?
Yes.
How is that?
The way that I've done these is I take screenshots on my computer, little snippets of what I'm viewing, and I try to capture the page number that's on there so that way I can reference back to it.
Now, is this folder all of those screenshots that you took?
Yes.
And if I open here, is this what the full Instagram return looks like?
Yes.
And all these things on the left, is that just different sections within the search warrant?
It is, yeah.
So I first want to go to those screenshots you had.
Okay.
So first things first, I want to talk about the date a little bit. So how does Instagram document dates and times?
And it's UTC time.
What is UTC time?
It's Coordinated Universal Time.
And is that the same time as Central Standard Time?
No.
What is it?
It's it's 6 hours before.
Central Time is 6 hours before UTC time?
Yes.
So up here, what date and time would this portion where the mouse is be?
What date and time did you say?
Correct.
February 7, 2025. It says on there 10, but it would be 4.
So 4 p.m. on February 7th?
Yes.
And whoa, hold on. What two Instagrams are these screenshots between?
That's T.W. Hodge, 1989, and South Park Emo.
Do you know who those two individuals are?
Yes.
Who are they?
The T.W. Hodge is going to be Travis Hodges, and the South Park Emo, that one's going to be Tara King.
And so this is them talking on Friday the 7th, correct?
Yes.
Can you read what these first few messages from the South Park Emo account says?
It says, the first one says, "Yo, it's me." Let me read everything on it. Self-defense, ran, no lawyer, no family, just cash.
Now here, what does it appear is happening between these messages? I'll ask that better. Does it look like there might be some responses missing?
Yes, it seemed to me like he was being short with what he was trying to say, but getting the point across.
Okay. Now, when you took all these screenshots, are you taking them in order, or were you taking screenshots of certain things that stood out to you or you believed would be pertinent?
Everything, what you just said, it's things that stood out to me, things that, some of them are in order, some aren't. Some are things that stood out to me that I felt were really important because it showed me the violence in the messages.
So I want to start with the top of this page. What is the date and time here?
The first one?
Yes, sir.
That is, the date is January 25th, 2025.
And it says it's at almost midnight, so is that really, it's almost 7?
Yes.
What is that first message?
It says hypocrite.
And then that second message, who's the author?
South Park Emo owner.
Which we stated was Uriah.
Correct.
And what does he say?
4.
What is Tara's response?
Wow, she just proved my point.
And then?
I was gonna call her out, but thought about how you would want her gone right away, so I had to stop.
What does she say after that?
I was on the sentence of saying it.
What does Uriah respond to her?
Don't tell her anything. If you argue, there's a huge chance it's bad. It gets physical. I don't want to kill her if it ruins our lives or isn't on your command.
How many days roughly before Tammy King is murdered is this message?
This was months in advance, or this was the month before.
And Miss King was murdered on February 5th, correct?
Correct. This is January 25th.
So is that roughly 11 days? And what does Tara respond after Uriah speaks about killing Tammy?
I hate her, OMG.
Now moving forward, it looks like this is still in January, correct?
Yes.
So starting at the top, what is this first message from Tara?
The first one that shows, I almost had a panic attack like on Friday.
And then?
That's why I grabbed my chest.
And what does Uriah respond?
I know, I'm so sorry. I didn't shoot her because I thought you'd regret that later.
What does Tara say?
I've always hated her.
And what does Uriah respond?
Do I kill her next time, if there is a next time?
And this is roughly 10 days before Tammy King is murdered?
Yes.
Does this appear to be continuing on that same day?
Yes.
What does Uriah say next on here?
I can go to the glass windows on the outside of her room and just blast away.
And what does Tara say?
I stopped saying I love you back to her about 5 years ago.
And what does she say after that?
I would regret it because I want to kill her.
And what does Uriah say?
He says good.
And then?
If let you get the kill.
And then after that?
I'd cop that 50 XP assist.
Do you know what that refers to?
The 50 XP assist?
Mm-hmm.
I know it's sometimes referred to on games.
Like the experience points?
Mm-hmm. Experience of points for kills.
Now starting down here, what is this message?
It says, from South Park, email owner, it says, I'd let you get the kill.
What does Tara say to him?
I was actually about to turn around and yell, give me the gun, dude. I was so close.
And he says?
No, that's an instant loss.
And then?
He says, too close for a gun.
And then?
She'd hit you.
All right. What's this top message?
Says, what if I killed her tonight? What would have happened after,
And then what does Tara do?
She sends an emoji.
And what does Uriah say?
Uriah says, dude, I dropped my phone. 3 seconds later, she came in. I almost killed her without you.
What does Uriah say after that?
Says, she was at my feet.
And how does Tara respond?
She reacted with a frown emoji.
And what does Uriah say after this?
He says, you're welcome, biatch. I'm actually so glad I learned Army courses. Bro, I tightened my body. Shrunk. Fuck me. I ain't doing that again.
What's the next message from Uriah? Or sorry, this message is from Tara.
No, it was when she was out of my room, almost at the door hallway, and I was by my bed, and it was after she looked at me and made the super fucking angry noise, and I started ranting, hit me, bitch. Fucking hit me. I fucking dare you to hit me. Hit me, all that shit like that. That's when I was about to turn around and get it from you. don't know what that says.
And what does Uriah say?
He says, oh,
And Tara?
yeah, I was so fucking mad,
And how does Uriah respond?
bro.
And then,
What the fuck is with her?
and this is still 10 days prior to Tammy's death, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Continuing on, what is the first message from Uriah?
So what the fuck was that noise by K.E.?
And what does Tara say?
We only kill her if she genuinely tries to lay hands on me. He says, bro, yes ma'am.
And then,
I might rip the pipe. What do you say? Metal pops are me.
and what does Tara say next?
I fear if Nanny pisses me off so hard one day we argue in the kitchen, I fear I might grab a damn knife and stab her.
Uriah says,
Don't do that. She could use it after. Bad idea. Let me handle it. If I disable her and then able you with the weapon, he puts a smiley face.
and Tara says,
There have been so many times, almost every time we argue, this about every close thing I could kill her with.
and then Tara says,
He spells out, it says, or to beat the shit out of her, and I don't know what that word is that she
and Uriah,
Yeah, also, if she catches me here, I can hide anywhere else. Let me rephrase, go back to that one.
Sure.
Also, if she catches me here, I can't hide anywhere else, is what that says.
Okay. And then the next message?
He says, this spot, that's it. We gotta find people or someone. We need trustable people. If I got food stamps, could you live with Chelsea?
All right. What does Uriah say next?
Should have told me then. What the fuck?
Tara says,
I didn't know if it was real or not.
and then Uriah,
You just didn't tell me that. I'm gonna kill her if you say she does shit like that. No, she better not have.
and then we move into the next day, that January 27th. But with UTC time, is this really late in the night of the 26th?
Yes.
Okay. What is it that Tara says here?
She says, since the day I was sobbing the first time, I and Nanny thought I was weird, and I was sobbing like a little girl after she left, and was pissing in and out of sleep because I was scared. I think that genuinely fucked me up a little bit, because even since then, I feel I've been slightly more easier to make upset and overwhelmed. And she goes on to say, you would read the next one?
Oh. Bathroom break? Okay, apparently we need a bathroom break.
All right, for the jury.
At 5 o'clock, we done. They like we done. Boo. Bye. 5 o'clock, snap. Done. Have a good day. See y'all tomorrow. That's what they do. Well, Aaron, are you still here? Because I'm working on the headband. I'm beating the headband. Hat band. Oh, wait a minute. Could be.
Right.
Yes, it is. Aaron, I did leave you a message in Discord, but you don't have to answer right now. I'll know more because all the bands are the same. I'm timing it so I can give you a time. I just don't know how long it's going to take. The part that I'm doing now is the most tedious part because I have to go under and over, under and over, and under and over a braid. So we doing good. All right, let's go. Some more.
E is in the print on my EDC Mac. rag, the one from last night. F is the print on the rest. Pretty cool.
What does Tara say?
She says, looks like she has a typo. Looks like what happened. Baby. And he says nothing. He says, are you good? She says, oh, okay. And she goes on and says, it sounds like you're upset trying to look for something, and I was confused because you started putting all blankets out.
From watching or from reading through these messages, do you believe that they're in different locations or in the same place?
Different locations.
If she's able to see him pulling blankets out?
Oh, I'm sorry, yes, same location if she's watching pull blankets out.
Okay. And what does he say?
Says, I sound upset on painkillers.
And then?
We talked about it a few times. She says, I know, baby, I'm just making sure I wasn't hearing something you weren't actually saying. I love you.
And then do we go on talking back and forth for a little bit again?
Yes.
Move forward quite a few pages as we go. Is this kind of going in order as we go closer to the 5th?
Yes.
Okay. What time is this starting at?
That one's going to be, it says 3, so it'd be 9 p.m.
On the 4th?
Yes.
Okay. So this is the night before the 5th, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So starting here at this 9:25 mark, what does Tara say?
She says, I want to cuddle.
Uriah says.
We will.
And then?
Nanny out.
What does Tara say?
Are you in the mood to smoke meth tonight to stay up together? I have the door open.
What does he say?
Yes, I am.
What does he say then?
Come back, please.
And then?
What the fuck is happening?
Do you have another picture from Tara?
Yes.
Do we continue talking for a little bit as we keep going into the night?
Yes.
Okay. At about 10:17, what does Uriah say?
Want to confront her. Ask who Caitlin is.
And Tara says.
Like only confront? Maybe? Question mark. And looks like he says, she does anything stupid, call me on Insta. Yeah, just ask who Caitlin is and tell her and her friends to keep it down. Also, constantly update. Looks like a typo.
What does Tara say?
Could we confront her tomorrow? He says, sure. And then she says, are you sure? He says, it's your grandma. She says, I'm so sorry, I love you, promise tomorrow.
He said?
We don't have to tomorrow, it's just the bitches thing. She needs to tell you about adults in your house. She says, I'm going to go confront. He says, yeah, it'll wake you up. She says, well, won't admit it. And she says, talking, I can't tell what. And he says, exactly.
He says, what does he say next?
Says, want to see? She says, what do you mean? She says, explain exactly what you mean. If someone's there. And then he says, I bust the door down, interrogate. Yes or no, damn. She says, no. He says, I give you an answer, you do too. Thank you. FFA. FRA.
Do we have a few typos? And then Tara says,
Pause the music. And then he says, bro, the rules, they don't matter, huh? Learn to deal with shit. Ain't always gonna get your what. And then he says, ain't always gonna get your way here. That's why I get upset, you get overwhelmed or cry. It's almost every time. Gotta deal with it without crashing or crying. And she says, holy fuck, can you not? I keep telling you to turn it down or pause it, but you literally wouldn't listen. You had it loud as shit. I could almost hear another person maybe, but I don't want to fucking bust her door down tonight. I promise tomorrow.
and just to be clear, this is on February 4th.
Correct.
What does Uriah say?
Holy fuck, can you get a lesson or a fucking word remembered? Listen to what I, looks like, said. I don't give a fuck about right now. Listen to what I said. And she says, I remember the rules. He says, not the rules. Up there. Just like I just said. Damn. She says, I'm sorry. He says, me too. He says, I can hear two bitches clearly sitting up right here. She says, I don't hear them. I'm sorry. She says, it's hard to hear. And he says, then turn down the fan or AC. Not just the TV makes noise. It's pretty obvious you're talking now, that they're talking now. Living room, go. He says, move quicker. He says, it's a time thing. Remember, never mind, maybe. Okay, then stop. Or say that shit up right. Where did I text you? Where was there a shuffle just, oops, you misspelled the words, I don't know.
And is this just Uriah sending message after message?
He's just repeatedly sending message after message.
Okay. You keep sending messages for a second?
Yes.
Okay. What does he say here?
Nah, it matters more than you want to do it. I'm sorry. He says, nah, it matters more when you want to do it. The other times you text me on the wall. Don't even. Living room door shut. Now nanny. Noise. She says, go. He says, you go. He says, I don't give a fuck. She says, get up and busy it down. He says, I'm done. She says, I don't give a fuck, dude. And then he says, she's gone. Told you. Maybe listen. Actually take an hour to use the bathroom once and 2 trips to charge our phone, so it's 10 o'clock again. That was dope. I look at the time at least. And she says, I was sick, bro. She says, I'm sorry, or Doran. He says, you could gone once still. Bro, you didn't even get the fucking point. She says, my phone was fucking dead. He says, you went twice. I don't care. She says, I was fucking worried about you. He says, you weren't Friday. You weren't Saturday. She says, I got up to make sure Nanny didn't come in because I was hearing shit. And then she says, okay, I'm sorry. He says, but when I hear shit, I get rushed and told and tweaking. He says, got it. But when I hear shit, I get rushed and told I'm tweaking. He edited the sentence before. And it says, if you were sorry, you would have stopped before I said anything, and I never would have started acting like this. And that goes for it all. What do you want to do, ATP? I don't say you're fucking tweaking. You're sorry you noticed. I wish you could see the fucking messages. Sad you don't remember 4 days ago. Doesn't matter, dude. When you need to remember, you do. Never about me. Not when I remember. I do. She says, I do fucking remember about you. He says, stop. Or I'm sorry, she says, stop. He says, I'm pointless and useless. Why do you care? Why? I don't care about me. Why do you? She says, because I fucking love you. I'm sorry. I hate myself so much to the point I take it out on you. I'm sorry. I fucking care about you. He says, actually, better question. Why do you care about me, but what I want, need, like, or say is important isn't ever on your mind? Only when it's brought up. Why? I have to make you think about it. You can go to bed, I'll fucking kill him. She says, why do you love me? I treat you like shit without trying to. I make you feel the worst. Why? Please sit. Because I care about, he says, because I care about everything about you and you. I care about everything about you too, baby. Or you, he spelled it wrong. About too, rude, baby. She says, you're all I care about. I'm sorry, I'm so fucking bad at remembering. I'm sorry, Kay, so shitty towards you.
Okay, so it's 5 o'clock and I believe someone needs to leave by 5. So let's go ahead and call it a day. We're going to start up at 9 a.m. tomorrow.
Interesting. Okay, there we go, guys. We are on. June, that's funny. We will be following that trial. We may be coming into a new trial tomorrow. And I want to cover this trial, June. I do. So what we may do is do that trial because it's later in the day. I'm thinking about streaming that trial tonight. But my mods and I will talk about that. So we may be coming on later. As far as I know, we did not get a coverall unless June, you want to correct me on that? But here is the bingo card. The only thing I have is fair and accurate and refresh memory. Other than that, I don't have any additional. We'll just call that it. We'll call that it. Oh, here is the winner. June, you won the bingo. Oh, congratulations, June. Draw again. Come on, y'all got to play. Other people. If for some reason your name, well, congratulations, y'all. Congratulations. If you were, I'm tired. I'm tired, y'all. I is. Okay, guys. So what we're going to do is I'm going to take a little break, a little refresher. Not much of one, just enough to get live again. We're going to go live with another trial. Yeah, I can't think right now. But we'll be going live in a little bit with another trial. So y'all keep an eye out. We're going to do a nighttime trial and get started on that. So we'll be caught up. You're ready off? I'm ready to get off my muscles. Well, go get off your muscles. Go get off your muscles. We'll be back in a little bit. It's going to take me a good 30 minutes to get everything set up. So with that, all right, guys, see you tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. I will be monitoring the verdict starting at 8 a.m., but I doubt they'll have a verdict that quick in the morning. But if they do, I'll hop on. Okay, so we'll see you 9 a.m. All right, bye. Thank you for watching. Thanks for watching. Please comment, like, share, and most importantly, subscribe. I hope you have an awesome day. Till next time, take care.